Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 326 Goodbye Nuke. A month later, Liu Yi and Yu Yuanwu left Baiun Xianzong and went to Tianlong Holy Land. The current Tianlong Holy Land is also in Qingzhou, very close to Baiun Xianzong. In fact, since the sky star turned into a fairy star, and various fairy treasures such as the fairy trees in the Baiun sect gradually matured, and the concentration of spiritual energy in Qingzhou increased greatly, all the holy places of the Tianming sect have all moved to Qingzhou. Even if Liu Yi and Yu Yuanwu just flew slowly, they soon came to the area where the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land is located. The area where the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land is located is an extremely huge ancient city. There are streams of dragon air flowing in the city, turning into phantoms of real dragons, surrounding the ancient city. From time to time, the sound of dragon chant faintly resounds from the ancient city. This is the new sect created by Tianlong Holy Land in the past 1,000 years. This time the ascension of the son of the heavenly dragon was very dynamic, and a large number of monks came to Tianlong city either by flying boats, by imperial weapons, or by imperial beasts. At the gate of Tianlong city and in the sky, there are many monks floating, receiving a group of monks. These are the law enforcement officers of Tianlong Holy Land, and their strength is not weak in Tianlong Holy Land. The worst ones are in the realm of Dongxiu, and each team is led by a powerful person in the realm of integration. After Liu Yi and Yu Yuanwu approached, a group of monks from Tianlong Holy Land noticed them. After seeing that it was Liu Yi, the leader Deneng's eyes widened, and quickly flew over with the law enforcement officers respectfully. Mr. Liu, Mr. Yu, you two are here. Because Liu Yi and Yu Yuanwu also get together with Tianlong Shenzi and others from time to time, and sometimes in Tianlong Holy Land, the law enforcement officers naturally know Liu Yi. Liu Yi smiled slightly. Brother Aotian is holding the ascension ceremony, so naturally we have to come. That Deneng hurriedly said respectfully, Mr. Liu, you two are welcome. The Holy Sun is in the city. He will be very happy to see you coming. Liu Yi nodded, and flew towards the palace of Tianlong Shenzi in the city with Yu Yuanwu. And that Deneng has already said loudly, Welcome Mr. Liu. Mr. Yu enters Tianlong city and participates in the ascension ceremony. Hearing this voice, the monks who also participated in the ascension ceremony constricted their pupils and looked in the direction of Liu Yi and Yu Yuanwu. The monks started talking through voice transmission. I didn't expect even that one to come. I heard that he has a good personal relationship with the son of Heavenly Dragon, so it's not surprising that he came. The one next to you is a big shot from the Yu family, right? Yeah, tisk tisk tisk, Tianlong Holy Land is really showing off. The Holy Sun has ascended. I didn't expect to have these two people come to celebrate. It's so beautiful. Many monks are extremely envious. Who said it wasn't? I heard that the reason why the son of Heavenly Dragon was able to ascend so quickly is all thanks to him. Who doesn't know this? But this is Tianlong city, so don't say too much about it. Hey, people's fate is different from person to person. It's really a step up to the sky to know that person. Amid the envy and jealousy of the crowd, Liu Yi and Yu Yuanwu had already entered it. The palace of Tianlong Shenzi is called Aotian Palace. That's right, it's named after Long Aotian. Every time Liu Yi sees the name of this palace, he feels a hole in his mouth and doesn't know whether to spit it out or not. At this moment, in the Aotian temple, in the garden full of rare plants, Tianlong Shenzi, Tai Shenzi, Lei Yinshenv, Feng Bumming, and so on are all geniuses of the same generation as Liu Yi. Everyone was drinking and drinking, sitting and discussing the truth. After all, everyone has a good relationship, and the son of Heavenly Dragon has ascended, and they have come here long ago. At this moment, Shenzi Tianlong is full of spirits. With a smile on his arrogant face, he frequently toasts to many fellow Taoists. Ha ha ha, everyone, eat and drink well, and I am really sorry that Long is lucky enough to ascend one step first. The Tai Shenzi on the side snorted coldly, and silently took a sip of his wine. Seeing this, the son of Heavenly Dragon said cheerfully, "Yo? It seems that someone is not convinced? What? My dragon has ascended, and you feel the gap?" Shenzi Tai sneered and said, "Long Aotian, what's so arrogant? It's just one step ahead of me, and I'm going to ascend soon. If it wasn't for you to hold this ascension ceremony, I might have ascended now. Come on, just you?" Tianlong Shenzi squinted at Tai Shenzi. "You?" The Prince Tai's face was cold, and his breath fluctuated. "Hey, Lin Jiu, do you want to compete with me? May I give you a hand?" Tianlong Shenzi smiled. After ascension, and before ascension are completely two concepts. Tianlong Shenzi naturally knew that with Lin Jiu's current state, he might be able to ascend in a short time. But before he soars, there's nothing wrong with torturing him, right? Seeing the two arguing, the others should still eat and drink, and they have become accustomed to it. After all, the two have always been like this, and only when Liu Yi is around, they will restrain themselves. At this moment, Shenzi Tianlong's face suddenly changed and he stood up. Noticing the smile on Tianlong Shenzi's face, Lei Tianyan raised an eyebrow. "Brother Long, what's wrong?" "Ha ha ha, Brother Liu is here, I'll go to meet him." Shenzi Tianlong walked towards the door with a smile. Hearing this, other people's eyes lit up, got up and walked out the door. Everyone stood at the gate of Aotian Temple. Some young monks were young geniuses from Tianlong Holy Land, Lei Yin Holy Land, Tai Holy Land, etc. They had never seen Liu Yi before, and they all looked excited at the moment. After all, Liu Yi is too legendary, he is the idol of all the younger generation in Tianming, and now that he can finally see his idol with his own eyes, everyone is naturally very excited. Soon, Liu Yi and Yu Yuanwu fell from the sky and landed in front of them. Tianlong Shenzi greeted him with a smile all over his face. "Brother Liu, Brother Yu, long time no see." Liu Yi smiled, glanced at Tianlong Shenzi, felt the solid fairy spirit in his body, patted him on the shoulder, and praised, "Yes, you are the first one to ascend among our peers, keep it up." "Ha ha ha ha, Brother Liu is over the top. Although I have ascended, I am still as inconspicuous as a firefly compared to you." Hearing Liu Yi's praise, son of Heavenly Dragon immediately blushed and smiled brightly. Shenzi Tai nearby, Saintess Lei Yin and Feng Buming, who also had a good relationship with Liu Yi, fell silent one by one. They looked at the high-spirited Tianlong Shenzi quietly, and gritted their teeth angrily. Damn it, being pretended by this stupid dragon. In their opinion, Liu Yi's praise of Tianlong Shenzi made them more sad than hearing Tianlong Shenzi's ascension. Even, not only Tianlong Shenzi, but also the younger generation of geniuses in Tianlong Holy Land here are all red at this moment. With such a noble existence, Liu Yi praised his own son and made them feel honored. "Our son is indeed a genius. Brother Liu, let's go in and talk again. I let you stand at the door, but I have committed a crime." Tianlong Shenzi smiled and invited Liu Yi to go in. Liu Yi nodded and glanced at the monks here. It was found that all of them were not very old, but their cultivation bases were not low, at least they were in the state of integration. In addition to the trio of brothers Zhang Fan that Liu Yi was familiar with, there were also senior brothers and sisters from the Baiyun Immortal Sect, including Nangang Moyu, and the younger generation of geniuses from the Baiyun Immortal Sect. Some Liu Yis have met, and some Liu Yis don't know each other. And there are many geniuses in other Xianzong holy places here, adding up to hundreds of people. Of course, these were not geniuses from all the Xianzong holy lands in Tianming. Those who could be invited by Tianlong Shenzi in advance were naturally geniuses from Xianzong holy lands who had a good relationship with Tianlong holy land. But soon, Liu Yi found a different monk. It turned out to be a three-eyed clan, and his cultivation base was already in the realm of a true fairy, and his strength was quite strong. Liu Yi looked at the three-eyed man in surprise, and found that this man seemed familiar. As a fairy, Liu Yi's memory is naturally excellent, even if it is just a glimpse, it will not fade in tens of thousands of years. After he thought for a while, he remembered, isn't this the three-eyed cultivator who was attracted by his aura after he raised Tianming's defensive formation? Liu Yi remembered that he seemed to be the heir of the Boros Chamber of Commerce. It seems that there are quite powerful geniuses in the entire three-eyed star area. Liu Yi was a little surprised, he didn't expect this person to be here. Tianlong Shenzi has been paying attention to Liu Yi. Seeing that Liu Yi has noticed Nuke, he quickly introduced with a smile, "Brother Liu, this brother is Nuke. I traveled to Tianming before I ascended. By chance, I met this man. Brother. To be honest, I was able to ascend thanks to Brother Nuke, who has been with me during this period of time and has benefited me a lot." Tianlong Shenzi introduced to Nuke again, "Brother Nuke, this is my brother Liu, he is the pride of our entire Tianming, and he is also the person I admire the most." Liu Yi looked at Nuke, with a faint smile and said, "No need to introduce, I know him." Hearing this, Son of Heavenly Dragon was taken aback, looked at Liu Yi in astonishment, and then at Nuke, "Brother Liu, do you know Brother Nuke?" Nuke stood up and saluted Liu Yi with a very low attitude, "I have met Mr. Liu. I didn't say a few words when we met last time. I regretted it after I came to Tianming and learned about your deeds." Liu Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Nuke, "So, you approached me through Brother Aotian?" Hearing this, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly cooled down. Tianlong Shenzi's eyes widened even more, his face was pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He looked at Nuke in astonishment, with an expression of disbelief. This fellow Taoist who accompanies him to discuss the Dao actually wants to get close to Brother Liu through him? "Brother Liu, Tianlong Shenzi wanted to explain. Liu Yi smiled and waved his hands, "It's okay, he's a real fairy. I'm afraid it's because of our relationship that he's following you. Even without you, he'd be following someone else." In fact, when Liu Yi saw Nuke, he guessed that this Nuke probably approached him through the Son of Heavenly Dragon. As for the purpose of approaching, Liu Yi didn't think that the genius of the three-eyed tribe would lose his mind and think against him. Among other things, if he stayed in Tianming from then on and did not leave, then he should know his strength and his identity. With the status of Guanzhaihu's family, this three-eyed genius probably wouldn't dare to have other thoughts about him. So it was probably just for show. Tianlong Shenzi was moved when he heard the words, but he was also very guilty, bowed his head and fell silent. Yu Yuanwu on the side looked at Nuke and couldn't help laughing, "Ha, the three-eyed family, why are you trying so hard to get close to my brother-in-law?" Being stared at by Yu Yuanwu, Nuke felt a little chills in his heart, but he knew that this master was a direct genius of the Yu family. Just this one, he can't afford to provoke him at all. Not to mention, there was an even more exaggerated Liu Yi. Nuke quickly explained, "Mr. Yu, Brother Aotian and I really hit it off. It is only because we admire Mr. Liu that we want to meet Mr. Liu." Speaking of this, he smiled indifferently, to put it bluntly, although my three-eyed family is not bad in the three-eyed star area, but in the eyes of the Yu family, it is just an ant. How dare I treat Mr. Liu? Do you have ideas with Mr. Yu? I just hope that I can follow Mr. Liu just like Brother Aotian." Hearing this, Liu Yi raised his eyebrows. He originally thought that Nuke saw him just to show his favor. Unexpectedly, this Nuke actually wanted to follow him? You must know that showing favor and following are completely two concepts. Hearing this, Yu Yuanwu's expression on the side eased a bit, looked at Nuke carefully, and said with a chuckle, "I didn't expect the three-eyed star to have such a discerning monk like you. If you can follow my brother-in-law, yes, it's a great fortune for you." Tianlong Shenzi and others nearby heard Nuke's words, and their expressions eased a bit. After all, this cultivator in the realm of immortals wanted to follow Liu Yi. This is certainly not a bad thing. Nuke smiled slightly and looked at Liu Yi. Mr. Liu is extremely talented, I deeply admire it. It would be my honor to follow Mr. Liu. Liu Yi thought for a while, then smiled lightly and said, let's talk about following, since you are Brother Aotian's friend, it's fine to stay here. Hearing this, Nuke's eyes lit up and he smiled, young Master Liu is right. Liu Yi didn't directly refuse, but let him stay here, showing that there was a chance. Nuke was naturally excited. The atmosphere eased, and everyone gathered again, toasting and chatting again. Soon, the atmosphere was warm again. Tianlong Shenzi also toasted frequently and apologized to Liu Yi with guilt, saying that he hadn't noticed that Nuke had ulterior motives. Liu Yi didn't blame Tianlong Shenzi. After all, the difference between a cultivator who crossed the catastrophe and a real immortal was too big. Tianlong Shenzi couldn't possibly notice anything. Moreover, Tianlong Shenzi himself did not know Nuke, so it is even more impossible to have this association. Afterwards, the ascension ceremony was held as usual. A group of people left Aotian Temple and came to the square in the center of Tianlong City. The square is huge, with a radius of tens of kilometers. There are tables and tables on it, and the smell of delicacies permeates the air. Long Yuan flew over and smiled at Liu Yi, friend Liu Daoist, you didn't notify me when you came? No matter what, I have to go personally to receive a distinguished guest. Liu Yi smiled, you don't have to do this, fellow Daoist Long. I came here as a friend of Brother Aotian. You have quite a lot of guests to entertain. Ha ha ha, since this is the case, no matter what, you and fellow Daoist you have to sit at the main table. Otherwise, I feel uneasy. Long Yuan insisted. Liu Yi and Yu Yuanwu looked at each other, and finally did not refuse. Together with Long Yuan, the two came to the main table. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss, thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the sunset and stars gradually, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the middle-aged man who has no money. Chapter 327 Star Gift, Stargate completed. There were more than a dozen monks sitting on the main table, all of them were powerful existences above the level of true immortals. These monks were all immortals who had ascended before dawn, including Wang Jianyuan and Sword Daoist. Seeing Long Yuan bringing Liu Yi over, the group stood up one after another. Fellow Daoist Liu, long time no see. Master Liu, I didn't expect you to come too. The monks greeted each other with a smile. Liu Yi also nodded to several people, and sat down with Yu Yuanwu. The atmosphere of the ascension ceremony was warm. There were dancing fairies invited by Tianlong Sacred Land from other Immortal Sect Holy Lands. The crowd exchanged wine and exchanged the cooperation between the Immortal Sacred Lands and the distribution of various resources. Liu Yi just smiled and watched without participating. For him, the few resources that these people in charge of the Holy Land of Xianzong are fighting for are too few. Yu Yuanwu next to him was naturally not interested either. After all, behind him is the Yu family, and his vision is wider. The gathering of the grand ceremony lasted for 2 full days. 2 days later, everyone had a good time, and the host and guest had a good time, and then they left separately. Just as Liu Yi was about to leave with Zhang Fan and the others, Nuke chased after him, Master Liu, please wait. Liu Yi stopped, looked at Nuke, and said with a light smile, Brother Nuke, what's the matter? Nuke smiled a little embarrassedly, young Master Liu, I see that the Stargate seems to be being built on the outskirts of Tianming. According to this speed, it may not take 300 years to complete the construction. Liu Yi nodded slightly, indeed. Nuke smiled slightly and said, young Master Liu, have you ever thought about it? With the Stargate, the communication between Tianxing and other regions will become closer. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, what does Brother Nuke mean? Nuke said seriously, Since I plan to follow young Master Lu, I naturally hope to help young Master Lu. I see that young Master Lu will preach to Tianming every few decades, so I must have a deep feeling for Tianming. I am one of the heirs of the Boros Chamber of Commerce, and what our Boros Chamber of Commerce is best at is the creation of commercial planets. If there are commercial planets around Tianxing, it will definitely benefit all living beings in Tianming. Lu Yi heard this, thought about it, and found that there was nothing wrong with what Nuke said. This principle is the same as the development of China in the previous life. After a commercial district is established, the original residents on the side will benefit more or less. It is also applicable in this world. If there is a prosperous commercial planet next to Tianming, then for monks in Tianming, there will be more opportunities for obtaining some precious resources. After all, although Lu Yi can get a lot of rewards and resources for completing the mission, it is impossible for him to distribute the resources to everyone in Tianming. If given such an opportunity, they may be able to obtain more resources. However, Lu Yi thought for a while and said, "What do you need?" Nuke shook his head immediately, and said with a smile, "I don't need anything, I just want to help Master Lu. In the commercial planet created, monks from Tianming can go to open shops on it, and the Boros Chamber of Commerce will not take any money, whether it is tax or the shop rent is free. All other shops are given to young Master Lu, and the entire planet is up to you, young Master Lu." Hearing this, Lu Yi was stunned for a moment, his face turned a little weird. "You mean, our Boros Chamber of Commerce spent a lot of resources to create a commercial planet, and then gave it to me? This means that it is equivalent to opening up a Lujia's Y and giving it to Lu Yi. Of course, there are still differences, but the general concept is almost the same. This is a bit of a waste of thought, and Nuke can be said to have invested a lot of money. You know, opening up a commercial planet is not so easy. Whether it is changing the environment on the planet, building infrastructure, or promoting it in the entire Three-Eyed Star region, it will take huge resources." Even Yu Yuan Yu beside him couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and took another look at Nuke. As Yu Yuan Yu, a direct descendant of the Yu family, he naturally knows how much painstaking effort it takes to open up a commercial planet. It may not be a big deal to the Yu family, but it is not a small expense to the forces in the Three-Eyed Star region. This Nuke is quite willing. When Zhang Fan and the others nearby heard this, their eyeballs almost popped out. Even though they haven't ascended to heaven or left Tianming, they are monks of the Baiyun Immortal Sect after all, and they have more or less heard some elders talk about the prosperity beyond Tianming. Because of this, they can more or less understand what it means to be a commercial planet. This Nuke is so bold. He was willing to directly send junior brother Lu a commercial planet. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment, then chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, then you can figure it out yourself." Nuke's eyes lit up and he smiled in surprise. Lu Yi accepted his kindness, which meant that Lu Yi accepted him. Nuke immediately said, "Don't worry, young Master Lu, I'm sure you will be satisfied. However, I'm afraid it will take a while, and my current line of succession is not enough. If I want to do this, I need to become the number one heir." When Nuke said this, he was also a little embarrassed. Then he added, "But it won't be long. These days, I have heard Master Lu preaching in Tianxing, and I have made great progress. I should be able to break through to the realm of Xianxian in a short time. By then, the Star Gate should be just now. It hasn't been long since it was built. There must be time." Lu Yi was stunned, no wonder this guy wanted to follow him so much. It turned out that it was because I had benefited from listening to him during this period of time. He chuckled and said, "In that case, you can do as you see fit, but I don't like too many people disturbing me, do you understand?" Nuke nodded and said with a smile, "Of course I understand. Don't worry, young Master Lu." Afterwards, Nuke and Lu Yi bid farewell and left. After Nuke left, Zhang Fan and the others were still a little unresponsive. Nangongmoyo was dumbfounded, and said a little dumbfounded, "Junior brother Lu, this is too amazing. You didn't do anything, and someone gave you a commercial planet directly." Zhang Fan and the others also nodded. They feel that their worldview has been opened up. After all, I have never heard of someone giving a gift directly to the planet before. Yu Yuanwu next to him had a calm face, and he said, "That guy named Nuke is quite smart. If brother-in-law reveals his identity, who in the three-eyed star area would not want to give brother-in-law a commercial planet? Brother-in-law's favor is much more precious than that thing." Lu Yi smiled, but what Nuke said is correct. If the Stargate is opened and there is a commercial planet, it will be a good thing for Tianming monks. The group continued to fly while chatting. Not long after, the group returned to Baiunxian Zone. Lu Yi and Yu Yuanwu returned to Lingluo Peak, and the others also went back to practice. Time passed, and another 300 years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi's cultivation base has been steadily improving, and after absorbing the Chaos God Crystal, his cultivation base has also increased a bit faster. Just 5 years ago, his cultivation successfully broke through to the 9th level of the true immortal. It is only one step away from the peak of the real immortal. On this day, Lu Yi was practicing, when suddenly the voice of Peak Master Ling Luo came from outside the door, "Stinky boy, come out quickly." Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes, and there was a stream of chaotic air in his eyes. He left the cave and appeared outside the door. Peak Master Ling Luo was wearing a white dress, with his arms crossed, standing outside the cave. "Master, what's the matter?" Peak Master Ling Luo smiled lightly, "The Stargate is finished. Master Yu Ming asked me to invite you to go and have a look. You have mastered the laws of space, and you know best whether the space channel of this Stargate is stable." Hearing this, Lu Yi's eyes lit up, "So fast? Then let's go." Lu Yi and Ling Luo Peak Masters turned into streamers, left the Baiun Immortal Sect, passed through the stars at an extremely fast speed, and entered the vacuum. Then, Lu Yi saw a huge black ring. There are a large number of mysterious patterns flickering and fluctuating on the ring, and the surrounding space line of the entire ring is distorted and sunken toward the inside. Because the entire ring has not yet been activated, the Stargate has not yet officially operated at this moment. Even so, Lu Yi can still see the area outside the Stargate, and the space line is completely different from other areas. At the edge of the Stargate, a group of monks stood in the air, watching the Stargate. Sensing that Lu Yi and Peak Master Ling Luo were approaching, they turned their heads and looked over. "I've seen young Master Lu, I've seen Second Miss," everyone said respectfully. Peak Lord Ling Luo nodded, looked at the Stargate, then looked at Lu Yi and said, "How is it?" Lu Yi nodded, "It seems that the space well is very stable. But I need to open it and see." "Master Yu Ming, can it work now?" Yu Ming is the leader of this group of refiners and formation masters. He nodded, "Of course, it can be activated at any time." "Then start it." Everyone nodded, and then, Yu Ming squeezed the formation formula with his hands, and the spirit surged all over his body, and other monks also pinched the formation formula one after another. The Stargate is considered a huge magic weapon. Even if it is only activated, it is not something a monk at the peak of Xianxian can do. A large number of monks are needed to fully activate the Stargate. Soon, the patterns on the Stargate flickered continuously, and after a while, a dark blue light appeared inside the entire ring. In Lu Yi's line of sight, the space line completely sank toward the inner side of the Stargate, forming a stable passage, but he didn't know where the end of the passage was. But no matter where it leads, there must be other Stargates facing it. The important thing is that this space channel is very stable, which means that the Stargate is no problem. According to the order of the military lord, the area connected by the Stargate is the Legion Station of the 6th Army. Presumably, the military lord and the others will come over soon. Sure enough, not long after Yu Ming finished speaking, a skyboat of the 6th Legion passed through the Star Gate and stopped in front of them. Afterwards, Yu Tianfeng flew out of the skyboat, and he smiled all over his face. It seems that the construction of the Star Gate went smoothly. Yu Ming smiled and said, "It's thanks to young Master Lu. The space nodes opened up by young Master Lu are more stable than the ones we discovered before. Based on this, the Star Gates built can form a very stable channel." Uncle Tianfeng. Both Lu Yi and Peak Master Ling Luo greeted with smiles. Yu Tianfeng nodded, "With this Star Gate, even if anyone dares to attack you, our 6th Legion can come quickly. It is enough to scare Xiao Xiao." Lu Yi was a little moved. After all, Yu Tianfeng did a lot for his safety. "Thank you, Uncle Tianfeng, for your concern. You and Ling Luo are both members of my Yu family, and this is what should be done." Yu Tianfeng waved his hand. Then, he thought of something and said with a smile, "By the way, it's rare for me to come here once a year. When is your next sermon? If it's in the near future, I'll stay and listen." Hearing this, Lu Yi smiled and said, "I was planning to give a sermon, and Uncle Tianfeng came at the right time. Of course, it has been more than 10 years since Lu Yi finished his last sermon. But Yu Tianfeng thought of him so much, he had to reciprocate anyway. For him, there was nothing to lose in preaching, but something to gain from every mission. He just didn't want to waste time. Ha ha ha, it's better to come at a good time than to come at a good time." Yu Tianfeng was very happy. Afterwards, the group returned to Tianming. Lu Yi began to preach again. Although it was a bit puzzled that Lu Yi had only preached again after more than 10 years, everyone was naturally very excited. After all, if they preach continuously in a short period of time, their gains will naturally be greater. Lu Yi's sermon lasted for a day, longer than before. When Lu Yi finished his sermon and returned to Ling Luo Peak, Yu Tianfeng was in retreat in Yu Yuanwu's residence, and Yu Yuanwu was driven out by Yu Tianfeng. At this moment, he was still in a daze, wanting to cry without tears. Seeing this, Lu Yi's mouth twitched, but he didn't say much. However, at this moment, Lu Yi suddenly felt a powerful wave passing by. The next moment, a somewhat familiar breath rose into the sky and entered the vacuum. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows, thought about it, and soon thought of who the owner of this breath was. It was Nuke. This aura fluctuates. Nuke has made a breakthrough? Lu Yi thought of what Nuke said during the last ascension ceremony, and it was almost a breakthrough during this time. This time, 2 consecutive sermons happened to catch up, and it happened to accomplish him. Peak Lord Ling Luo and Yu Yuanwu who were nearby also noticed the breath fluctuations. Peak Master Ling Luo raised his eyebrows. "Someone is breaking through? Who is this person?" Peak Lord Ling Luo didn't go to the last ascension ceremony, so naturally he doesn't know Nuke. Yu Yuanwu showed a sudden expression. He knew it. He grinned, and said, "It's a follower of my brother-in-law. Last time when that kid from the Heavenly Dragon Holy Land ascended to the grand ceremony, he followed my brother-in-law life and death." Peak Lord Ling Luo has been telling Yu Yuanwu that he is immune to the title of brother-in-law, so he just pretends he didn't hear it. She glanced at Lu Yi in astonishment. "Your boy's followers all have Xian? You know, she is only a mysterious fairy. This kid. Has he become so outrageous before he knew it?" Lu Yi smiled modestly. "I didn't expect that person to be so strongly invited to be my follower." Ling Luo Peak Master. The corner of her mouth twitched, not wanting to speak. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows and said, "It's rare for someone to ascend, do you want to go and see?" Ling Luo Peak Master shook his head. "I also have some insights, so I will go to retreat first." Yu Yuanwu looked at his residence, and twitched the corners of his mouth. "Brother-in-law, let me go with you." He wanted to retreat, but his residence was taken by Uncle Tianfeng. This is a fart. Thank you 08 for the 100 points rewarded by the boss. Chapter 328 Intervening in the Xianxian Thunder Tribulation. Lu Yi and Yu Yuan Wu soared into the sky, turned into streamers, and came into the vacuum. In the depths of the vacuum, Nuke stood in the air, with vast dark clouds floating above his head. In the dark clouds, the purple-red sky thunder is like a dragon and snake swimming among the dark clouds, flashing with aura, carrying a terrifying coercion. Nuke's expression was extremely dignified, as if he was facing an enemy of life and death. He kept taking out array discs, talismans, magic weapons, etc. to lay down heavy defenses. Lu Yi glanced at Nuke's appearance, and raised his eyebrows. The power of this thunder disaster looks very ordinary, and this Nuke is really cautious. When Yu Yuan Wu heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, his hair full of black lines. Brother-in-law, this is a thunder calamity in the Xianxian realm, and only you think it is so powerful. Yu Yuan Wu is now on the third level of the real immortal. Under such a sky thunder, he feels extremely small. Lu Yi, who was also in the realm of a real fairy, felt that his power was mediocre. What could he say? Lu Yi was taken aback. Is this thunder tribulation powerful? To be honest, according to Lu Yi's perception, the power of this kind of thunder disaster is really weak, and it can't even make him feel dangerous, but for other people, he is not very sure. After all, he doesn't know what other people's strength standards are. Yu Yuan Wu. He doesn't want to talk anymore. In addition to the two, Yuan Wu and the others were also there. After all, they were followers of Nuke, and they wanted to protect the Dharma when Nuke broke through. They were very nervous at first, but after seeing Lu Yi and Yu Yuan Wu, they were all taken aback. Then Yuan Wu hesitated, and flew over with a group of people. Ape Wu clasped his fists in salute. Ape Wu, I have met young Master Lu and young Master Yu. Lu Yi looked at Yuan Wu, and suddenly said, I remember you, you were the monk who was with Nuke back then? Yuan Wu didn't expect Lu Yi to know him, and he was a little flattered. Yes, Master Lu, I am Yuan Wu, Master Nuke's protector. Lu Yi nodded slightly, yes. Master Lu thinks, can my young master successfully break through? Yuan Wu looked at Nuke's direction with some concern, hesitated, and asked. Ordinary monks, even geniuses, are very dangerous when facing the breakthrough thunder calamity. After all, the more genius you are, the stronger thunder tribulation is, and the probability of falling is no less than that of ordinary monks. Of course, Lu Yi is an exception. After absorbing the supreme treasure of the Dao and the supreme treasure of chaos, he is completely different from the monks in the universe. Even though his thunder tribulation is already at the limit of the same level, it is no big deal to him. Lu Yi smiled and said, don't worry, this thunder tribulation is not strong, Nuke should be fine. Yuan Wu and the others breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Yu Yuan Wu. The corner of his mouth twitched. For a moment he didn't know whether he should remind Yuan Wu and the others that his brother-in-law didn't seem to have roughly changed his strength or weakness. In his heart, it is estimated that there is no strong thunder robbery. The thunder calamity began, and the purple-red sky thunder surged down, like thunder pouring down, rushing down towards Nuke. The formation that Nuke had set up before kept shaking, and Nuke shot again and again, constantly stabilizing the defense. Time passed, and gradually, Nuke's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He discovered a very serious problem. Under Master Lu's preaching, his bottleneck was quickly broken. However, Master Lu's preaching contained laws and insights far beyond his level. He was lucky enough to understand some of them. Unexpectedly, the thunder calamity it attracted unexpectedly exceeded his expectations. He has been at dawn these days, and he hasn't even returned to the Boros Chamber of Commerce, and he hasn't made complete preparations for his ascension. Now that this thunder disaster exceeded expectations, he seemed a little bit unable to stop it. Nuke's face turned pale. Isn't this playing me? If he had known that young Master Lu had given 2 sermons so quickly, he should have returned to his hometown earlier, and came out after being fully prepared. Now it was too late for Nuk to regret. Countless thunderbolts formed a sea of thunder, completely submerging an area tens of thousands of kilometers in radius. He didn't know that the defense was broken a little bit, and it wouldn't take long for it to be completely unable to hold on. Yuan Wu and the others in the distance naturally also noticed that something was wrong. At this moment, his eyes widened, with a look of astonishment on his face. It's over. The power of this thunder calamity is so strong, it exceeds the young master's ability to bear it. Lu, young master Lu, something seems wrong. Yuan Wu's voice trembled a little. If Nuke died in the thunder calamity, as a protector, he must be blamed for death. Lu Yi was also a little dumbfounded. Nuke's strength is a bit weak, can't he bear such a thunder disaster? Yuan Wu. For a moment he didn't know what to say. Yuan Wu and the others on the side were all nervously watching Nuke, who was breaking through at the moment. Hearing Lu Yi's words, they also opened their mouths with blank expressions. Isn't such a thunder disaster strong? Seeing that several people were silent and worried, Lu Yi waved his hands. Don't worry, I can save him even if he dies. After all, with the extreme level of resurrection technique, coupled with the now perfect natural law, it is too easy for Lu Yi to save a monk who is at the peak of true immortality. Hey? Yuan Wu and the others froze for a moment, looking at Lu Yi blankly. Master Lu, dead people can be rescued. Yuan Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Based on your knowledge, how can you understand how strong your brother-in-law is? Yuan Wu crossed his arms and sneered. Yuan Wu heard from the monks of the Star Realm army that Lu Yi had resurrected an old man after the Raksha clan war, and of course he knew that Lu Yi had the ability to resurrect people. Of course, when Yuan Wu heard about this, he was stunned for a long time. Even Yuan Wu didn't expect Lu Yi to be able to revive a monk, not to mention that he is a real immortal. Even the ancestor of the Yu family, the existence of the immortal level, can't resurrect life. Yuan Wu and the others came to their senses and were grateful. Thank you, young master Lu. Lu Yi shook his head and looked at the thunder disaster in the distance. At this moment, the sky thunder had pierced through Nuke's defense, and the thunder light containing the power of destruction fell on Nuke. Scorch marks appeared on Nuke's body, and his breath gradually weakened. He coughed up blood again and again, with a face full of unwillingness. Damn! I didn't expect that something would happen because of such an accident. Lu Yi thought for a while, then disappeared in place and appeared in the dark clouds. Nuke, who was still struggling, froze. Yuan Wu and others in the distance, Yuan Wu and others were also stunned. Everyone looked at Lu Yi in the dark clouds, and their minds were full of shit. What the hell? Lu Yi actually ran into the thunder tribulation? Doesn't he know that when the monks cross the catastrophe, there will be interference from outsiders, which will make the thunder catastrophe skyrocket? Nuke, who was still struggling, became numb on the spot and almost gave up struggling. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said in a daze, Young Master Lu, do you hate me so much? As you, it's too worthless to die with me, right? Lu Yi was taken aback. I'm here to save you. Save me? Nuke was at a loss. Boom! Lei Ji felt Lu Yi's entry, the dark clouds soared, and the extremely violent sky thunder surged, and various different kinds of thunder disasters appeared among the purple-red sky thunders. The coercion of the thunder broke out at an extremely terrifying speed. Under such coercion, Lu Yi, who was barely supporting himself, immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood, looking sluggish. He looked at the large number of alien sky thunders in the thunder cloud with a face full of horror, and felt his throat dry. Is this how you saved me? Lu Yi nodded seriously. Yeah, the main reason is that it would be too troublesome to save you after you die, so I thought about it, and I'd better help you get through the catastrophe. Nuke? There were too many flaws in Lu Yi's words, and he didn't know which one to complain about first. But it doesn't matter, everything doesn't matter. This can be a different kind of thunder disaster. And there are so many kinds. You have to die anyway, so be it. Nook gave up thinking. Boom. Thunder surged, pressing down on Lui and Nuke. Nuke slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. At this moment, Nuke felt an incomparably terrifying aura gushing out. This aura was so powerful that Nuke seemed to feel the ancestor of the Poros clan appearing in front of him. The breath of a golden fairy. Nuke opened his eyes suddenly, and looked towards the direction of the breath. It was Lui. At this moment, Lui's body was surrounded by mysterious and incomparable Dao patterns flickering, and the fairy aura almost turned into mist, covering his body. His aura is vast and far away, like a starry sky, a world, hovering quietly in front of Nuke like this. Lui reached out and grabbed Tian Lei. Dozens of different species of thunder tribulation were like docile sheep, caught by an irresistible force, and then sucked into the misty interior of the cloud. Nuke just felt that his world view was cracked. Damn it! Nuke, who was always calm in situations and never swears even before his death, really couldn't break down at this moment. What the fuck is this? The fusion of dozens of different types of lightning calamity, which is enough to instantly destroy almost all Suangxian sky thunder, was absorbed like this? Nuke's scalp was numb, and he stared at Lui in the clouds, wanting to see if Lui would be destroyed by such a thunder. However, the terrifying sky thunder has been completely absorbed by Lui at this moment. Lui closed his eyes, feeling the truth of Dao pattern contained in these thunders. But soon, Lui opened his eyes, with a hint of disappointment in them. Sure enough, even if the real immortal breaks through the thunder calamity of the mysterious immortal, even if he joins, it is still at the level of the law, and there is no way to upgrade to the level of the original source of the Dao. And these laws, to Lui, are completely visible forces. Most of them have been mastered to perfection by himself, and there are still some law powers that have not been mastered to perfection, but they have brought him a little gain. But that's all. On the contrary, the rewards for the tasks he assigned before he came in were even more generous. Lui shook his head and reached out again. This time, he directly pulled the thunder that had not yet fallen from the dark clouds. Those thunders are under the avenue, and they have a certain degree of self-awareness. At this moment, the thunder is rolling and struggling, and they don't want to be pulled out of the dark clouds. However, under Lui's power, these struggles were meaningless. A large number of sky thunders were pulled out of the thunder cloud and absorbed by Lui. Lui is still realizing that he doesn't have the law of perfection yet. Nuke was numb. Also numb were Yu and Yuanwu in the distance. They also didn't expect that Lui would enter the thunder tribulation, let alone absorb the Tian Li that contained dozens of different kinds of thunder tribulations. It seems that what is absorbed is not the thunder calamity. Yuanwu opened his eyes, tongue-tied, and muttered to himself, as expected of a brother-in-law. Yuanwu and the others looked dull, looking at Lui who was absorbing the thunder disaster in the distance. They didn't know what to say for a while. It didn't take long for Lui to completely absorb Lei Ji. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated with the sky thunder, and also dispersed. Lui opened his eyes, feeling quite satisfied in his heart. After absorbing so many different kinds of sky thunders, his unsatisfactory laws have also been improved a lot, and several of them have been perfected. He clapped his hands and looked at the sluggish Nuke. How is it? Have you broken through? Nuke came back to his senses, perceived his state, and showed ecstasy. Breakthrough. Really breakthrough. Nuke originally thought that he would die under the thunder calamity this time, but he didn't expect to survive the thunder calamity in this way, which was easier than any time he had survived the thunder calamity before. He bowed his hands to Lui and saluted. Thank you, young Master Lu. If it wasn't for you, I would definitely have died under the lightning calamity this time. Lui waved his hand. Since you have followed me, as long as you have no second thoughts, I will naturally help you. Nuke recalled the stalwart figure of Liu Yi grabbing Tian Li casually, with a look of reverence in his heart. He quickly said, "What's the matter, young Master Liu? You not only let me break through the bottleneck so quickly, but also saved my life." Nuke swears with his Dao heart that he will never have second thoughts about Liu Xiao. Liu Yi nodded, "Well, you just broke through, go back and consolidate your realm first." "Yes." Nuke nodded. He greeted Yuanwu and the others, and Yuanwu and the others flew over, and also thanked Liu Yi for a burst of gratitude. Liu Yi just waved his hand and let the monks leave. Yuanwu also flew to Liu Yi's side, looking at Liu Yi with a strange expression. Liu Yi was a little puzzled. "Yuanwu, why are you looking at me like that?" Yuanwu shook his head. "Brother-in-law, you are really getting more and more perverted." Liu Yi's head was full of black lines. "Are you scolding me?" Yuanwu quickly shook his head. "How dare you? I just think it's outrageous that you can meddle in other people's thunder tribulation like this, and let someone break through." Then Yuanwu thought of something, and said cheerfully, "In the future, if I survive the catastrophe, brother-in-law, you have to watch from the sidelines. If I can't survive the thunder catastrophe, it's up to you." Liu Yi smiled speechlessly. "It's best to rely on yourself to cross the robbery. Let's go back." "Don't, brother-in-law, my life depends on you." Yuanwu yelled and followed Liu Yi. A year later, Nuke consolidated his realm and broke through. In the hall, Yuanwu and the others were already waiting. "Master!" They looked at Nuke with excited expressions. They understood that it took their young master more than 500 years to break through to the immortal realm. This kind of progress is enough to make him the #1 heir of the Boros Chamber of Commerce. And as Nuke's followers, their status will naturally rise in the future. Nuke glanced at a few people, and smiled slightly. "Let's go, Hui people, and see what expressions my brothers will have when they see that I have become a Xian. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss, thank you for being faster and the 100 points rewarded by the boss." Chapter 329, A Big Man from the Yu Family. Nuke and his party boarded the Tianzhou, and the Tianzhou turned into a streamer and left Tianming. The Star Gate has just been opened, and even the space coordinates of the base of the 6th Legion of the Star Militia Army have not been connected, let alone connected to other areas. Nuke and his party can only leave by space shuttle. If it was before, even Nuke would not be so extravagant. After all, although the Boros Chamber of Commerce has a lot of influence in the Three-Eyed Star area, Nuke was only one of the heirs before, and the ranking was not even the first. The resources are also limited. Spending a lot of resources to open the space shuttle is completely worth the candle. But it's different now. Nuke couldn't wait to go back to the clan land and let everyone know that he, Nuke, had broken through to the realm of Xian, and it only took more than 500 years. When the time comes, Poro's first heir will undoubtedly be him. At that time, this resource will be nothing. Opening the space shuttle along the way, it took Tianzhou just over half a month to arrive at a bustling galaxy. This galaxy is a binary star system with more than 20 planets inside. And these planets have been transformed, and all of them are habitable planets. Among them, there are 5 planets exuding fairy spirits, which belong to fairy stars. The fairy spirit is the strongest on the 3rd planet. This is the birthplace of the Poros family, and it is also the planet where the elders and important members of the Poros family live. The family land of the Poros family. Nuke stood in the Tianzhou Hall, looking at the approaching planets outside the window, with a smile on his lips. Clan land. I'm back. Abe Wu stood beside Nuke with an excited expression. Young master, the elders of the clan will be very surprised to see that you have broken through to the profound immortal. Nuke smiled. Young master Lu brought them all, and I was just lucky. Luck and chance are also a part of monks. The young master is humble. Not everyone can become a follower of Master Lu. Abe Wu said with a smile. Master Lu also resisted the thunder disaster for the young master. It is conceivable that the young master treats the young master very well. Very important. Nuke immediately recalled Lu Yi's godlike and demon-like terrifying power during the time of crossing the catastrophe, and his expression was in a trance for a while. He returned to his senses and smiled. In this way, I will not be able to disappoint young Master Lu. While the two were talking, the spaceship passed through the defense of the galaxy and entered the ancestor star. Soon, they came to a large city in the style of the three-eyed tribe, which was outlined by a large number of complex geometric lines. Nuke and his party got off the skyboat and flew towards the big city. At the city gate, 2 monks of the Golden Ape clan were guarding the gate. The cultivation bases of these 2 Golden Ape clan monks are all in the realm of Xianxian, and their strength is astonishing. Even for the Poros clan, they are also high-level combat power. When they saw Nuke, they were all taken aback, and then smiled. Master Nuke, are you back? Afterwards, they nodded slightly to Yuan Wu. The 3 of them naturally knew each other as members of the Xianxian strongmen of the Golden Ape clan. Nuke smiled slightly. You too, I want to enter the ancestral city and meet the clan elders. One of the Golden Ape clan monks nodded. Master Nuke and Yuan Wu are allowed to enter, others are not eligible. Nuke had already expected it, and didn't say much. Just the 2 of us go in. In that case, Master Nanak, please come in. Nuke and Yuan Wu turned into streamers and flew towards the inside of the city, while the others waited outside the city. Entering the city, Nuke and Yuan Wu had a clear purpose, and flew towards the most central temple along the main road in the city. That temple is the patriarchal hall of the Poros clan. If all clan elders have no important business to go out, they basically meditate inside. Similarly, the important affairs of the Poros family are all decided by the elders, and this is also the power center of the Poros family. Nuke and Yuan Wu came to the outside of the temple, and outside the temple, there were 2 Golden Ape clan guards in the Xianxian realm. The strength of these 2 Golden Apes is stronger than the 2 at the door, and their strength has reached the late stage of Xianxian realm. Nuke took a deep breath and said, You two, inform the elders that I have something important to report. This temple is the important place of the Poros family. Even if Nuke is one of the heirs of the Poros family, he needs to be notified before he can enter. Only the first-in-line heir and the patriarch can enter without notification. The Golden Ape clan on the left looked at Nuke with a cold expression. Master Nuke, wait a moment. He turned around, climbed the stairs step by step, and entered the gate of the temple. Nuke and Yuan Wu waited quietly, while the other monk of the Golden Ape clan continued to guard with a blank expression, and the atmosphere was quiet. After a long time, the monk of the Golden Ape clan came out. Master Nuke, go in. Nuke took a deep breath and stepped up the stairs. But Yuan Wu didn't follow. Unless the clan elders allowed it, foreigners couldn't enter the temple of Poros. Nuke walked through hundreds of steps and came to the gate of the temple, which was 100 meters high. There are strands of golden streamer flashing inside the gate. Standing outside, unable to see clearly the scene inside, Nuke stepped into the door. Behind the gate is a hall with a radius of hundreds of meters. The hall is made of dark grey quaint rocks. There are stone pillars on both sides. There are also 3 stone pillars in the depth of the hall opposite the gate. On one of the stone pillars on the left side, there is an old man of the 3-eyed tribe sitting cross-legged. His breath is restrained, and his old face is full of wrinkles, just like an ordinary old man. Nuke respectfully saluted the old man. Nuke has met the Sarin clan elder, Wanan, the clan elder. The Saline elder's eyes were as clear as a baby's. He looked at Nuke, who entered the door, and a gentle voice sounded, Nuke, why are you here at the temple? Nuke smiled, the breath of his body surged, and the cultivation base of the Xianxian realm was unobstructed. Looking at Saline, whose expression was gradually stiffening and astonished, he said with a smile, the junior Nuke, after 500 years, broke through the bottleneck of Xianxian, and successfully advanced to the Xianxian realm. Fairyland. Saline stared blankly at Nuke, with a dull and shocked expression, and murmured, "Isn't he a profound immortal? Breaking through the bottleneck in just 500 years. How is that possible?" Saline couldn't believe it at all, but the facts were in front of him, so he couldn't help but believe it. His eyes suddenly flickered, disappeared above the stone pillar, and came in front of Nuke. He looked at Nuke and made sure that Nuke had really reached the realm of the profound immortal, so he laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha! Ancestral protection! Such a genius appeared in our Poros clan! Good, 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 good! Ha ha ha!" He laughed so much that his body trembled slightly, and he even coughed. Nuke was afraid that Saline would laugh himself to death. "Old Saren?" Saline gradually recovered. He looked at Nuke, and patted Nuke on the shoulder with a gentle expression, "Okay, good boy, your talent is very good, you have broken through the realm of Xianxian in just 500 years, and you will break through the Golden Realm in the future. Immortal Realm is not a problem at all, you should be able to reach the high-level cultivation base of Jingxian in your lifetime, and even Xianjun has a glimmer of hope." Saline's eyes flickered with anticipation. "If you can become a fairy, it will be enough to become the number one of our three-eyed clan, and even make the entire three-eyed clan proud of you." Nuke didn't expect Saline to have such great expectations of him. "You must know that every elder of the Poros clan is a strong man of the golden immortal level, and although Saline is not one of the most powerful three elders, it is said that his cultivation base is also in the middle of the golden immortal stage. Such a strong man is so optimistic about him, making Nuke, who has always been calm, feel a little smug for a while." All of this was brought by young Master Lu. He was even more grateful to Lu Yi in his heart. Then he also thought that just listening to Lu Xiao's preaching in the past 500 years made the clan elders admire him so much. If he followed Lu Xiao all the time, what would his future be like? When Nuke thought of this, his mood fluctuated for a while, wishing he could follow Lu Yi all the time. "Yes, the Saren tribe is old, and the juniors will work hard." Saline nodded, and then said, "The fact that you broke through to the realm of the profound immortal is extraordinary. I will inform the other clan elders, and you wait here." Nuke froze for a moment, then smiled, "Yes. Generally, the determination of the heir cannot be made by one clan elder, but at least 3 clan elders need to make a joint decision. Now that Saline is going to notify the other clan elders, it is obvious that he intends to change the line of succession." This naturally surprised Nuke. Saline disappeared on the spot, and not long after, in the hall, auras emerged quickly, and then old men appeared one after another on the stone pillars. These old men looked at Nuke inside the hall in astonishment, obviously very surprised that Nuke broke through to the realm of Xianxian so quickly. Nuke was very humble, nodding respectfully to these old men. These old men are all the elders of the Poros clan, all of them are strong at the golden immortal level, and they are also the pillars of the Poros clan. Soon, the stone pillar was almost full of old people. At this moment, 3 old men also appeared on the 3 stone pillars deep in the hall. After these 3 old men appeared, even other old men were in an uproar. Nuke's eyes widened in surprise. These 3 elders are the most powerful elders of the Poros clan. I didn't expect even these 3 to come. I've met the 3 elders. Nuke hurriedly said respectfully. The 3 old men are all pale-haired, 2 of them are men, and 1 is an old woman. The wrinkles on the faces of the 3 of them were almost stacked together. The 3 old men looked at Nuke with cloudy eyes and nodded slightly. Saline also returned to his stone pillar. At this moment, the gentle voice of one of the 3 elders sounded, "Nuke, you are fine. From now on, you are the first heir of our Poros family. Do other people have any objections? No disagreement? Break the bottleneck of Xianxian in just 500 years, such a talent should be the first successor." None of the clan elders objected. Nuke suddenly showed a pleasantly surprised smile. "Thank you 3 elders, Thank you all clan elders. The 3 elders nodded slightly. Then the old man continued to ask, Nook, according to your talent, you should not be able to break through the bottleneck of Xianxian so quickly, but what opportunity did you get? Nook was not surprised by San Lao's question. In fact, the universe is so vast that any monk can get a chance, but because there are also demons in the universe, such as Jiu, there may be deep malice hidden behind some opportunities. If you don't know the source, it may harm one party. Of course, even if they knew about the opportunity, the elders of the Poros clan never forcibly seized the opportunity discovered by other clansmen. In fact, most of the races and families that did this in the universe died out in the long river of time. Just imagine, all the opportunities discovered by the younger generations were taken away by the older generation of monks. Over time, if any younger generation is willing to tell the opportunity, the whole family will be in harmony with each other, and eventually fall apart. For young people like Nook who have only existed for more than 300,000 years, they may not have experienced it personally. But the clan elders have survived for tens of millions of years, and the 3 elders have even lived for hundreds of millions of years. They are living fossil-level figures, so they have naturally experienced such things in person. Most understand that such behavior is taboo in the whole family. Nook hesitated for a moment, and then smiled wryly, back to the elders, it's not that Nook doesn't want to say it. It's just that this opportunity involves several big figures, and I need to ask their opinions. When the clan elders heard the words, they all looked at each other in blank dismay. The 3 elders were also silent for a while, and the old man in the middle asked, our Boros family is also considered a party in the Three-Eyed Star area. As the first heir of the Boros family, you represent our Boros family. Do you know? Nook took a deep breath and nodded, Nook knows. Seeing that Nook understood the situation, the eyes of the 3 elders shone with a trace of astonishment. In that case, what kind of person are you talking about, the big shot? Nook means that such an existence is a big shot to the entire Poros family. Whether it is the 3 elders or other clan elders, they are very curious about who they are. Nook saw that all the clansmen were looking at him, and he knew in his heart that if he didn't say it, it would be difficult to explain. If the opportunity he got came from Jiu, it would be a ticking time bomb for the entire Boros family. The elders of the Boros family must know the situation. Nook took a deep breath and said calmly, those big shots are from the Yu family. As soon as these words came out, the entire hall fell silent, as if the mute button had been pressed. Afterwards, the eyes of the 3 elders flickered, and their eyes became extremely sharp. They stared at Nook, the Yu family. You said, but the Hai Yu family. Nook grinned, of course it is the ruler of Artian Luo Starfield, the Yu family. The elders of the clan were in an uproar immediately, and there were many discussions. Quiet. The voice of one of the 3 elders sounded, and the other clan elders immediately fell silent. The 3 elders came in front of Nook, the old face was in front of Nook, and Nook was a little embarrassed. The 3 elders' cloudy eyes were full of light. Nook, are you in contact with someone from the Yu family? Their breathing was a little short. You know, the Yu family is a high-ranking family. Although the Poros family is the top force in the Three-Eyed Star area, the strongest is no more than the Golden Immortal Realm. And Jingxian is in Yu's family, and it can only barely be regarded as not bad. Above Jingxian, there are strong men at the level of Xian Jun, and above the Jingxian, there are ancestors at the level of Xian Zun. The Yu family even has more than one immortal venerable patriarch. The gap between the two is too great. As long as the Yu family sends an immortal, the entire Three-Eyed Star area will be destroyed, and there will be no resistance. In the past, even if the Poros family wanted to connect with the Yu family, they never had the chance. But now, their juniors actually hooked up with the Yu family? This made the 3 ancestors, who had lived for hundreds of millions of years, feel ups and downs at this moment. Thanks to the book friend 202301271919192227 for the 600 points rewarded by the Big Brother Tianzhong, for the 500 points rewarded by the Big Brother Ice God, for the 100 points rewarded by the Big Brother Penjiu, and the 100 points rewarded by the Big Brother Penjiu, and thanks to the Big Brother 08A 100 reward points. Chapter 330, 100 Years in a Hurry, the Peak of a True Immortal. Nuke could more or less understand the excitement of the clan elders, and he was equally excited at the beginning. He smiled and nodded. Well, I did get in touch with a big shot in the Yu family and became his follower. Followers. The elders of the clan were all radiant, without any dissatisfaction. Although it's not nice to say the identity of a follower, it also depends on who the follower is. The Yu family is the top family in the Tianluo Star region, and as followers of the big figures of the Yu family, how many monks in the Three-Eyed Star region can't do what they want? Ha ha ha! In that case, Nuke, you have to follow that big man well. The old woman among the three elders was all smiles, and her wrinkles became more serious. Nuke understands. What needs does that great man have? Our Poros family must do our best to meet it. You are the first heir of the Poros family and will be the patriarch of the Poros family in the future. You should know what to do. Another one of the three elders also speak up. Nuke smiled all over his face. Yes. The three elders have already stated that as long as there are no accidents in the future, the position of patriarch of the Poros clan must be his. A group of clan elders gave Nuke a few more words, and then the three elders said, as for your change in line of succession, let us inform you now. Saline nodded, and the communication came out, and soon, one after another breath approached at an extremely fast speed. These auras are all high-level members of the Poros family. Soon, these breaths came outside the temple, and entered the temple not long after. These high-level officials include the patriarch of the Poros clan, as well as the high-level officials of the same generation as the patriarch, as well as several heirs of the younger generation. Nuke glanced over and found that not all heirs are here. After all, the younger generation has a lower level of cultivation, and it is common to go out to experience. Not all of the top executives are there, some of them need to be busy with the family business. However, Nuke saw the first heir he most wanted to see. It was a handsome young man from the Three-Eyed clan, who was also the son of the patriarch. When a group of high-ranking members of the Three-Eyed clan entered the temple and saw that the three elders were there, and even most of the elders were there, they were stunned and looked shocked. You must know that in the general meeting of the elders of the Poros clan, there are only a few elders present, and it is rare to see the three elders, let alone all the three elders, and almost all the elders appear here. Definitely something big happened. Soon, all the senior officials saw Nuke beside the clan elders. Nuke. A middle-aged man widened his eyes in astonishment. He is Nuke's father, and also one of the top leaders of the Poros family. His cultivation is at the peak of the profound immortal, and he is only one step away from the golden immortal realm. The others were also stunned. The number one heir frowned slightly, and glanced at the smiling Nuke. His heart sank, feeling that something was wrong. One of the three elders said slowly, "There is a big announcement today." All the high-ranking members of the Three-Eyed clan came back to their senses quickly, bowing down respectfully and saluting, "Please give orders, elders of the clan." The order of succession has changed. Nuke has been promoted to be the first-in-line heir. In addition, he has become the young patriarch of the Poros clan. As soon as these words came out, all the senior officials of the Three-Eyed clan were stunned. It's fine if it's just the first-in-line heir, but the point is, he even became the young patriarch? This has almost been decided by default. Nuke is the next patriarch of the Poros clan. Everyone had different expressions. Nuke's father was full of surprise, while others were surprised and embarrassed. The young man who was originally number one stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief. "Clan elder, why?" One of the three elders glanced at him, and said with a light smile, "Nuke spent 500 years breaking through the bottleneck of the immortal, breaking through to the immortal realm, and he is amazingly talented enough to lead the Poros clan. What? Xianxian realm? How is it possible? All the senior officials of the three-eyed clan looked at Nuke in astonishment. Nuke smiled, his breath circulated, and the fairy spirit in the Xianxian realm surged, immediately dispelling everyone's doubts. The original first-in-line heir had an even more ugly expression, full of disbelief. Of course he knew what it meant to break through the bottleneck of Xianxian after only spending 500 years. And one of the three elders continued, in addition, Nuke follows a big man from the Yu family, and the future prospects are bright. Our Poros family must be better in his hands. As soon as these words came out, all the higher UPS were breathless. The high-level executives who were still somewhat dissatisfied looked at Nuke in disbelief. And the first-in-line heir turned pale all of a sudden. The Yu family, is that the Yu family? The patriarch was the father of the first-in-line heir, and he was naturally dissatisfied at first, but now, his voice was a little excited. As the helm of a family, he knows best how beneficial the reward will be if the Poros family can get in touch with the Yu family. Even if the members of the Yu family didn't make any statement, as long as there is such a relationship, other top forces will be a bit scrupulous, and they will be biased in the competition for various resources. This is the name of the Yu family. Nuke naturally also noticed the reactions of the high-level people, and felt a little weird. These people are too short-sighted. Just hearing that the great figures of the Yu family are so excited, if they know that Liu Shao even pays so much attention to the ancestors of the Yu family's immortals, how would they react? If you let them know that Liu Shao's preaching can even arouse the aura of Daoism, what will be their reaction? I'm afraid I can't believe it, right? No. In fact, if it was him before, I'm afraid it would be equally unbelievable. Nuke suddenly felt that after following Liu Yi, his vision was completely different from before. He saw a wider world. Now, Nuke's eyes are no longer limited to the Golden Fairy Realm, but the more powerful Fairy Realm. As long as I stay by young Master Lu's side, even if it's a Fairy King, I have hope to achieve it. Nuke was very determined. Yes, that Yu family. This decision was made jointly by the elders of our clan. Is there any objection? One of the three elders said. Many high-level officials looked at each other, and then the patriarch shook his head. There is no objection. Even the original number 1 heir lowered his head at this moment. 5 years later. Tianming, Baiun Xianzong, Ling Lufeng. Liu Yi was practicing, when suddenly his communication jade vibrated. He slowly opened his eyes, turned on the communication jade, took a look, and raised his eyebrows. Unexpectedly, it was Nuke who was looking for him. Liu Yi left the cave and came to Ling Luo Peak. Nuke and Yuan Wu are waiting at the mountain gate at the bottom of Ling Luo Peak. The two monks at the Jindan realm on the side stopped them from going up the mountain gate. Even though the two have always said that they are Liu Yi's followers, the two monks don't believe it at all. After all, they had never appeared on Ling Luo Peak before, so they were not allowed to go up. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. However, Nuke and Yuan Wu did not dare to be dissatisfied. Nuke has been in Tianming for such a long time, so he naturally knows that Tianming Immortal Sect is the sect where Liu Yi was born and raised. Ling Luo Peak is where he cultivates, and the master of Ling Luo Peak is still the second daughter of the Yu family. Naturally, he didn't dare to be presumptuous under Ling Luo Peak, and managed to improve young Master Lu's favor, because she would slap herself twice if this kind of thing went bad. In fact, Nuke originally wanted to practice Zhang Fan. After all, he and Zhang Fan had met in Tianlong Holy Land back then, and their relationship was pretty good. But I didn't expect that Zhang Fan and the others had gone out to practice, so he could only disturb Liu Yi. You two fellow deists, we are really young Master Lu's followers. Nuke scratched his head helplessly. Who would have thought that the young patriarch of the dignified Poros clan would be frustrated in front of two Golden Core monks at this moment? One of the Golden Core cultivators rolled his eyes and said, who would believe you? Even in our immortal sect, there are quite a few cultivators who claim to be followers of Liu Xianzu, let alone the two of you who look so unfamiliar. Liu Yi happened to see this scene, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He found that this nuke was quite interesting. He was so kind to the members of Jindan sect of Ling Luo Peak, and Liu Yi's sense of him became a little better. He suddenly appeared outside the mountain gate, making everyone stunned. Even Nuke and Yuan Wu in Xianxian realm didn't notice how Liu Yi appeared. The two Jindan sect members were even more stunned, and soon they saluted in surprise, Liu Xianzu. Liu Yi smiled, "They are indeed my followers, let them go when you see them later." The two Jindan sect members were taken aback, and immediately admitted their mistake. "Liu Xianzu, we were wrong." Liu Yi shook his head with a smile, "It's okay, you didn't know before, what is your duty, you did a good job." The two Jindan disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Yi looked at Nuke and the two, and said with a smile, "Come up with me." "Yes." Nuke and Yuan Wu looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Liu Yi's attitude towards them is enough to represent everything, much better than last time. Arriving outside Liu Yi's cave, Nuke and Yuan Wu were stunned when they saw a large number of immortal trees and grasses. Even in the ancestral star of the Poros family, there are not so many fairy trees and grasses. These were planted by the various seed rewards that Liu Yi had obtained for doing missions over the years. Now the entire Ling Luo Peak area is almost full of fairy trees and grasses. Liu Yi even gave a few plants to other peaks, mainly because Ling Luo Peak couldn't grow any more. "Starlight deer!" Nuke exclaimed when he saw the starlight deer cultivating under the sky star tree. Little Xing Xing opened his eyes, glanced at Nuke and Yuan Wu. After seeing Liu Yi, it yowled twice, ran over and rubbed against Liu Yi's feet. Liu Yi joyfully hugged little Xing Xing and stroked it gently. This little thing is more homely than him, and has been in Ling Luo Peak all these years, and has never even left around the Tianxing tree, and almost huddled here to practice. And the cultivation speed is still very fast, and they are already real immortals. Although they are a little worse than him, they are faster than the senior sisters and the others. Seeing that Xing Guangluo was so clingy, both Nuke and Yuan Wu almost popped their eyes. This is completely different from the starlight deer they knew before, right? This fairy beast also has the breed of sycophant? Nuke and Yuan Wu expressed contempt. Liu Yi led the two into the cave, and motioned them to sit down. "What do you want from me?" Nuke quickly said, "Thanks to young Master Liu, I have become the first heir of the Boros clan and the head of the young patriarch." Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, and said with a light smile, "Congratulations, this is also the result of your hard work." Nuke smiled, and then said a little anxiously, "The elders of our clan asked me about young Master Lu's location, but I didn't tell you. You said you didn't want too many monks to disturb you." Liu Yi nodded, "You did a good job." Liu Yi really doesn't like to be disturbed by others. He also knows that his preaching is a great opportunity for ordinary monks. Let alone spread it in the universe, even if it spreads in the three-eyed star area, I'm afraid it will change here. It was very confusing. Even if there is a star gate now, the star army can come to Tianming at any time. He doesn't like trouble. Nuke breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, "However, young Master Liu, if you want to build a commercial planet, then I am afraid that many chambers of commerce will come here, and your reputation and preaching will probably spread to the Third Eye sector." Liu Yi frowned slightly, he hadn't thought of this before. Seeing Liu Yi frowning, Nuke didn't say much, just waiting for Liu Yi to make a decision. Liu Yi thought for a while, and said, "What kind of power will the monks who want to come here to do business at that time be?" Nuke immediately said, "The business of our Boros Chamber of Commerce includes many industries, whether it is elixir, refining, talisman, or materials, we are all involved, and the forces we cooperate with are also the top forces of the Three-Eyed Clan." Liu Yi said, "Since that's the case, then you can tell the leaders of other forces that there can't be too many people here." As for the candidates, let them choose by themselves. Hearing this, Nuke's eyes lit up. Of course. Young Master Lu's method is no problem. Lui chuckled lightly. Since that's the case, then you can do it. Don't affect Tianming's creatures. Don't worry, young Master Lu, I will pay attention. Nuke said excitedly. Afterwards, Nuke and Yuanwu bid farewell to Lui. Lui played with Xiao Xing for a while, and then went back to practice. In the following period of time, Lui's life settled down again. However, with the opening of the Star Gate, the Star Soldiers of the 6th Legion will come to the Star to stay as long as they rest for one round. For this reason, Baiun Xianzong specially prepared a large city nearby as a place for monks from the Star Realm army to settle down. These astral troops came one by one and didn't want to leave. After all, the concentration of aura outside Baiun Xianzong is not low, so it is no problem for them to practice here. The most important thing is that if you are lucky, you can hear Lui preaching. Even for the Star Realm army in the true Immortal Realm, or even the company commander of the Star Realm army in the profound Immortal Realm, Lui's sermons are of great benefit. With such a good cultivation environment, who wouldn't want to stay here? The only trouble is that the Star Realm army has too many things to do. They are in the entire jurisdiction, dealing with all kinds of evil spirits, demons, and other dangers, and they have to leave after the rest time. For this reason, Yu Tianfeng, the leader of the 6th Legion, even specially let the Star Realm army stay in Tianming. The purpose is that when Lui is about to preach, he will let the Star Realm army go back and inform Yu Tianfeng, and ask for other star militia. After all, even Yu Tianfeng can gain a lot from preaching. Unless he had to, Yu Tianfeng would hardly miss any sermon, and would rush over from the Star Gate. In addition to the Star Territory Army, Nuke and Lui completed the communication, chose the planet on the edge of Tianming as the commercial planet, and began to build it. The Poros clan was originally the top chamber of commerce in the Three-Eyed Star District, so they are naturally very skilled in developing commercial planets. Lui has seen that the construction speed of the commercial planet is extremely fast. In just 100 years, most of it was built. And during this time, Lui also successfully broke through to the peak of the true immortal. According to this speed, the commercial planet can be built before Lui breaks through to the Xianxian realm. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Written request for leave. Brothers, the author has something to do today, please take a day off. Chapter 331 The commercial planet is completed, a great existence. Another 80 years have passed, and Lui is getting closer and closer to Suingxian's consummation. On this day, outside Lui's cave, Nuke's voice sounded, "Young Master Lu, are you there?" Lui opened his eyes and disappeared in place. Outside the cave, Lui opened the door, and saw Nuke and Yuanwu standing outside respectfully. Lui smiled slightly, "Why do you come to me when you have time? It's like this. The commercial planet has been built, but it's not open yet. I would like to invite you, young Master Lu, to take a look. If you have any opinions, we can still change it now." Hearing this, Lui was a little surprised. It will be all right so soon? Of course, Tianming's business planet is very important to our Boros Chamber of Commerce. Nuke looked serious. In fact, Nuke pulled almost all the available architects, refiners, formation masters, etc. of the Poros family to this area, in order to complete the construction of this commercial planet as quickly as possible. This was the first gift he gave Lui as a follower of Lui, so he naturally didn't want to make mistakes. If it was in the past, the Poros family would definitely not allow Nuke to be so nonsense. After all, it is too wasteful for so many special talents to come together for one commercial planet. In addition, the various materials used to build this commercial planet are the best. Regardless of the fact that it is only less than 200 years old, the resources lost by the Poros family are enough to be supplemented by the accumulation of the entire family for nearly 10,000 years. Moreover, this business planet is still a gift, which means that they have no chance to get back their money. However, the sender was Luyi after all. With Luyi's consent, Nuke notified the elders of the Poros clan about Luyi's general situation. The elders understood the general situation and immediately made a decision that Nuke must put the business planet at the forefront. Because of this, Nuke was able to build a huge commercial planet in just 200 years. However, Nuke did not tell Luyi about these things, so as not to make Luyi feel suspected of taking credit. Luyi glanced at the serious Nuke, nodded slightly, and said with a light smile, "In that case, let's go and have a look." Speaking of this, Luyi suddenly paused, and said, "Wait a minute, I'll call a few people over." Nuke naturally has no objection. Luyi quickly went to find Lu Ningxuang, Donggong Minjiu, Yun Xi, and Jian Ruyu. About the business planet, Luyi also told them when they went out to play together these years. Also understand the general situation. When they heard that the commercial planet had been built, they were of course very curious, and expressed their desire to go and see it. Then Luyi went to Lingluo Peak again, and wanted to ask Master and Yu Yuanwu if they would go. As a result, the two of them were also a little curious and planned to follow along to have a look. Luyi led everyone to the outside of the cave, and Nuke and Yuanwu felt a little excited when they saw the visitor. Needless to say, Lu Ningxuang and the others, both Nuke and Wu Wu, knew that they were Luyi's Taoist companions, and Peak Master Ling Luo was the second daughter of the Yu family. There is also Yu Yuanwu, a direct descendant of the Yu family. There are two children of the Yu family. One can imagine how excited Nuke and Yuanwu were. Nuke hurriedly said respectfully, "I've met Second Miss, I've met young Master Yuanwu." Peak Lord Ling Luo glanced at Nuke and Yuanwu, but did not speak, but Yu Yuanwu smiled and nodded at the two. After all, Yu Yuanwu also met the two of them during the Tianlong Shenzi's ascension ceremony, and had a face-to-face meeting. Luyi smiled, "Let's go." Immortal light flowed around Luyi's body, the space line was instantly distorted, and everyone disappeared in place. The next moment, everyone appeared in a vacuum. In front of them was a huge planet made entirely of metal. It was the commercial planet. When Nuke and Yuanwu saw the commercial planet in front of them, their eyes almost popped out. They looked numbly at the commercial planet in front of them. This is it." Nuke was a little taken aback. Although Nuke knew that Luyi was extremely powerful, this commercial planet was nearly 10 million kilometers away from Tianming, and even an immortal would need some time to fly by himself. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Luyi brought so many people here through such a long distance. But soon, Nuke came back to his senses, and said with a smile, "Everyone, this way please." Luyi nodded slightly, followed Nuke and Yuanwu, and entered this commercial planet. There are still many people on the commercial planet. Luyi glanced over and found that these people are all craftsmen and formation masters, and they are obviously the people who built this commercial planet. When they saw Luyi and the others, they immediately saluted respectfully. As monks of the Poros clan, they all knew about Luyi's affairs more or less. What's more, Nuke had specially reminded them before that if they saw Luyi and the others, they must give them the greatest respect. This area is a commercial area, and there are supporting residential areas. The houses in each residential area are equipped with gathering spirit arrays and breath-holding arrays to ensure the privacy of cultivation. Nuke introduced to Luyi and the others little by little. The Boros Chamber of Commerce has built commercial planets more than once, and it is still very skilled in this area. Luyi doesn't know much about it, but he thinks that there are many shopping malls, and they can be divided according to the types and qualities of things sold. Luyi sounds pretty good. If it is really open, then you can buy all kinds of beast fur, bones, blood and other materials here, as well as medicine pills, magic weapons, talismans, and other things. Moreover, there are from the mortal realm to the Xianxian realm. As for the things in the golden immortal realm, they are too precious. After all, there are not many golden immortal level powerhouses in the entire three-eyed star region. Liu Yi didn't care. This commercial planet gave Tianming monks more channels to obtain resources, which must be a good thing. Liu Yi smiled and nodded, yes, Nuke, you put your heart into it. Nuke's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and he quickly smiled and said, young Master Liu, as long as you are satisfied. Liu Yi thought for a while, then smiled lightly and said, come to me after a while, and I will explain to you the confusion in practice. Hearing this, Nuke's eyes lit up, and an uncontrollable ecstasy appeared on his face. Young Master Liu can gain so much by just preaching, so how about explaining the confusion of cultivation for him? Nuke has a hunch that his cultivation will definitely become smoother by then. Thank you, young Master Liu. Then, Nuke thought of something, and said, young Master Liu, you said before that you don't want too many people to disturb Tianming's creatures, and any forces that want to come to the commercial planet can only come to a few people. Today, the three-eyed star area representatives of the top forces are all on the commercial planet and are discussing future business plans with us, and they all want to meet Liu Xiao. Would you like to meet them? Hearing this, Liu Yi thought for a while, then smiled lightly and said, let's meet then. Okay, I'll take you to meet them. Nuke led Liu Yi and his party, and soon came to a huge tall building on the commercial planet. He left representatives of other forces in this place. A group of people entered it and soon came to a hall. There are more than a dozen young monks in the hall, most of them are the three-eyed tribe, and there are also various other races such as the Golden Ape tribe and the Red Gold tribe. Liu Yi glanced over and found that they were all in the Xianxian realm, and their cultivation bases were not low. And they are not that old. It should not be much older than Nuke, at most 4 or 5 million years old. Don't look at 40,000 years, which is almost half of the lifespan for ordinary celestial beings, but it is really young for Xianxian. It is conceivable that each of these monks is probably a genius of the top forces. It made Liu Yi feel a little stunned that so many geniuses could come here. Those top forces in the three-eyed star district more or less knew the strength of him, Shizun, and that boy Yuan Wu. Sure enough, when they saw Nuke walking in with Liu Yi and his party, they immediately stood up and stepped forward to greet them. Brother Nuke, are you here? Although they were greeting Nuke, they looked at Liu Yi and the others from time to time, with a somewhat reserved expression. Nuke nodded, and introduced at the same time, everyone, this is young Master Liu Yulu, and this is the second Miss of Yu family, this is young Master Yuan Wu of Yu family, and this is Fairy Lu. After Nuke introduced the identities of Liu Yi and the others, all the young geniuses from the three-eyed star region saluted immediately. It turned out to be young Master Liu. Li Yinfen is the contemporary sword master of Xian Yuan sword sect, and he has long admired his name. My concubine is returning to Fengamerlet, I wish the second lady well. One by one, the monks reported their families, and the atmosphere was warm. Liu Yi smiled and nodded, responding to them. Ling Luo Peak Lord didn't like this kind of communication. With a sleepy face, he just nodded to a few female cultivators who were pleasing to the eye. Yu Yuanwu is a social cow, and chatted with a few people. Lu Ningxuang and the other four followed Liu Yi. Lu Ningxuang herself was cold and rarely spoke. Yun Xi has an ethereal temperament, a gentle personality, and a smile on his face. But Donggong Minjiu and Jian Ruyu are more extroverted. Among the geniuses in the three-eyed star area, the male monks know that they are Liu Yi's Taoist companions, so they don't dare to look at them. Yi communicates with Yu Yuanwu. But the female monks circled around them, and they quickly chatted together. With so many geniuses from the top forces in the three-eyed star region here, Liu Yi also understood that they were probably here for his preaching. After all, even the Star Militia Army was very interested in his preaching, let alone monks of ordinary power. Liu Yi didn't feel anything about it, as long as it didn't interfere with his normal cultivation. After communicating for a while, Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang bid farewell to them and left the commercial planet. After Liu Yi and the others left, Nuke and a group of top talents from the Three-Eyed Star region hadn't left yet. One of them was a handsome top genius with a grey long sword on his back. He looked at Nuke and said, "Brother Nuke, is young Master Liu really that strong?" This person is Li Yinfen, the sword son of Xian Yuan sword sect. The Poros family is the top force in the Three-Eyed Star region, and they focus on business, so building a commercial planet is naturally not a big deal. Regarding the fact that the Poros family recently started to build a new commercial planet, other top forces have learned about the situation for the first time. But none of the top forces expected that the newly created commercial planet of the Poros family would be in a remote and distant star system. If it's just like this, it's fine. When they came here to investigate, many top forces found that there was a star gate here. You must know that the forging technology of star gates is not available in the entire Three-Eyed Star area. The star gates in their star area are all forged by higher level powerful races. Even thinking about it now is painful. And now? A remote galaxy in a Three-Eyed Star area actually has a star gate? Who would believe this? Coupled with the fact that the Poros family uncharacteristically spent a lot of manpower and material resources to build a commercial planet in such a place, this has to make people think. As a result, strong men from the top forces in the entire Three-Eyed Star area went to the Poros family to reminisce about the old days, and finally learned from the Poros family that there is actually a big shot from the Yu family in that seemingly inconspicuous star system. This naturally shocked the top forces in the entire Three-Eyed Star region. What kind of power is the Yu family? That is a powerful force that dominates the entire Tianluo starfield. They couldn't believe it at first that the important figures of the Yu family were in such a ghostly place. It wasn't until Nuke came forward and explained the situation that many top forces believed it. Moreover, I heard that the big man actually preaches every once in a while, which is of great benefit to the monks, which made the top forces in the entire Three-Eyed Star region go crazy. Everyone can't wait to make a deal with Nuke immediately, and also occupy a place on that commercial planet. Nuke explained the situation, naturally for the popularity of the commercial planet. If there is no benefit, no one would go to conduct commercial activities in such a place to build a commercial planet. But now, there is this reason, and it is still the reason to make everyone crazy. However, Nuke also kept Liu Yi's words in mind, not to let too many people go to Tianming's commercial planet, so as not to disturb the life of Tianming's creatures. Originally, the top forces in the Three-Eyed Star district were still a little dissatisfied, but no one dared to say anything more when they heard that the rules were set by the big figures of the Yu family. In the end, after thinking about it, these top forces sent the young generation with the best talent and potential in the clan to this place, obviously intending to further study them. After all, Nuke was originally only in the realm of Immortal Realm. After staying here for 500 years, he broke through to Profound Immortal. Everyone knows that this place is a treasure. When Li Yinfen first heard about this, he still didn't quite believe it. After all, this is outrageous. What kind of preaching can make a true immortal peak break through the bottleneck and break through to the Xianxian realm in 500 years? It's possible if the preacher is an immortal, but the preacher is actually a real immortal? Li Yinfen really felt a little outrageous. In fact, not only Li Yinfen, but also other top geniuses were somewhat skeptical. Even the people at the helm behind their forces are also skeptical. If things are different from what Nuke said, then it is naturally impossible for the business activities of these top forces to stay here completely. Nuke naturally understood their thoughts and smiled slightly. After a while, you will know. He understood that if he hadn't seen and experienced it with his own eyes, no one would believe such a thing. Even if he has experienced it himself, it still feels a little dreamy to think about it now, let alone other people. So Nuke understands the thoughts of Li Yinfen and others very well. All he can do is to make them wait. After all, facts speak louder than words. When they really experience the powerful Dao tide, they will understand how great Liu Shao is. In Nuke's heart, even the immortal venerable could not compare with Liu Yi. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 332 Returning to Yuxing, Breaking Through Xianxian. Liu Yi, who returned to Lingluo Peak, continued to retreat. He is only one step away from the consummation of the true immortal. For the next time, no one disturbed him, and he has been practicing steadily. In just 30 years, Liu Yi has reached the consummation of the realm. Liu Yi could feel the bottleneck of Xianxian realm, which was right in front of him. And with his current foundation, he can feel that as long as he rushes at will, this bottleneck will be broken instantly. For him, there is no difference between bottleneck and absence. Liu Yi was not in a hurry to break through, he first announced the mission in his heart. Task: Breakthrough to the Xianxian realm. Reward: 10 drops of Chaos Essence. Whether to accept the task, yes/no. Liu Yi naturally accepted the task. Chaos Essence should be more powerful than Chaos Crystal. He was very happy in his heart, and when he broke through and absorbed the essence of chaos, his foundation would only be further improved. After accepting the mission, Liu Yi left the cave to inform Lu Ningxuang, Lingluo Peak Master and Yu Yuanwu. He intends to fly to Yuxing. For the creatures of Tianming, the tidal wave of the Dao that he usually preaches is enough for them to comprehend. The tidal wave of the Dao brought by his breakthrough is too mysterious. But going to Yuxing is different. The ancestor of the Yu family is an immortal, and there are many bosses at the level of Xianjun and monks at the level of Jingxian. Maybe the patriarch of the Yu family can break through that heavy barrier and become an immortal king? If the patriarch of the Yu family can really become an immortal king, then he doesn't have to worry too much about Zhiyu. At least with the immortal king carrying it for a short period of time, there must be no problem. In addition to this reason, there is another important reason. That is, the tidal range of the avenue brought about by his breakthrough must be extremely exaggerated. The last time he broke through to the realm of the real fairy, he received a lot of attention. If he breaks through at Tianming this time, the range will only be larger, and it will only attract more attention. Although there is a Star Gate now, the Star Realm Army of the 6th Legion will provide support soon, but it is impossible for the Star Realm Army to guard here all the time. And if you are in Yuxing, you don't have to worry about this. In the entire Tianluo Starfield, what kind of idiots would go to the headquarters of the Yu family to investigate the tide of the avenue? If so, Liu Yi would actually respect him as a man. Hearing that Liu Yi was about to break through, Lu Ningxuang and the others performed well. Although they were a little surprised, after all, they had been together day and night, and they knew more or less about Liu Yi's progress, so they had long been mentally prepared. But Lingluo Peak Master and Yu Yuanwu didn't believe it. Both were dumbfounded. Especially Lingluo Peak Lord, she didn't even feel sleepy, she stared at Liu Yi with wide eyes. Stinky boy, are you kidding me? You are going to break through to the realm of Xianxian. How long did she practice hard in order to break through Xianxian? But what about the bastard? She thought about it, and it seemed that 1,000 years hadn't even come yet. This is so. Ling Lufeng's master is numb. She also felt that it would take at least a few thousand years for her to be surpassed by this bastard, but she didn't expect to be surpassed so soon. Peak Lord Ling Luo wants to cry but has no tears. And Yu Yuanwu next to him was also numb. When we met for the first time, my brother-in-law's cultivation level was not as good as his. The result now? He has only just broken through to become a true immortal for a few hundred years. Although he has been listening to his brother-in-law and his cultivation speed is much faster than before, he is still far away from the peak of a true immortal, let alone a mysterious immortal. He originally thought that his cultivation speed was already extremely fast. As a result, now his brother-in-law told him that he already wanted Xianxian. Tired, so be it, destroy it. Yu Yuanwu didn't want to talk anymore. Lu Yi smiled and nodded, well, I have been practicing very hard these days, so the speed of cultivation is faster. Ling Luo Peak Master. Yu Yuan Yu. Both of them are numb, which is faster. Jian Ruyu saw that Ling Luo Peak Master and Yu Yuan Yu were both numb, and scratched his head with a smile, then shall we go to Yuxing? Lu Yi nodded, well, breaking through here, the movement is too big, and then many people will definitely stare at us Tian Ming. Moreover, the tide of the great road brought by the breakthrough must also be good for the ancestors, maybe it can help the ancestors realize the way to the realm of the Fairy King. Hearing this, although Peak Master Ling Luo didn't want to go at first, so as not to be urged by the old guys at home to do this and that with this stinky boy, he still nodded after thinking about it, that's fine. What? Year, you can already break through to the Xianxian realm. A voice of astonishment came from the courtyard of the patriarch of the Yu family. In the living room, Yu Xin and the Yu family's mistress looked at Lu Yi in bewilderment. Even if both of them are big bosses in the realm of immortal monarchs, they are a little stunned by Lu Yi's fright at the moment. Breaking through from the true immortal to the profound immortal realm in less than 1,000 years is a bit too exaggerated. Lu Yi smiled and nodded, yes, Uncle Yu. Yuxin's expression was wonderful, and she and Madame Yu were silent for a long time. Afterwards, Yuxin nodded and said with a smile, I heard that you, little guy, will attract a powerful Dao tide after breaking through. I didn't expect you to think of us, come to Yuxing to break through. Lu Yi said seriously, what did Uncle Yu say? The Yu family treats me so well. If I have such an opportunity, I will naturally think of the Yu family immediately. Yuxin nodded to Lu Yi, and said with a smile, you little guy, let's go, I'll take you to see the ancestor. The ancestor will definitely be willing to protect the Dharma for you personally. Hearing this, Lu Yi was also taken aback. When crossing the catastrophe, there are immortals who personally protect the Dharma. I am afraid that there are not many people in the entire universe who have such treatment. Lu Yi smiled and nodded, okay. Peak Master Ling Luo and Lu Ningxuang did not follow. Xin took Lu Yi and the two out of the house and went to the place where the ancestor of the Yu family lived. Soon, they met the ancestor of the Yu family. When he heard that Lu Yi was able to break through to the realm of Xianxian, even the ancestor of the Yu family who was at the level of Xianzun was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. Then he laughed suddenly, okay. These days, I feel the tide of the avenue brought about by your breakthrough last time. I have some understanding of the road to the realm of the immortal king. This time your breakthrough may allow me to take a crucial step. Lu Yi's eyes lit up when he heard the words, the kid is here to wish the ancestor to take that step first. In this way, even if the sky falls, there will be tall ones to hold it up. Lu Yi thought happily. You can adjust your state with peace of mind. When you break through, I will protect you. Yuxuan smiled slightly and gave Lu Yi a promise. Lu Yi nodded, okay. You can practice and adjust at this moment, no one will disturb you. Yuxi thought for a while and continued. Even Xin was stunned when she heard this. This is the place where the ancestors practiced latently. It is not a last resort. No child of the Yu family can enter here, let alone stay here to practice. Lu Yi is the first monk to stay here to practice, and he is not a child of the Yu family. It is conceivable that the ancestor attached great importance to Lu Yi. Xin suddenly thought of her disobedient daughter. But he knew that that girl Bingxian had always been jealous of Yi, and she used the relationship between her daughter and Yi to silence that girl. As a result, after such a long time, the daughter is not up to date at all, and neither of them has taken that step yet. Yuxin just felt very angry, so he decided to go back and clean up Yuling Luo. At this moment, Yuling Luo, who was going to sleep after returning to Yu's house, suddenly had a nightmare and woke up suddenly. She took a breath, looked around with some lingering fear, and muttered, "It's strange. I can also have nightmares?" She scratched her head, lay down and continued to sleep. Lu Yi stayed in Yuxuan's hidden cultivation place, while Yuxin returned to the house. Seeing Yuxin frowning, the mother of the Yu family was a little surprised. What's wrong? Yuxin snorted coldly, what about the girl? Going to practice, did Ling Luo make you angry again? Madame Yu asked in surprise. She also knew that Yu Ling Luo was sometimes disobedient. Humph! What do you think? Yi is such an excellent child, and I have been admonishing and exhorting that girl to find a chance for the two of them to be together. I didn't expect that the two of them have not taken the last step when they come back this time. Now Yi is going to break through Xianxian, and when the time comes, there will be many girls in our Yu family staring at Yi. The more Yuxin said, the more angry she became, and the more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, and said, "No, I haven't seen you for too long, has it? Beat her. If we don't clean her up today, she won't even know our good intentions." After hearing Yu Xin's words, the mistress of the Yu family naturally understood the situation, and she quickly grabbed Yu Xin. "Wait! You still stop me? It's your pet." Yu Xin was not happy. Mistress Yu gave him a cold look. "You don't know anything. I'm going to do it myself. What do you know as a man? I will tell that girl." Feeling the murderous intent of his wife, Yuxin dared not speak. The mistress of the Yu family turned into a streamer, came to the door of Yu Ling Luo's room, and knocked lightly on the door. "Ling Luo, open the door." Yu Ling Luo, who was sleeping, opened her eyes in a daze, and when she heard her mother's voice, she opened her eyes and opened the door of the room. "Mother? What's the matter?" Mistress Yu's family smiled gently. "Go in and talk." "Oh." Yu Ling Luo let the mistress of the Yu family into the house, and then closed the door. Not long after, Yu Ling Luo's screams came from the room. However, the screams only rang for a while, and then disappeared, obviously blocked by the formation. However, Yu Ling Luo's scream still made Lu Ningxuang, who was practicing in the next room, open their eyes. They poked their heads out one after another, looked towards the door, and looked towards Yu Ling Luo's room, their eyes full of surprise and uncertainty. This is Yu's house. Who can make the second young lady of the Yu family cry so miserable? Could it be that someone sneaked in? Just when the four of them were about to look at each other and inform the patriarch of the Yu family and the mistress of the Yu family's gentle voice sounded from Yu Ling Luo's room. "You guys practice on your own, it's okay, I'm chatting with Ling Luo." "Chat? Chat?" Even Lu Ningxuang, who has always been cold and calm, looked dazed, let alone other people. Dong Gong Minjiahu shrank her neck, and muttered, "Master, are you okay?" Jian Ruyu laughed dryly, "Ha ha ha. Since Aunt Yu is here, then we will practice." She winked at Lu Ningxuang and the other three, and quickly shrank back. The other three were also ready to retreat. At this moment, an unspeakable strange fluctuation suddenly appeared, as if the avenue was pouring down, and everything was still. Then, a powerful aura rose from a very far away. It was obviously only the aura of the Xianxian realm, but the terrifying coercion made people's hearts jump. Yun Xi's expression changed, he looked up at the direction where the breath came from, and then smiled, "It's Lu Yi." The corner of Lu Ningxuang's mouth raised, with a smile, "Junior brother has made a breakthrough." The door of Peak Master Ling Luo's room also opened, and Mistress Yu and Yu Ling Luo came out one after another. The mistress of the Yu family looked at the direction where the breath came from, with a look of astonishment on her face. "This is a breakthrough? Why so fast?" But she knew, how long had it been since Yuxin took Lu Yi and the two to the ancestors' place? Not even a day has arrived. In such a short period of time, even if Lu Yi only had one final touch to adjust his status, it would be too fast, wouldn't it? The four of Lu Ningxuang looked behind the mistress of the Yu family, and found that Yu Ling Luo was grinning, not landing on the ground, but floating in the air, rubbing her buttocks with her hands. 4 people. They turned their heads away from Yu Lingluo in a tacit understanding. A group of people rose into the sky, came to the sky, and looked in the direction of the breath. And Uxin and Yu Yu and Yu also flew over. Seeing Yu Yu and Uxin approaching, Yu Lingluo quickly put down her hands and looked straight ahead with a serious face, as if it wasn't her who grinned just now. However, her face was still a little pale. Yu Yu and Yu noticed Yu Lingluo's ugly expression, and asked suspiciously, "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Yu Lingluo glared at Yu Yu and Yu coldly, "You have too many things to do, I'll beat you to death later." Yu Yu and Yu? Everyone else was dumbfounded. What the hell? I care about you, you are going to beat me to death? Is there any reason? And Yuxin came to the side of Mistress Yu's family, his expression was also full of shock, looking at the direction of the breath. Breakthrough? Well, a breakthrough. Afterwards, the two stopped communicating and just quietly watched the atmosphere in that place change rapidly. Not long after, they saw a breath appearing in the vacuum in the extreme distance. Endless tyrannical thunderclaps followed, and terrifying destructive forces emerged from the vacuum. The tribulation has begun. Go and have a look. A group of people turned into streamers and flew towards the vacuum. Not only them, all areas of Yuxing, and all the direct descendants of the Yu family felt the existence of this powerful aura, and they all jumped into the air to go to that area, wanting to see who is going through the tribulation. In a vacuum. Liu Yi was dressed in white, with a smile on his handsome face, surrounded by celestial light, like a peerless fairy king in the dust. He finally broke through to the Xianxian realm. He looked up at the thunder tribulation in the sky. There is not a trace of dark clouds in the thunder calamity, it is completely formed by the condensation of different kinds of sky thunder. There are a lot of fairy artifacts, fairy beasts, and even the breath of immortals inside, and the terrifying coercion, even Liu Yi has never felt it from a monk who has just entered the Golden Immortal. His expression was numb. Although he had already guessed it, he was still a little speechless, which was too exaggerated. Fortunately, he felt that such a thunder tribulation did not pose any danger to him. And not far from Liu Yi, Yu Xian also stood in the air. He looked at Lei Ji above Liu Yi's head, his expression was equally numb, and even his mind was full of question marks. Even if he is a fairy, he can be said to be the top genius in the entire universe back then, and he has never seen such a scene. It's all tribulation thunder, what the hell is thunder calamity without any thunderclouds? Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 201807222236411034 boss. Chapter 333 The Prototype of the Small World, Leverage the Avenue. Boom! The alien thunders fell one after another, covering Liu Yi. Liu Yi's figure was soon completely covered up, and Yu Xian could only see the phantoms of fairy beasts, fairy artifacts, and immortals formed by all kinds of sky thunder. He felt the terrible coercion that surpassed the golden fairy realm for the first time, and he was silent for a long time. This thunder calamity far exceeded Yu Xian's imagination. At this moment, the space distorted, and one after another figure quickly approached. These are all high-ranking members of the Yu family, Jingxian and even Xianjun level powerhouses. Including the head of the Yu family, Uxian, the mistress, and Ling Lufeng, everyone is here. Looking at the terrible thunder that enveloped Liu Yi, they all had wonderful expressions. My dear! How is this Xianxian thunder tribulation? Yu Tai, the fifth child of the Yu family and the head of the law enforcement hall of the Yu family, couldn't help but burst out. Other Yu family powerhouses also spoke one after another. This is Liu Yi. I heard what the ancestor said, but I still don't believe it. Such a thunder, is it too exaggerated? This is the strong Yu family who was not there when Liu Yi came to Yuxing said. And the high-ranking members of the Yu family, who had known about Liu Yi's talent before, were also talking about it at the moment. In a mere 1,000 years, he has broken through from a true immortal to a mysterious immortal. He is indeed the person whom the ancestors said is the favorite of the Dao. Are you sure this is De Dao's favorite? This is De Dao's own son, right? Yu Bingxian, with a pretty face, flashed brilliant lights, and said with a smile, Ye's talent is really amazing, I'm afraid it won't be long before he catches up with us, right? Some high-ranking members of the Yu family at the Golden Immortal level had embarrassing expressions, and at the same time they felt a little urgent. According to this speed, perhaps in tens of thousands of years, Lui will really surpass them. It's too embarrassing to be surpassed so quickly by a junior. While they were discussing, there was an aura of avenue coming from the area where Lui was. The breath of the avenue became more and more intense wave after wave. The Dao light enveloped the entire vacuum, the Dao pattern flickered, and the incomparable mysterious aura made everyone feel it immediately. Even Yuxi, who is in the realm of Immortal Venerable, sees the flickering mysterious Dao pattern at this moment, and there are various flashes of inspiration in his mind, and he has a lot of insights. His eyes flickered, he turned his head to look at the Yu family monks around him, and said in a deep voice, such a strong Dao tide, you must not miss it, go back to practice. All the monks of the Yu family didn't refute, they all turned into streamers and disappeared into the vacuum. And Yuxuan, who was in the realm of the immortal, thought for a while, came to a vacuum area, took out an altar, and sat cross-legged on it, protecting Lui while feeling the aura of Dao. He felt the more and more intense light of the knife, and Yuxuan was extremely excited. He had a premonition that maybe after this realization, he would hope to touch the threshold of the immortal king. Lui and Tianli used the number of enlightenment times rewarded by the ancestor of the Yu family before preaching, and the Taoist sound echoed in Lui's mind. There are endless Dao patterns flickering all over his body, and even the power of chaos is surging. And in Lui's body, the rudimentary form of the small world that had been transformed at the time of the breakthrough began to expand continuously and become an endless world at this moment, absorbing the endless Dao pattern and a trace of chaotic power. In the rudimentary form of this small world, the aura of the Great Dao is permeating and surging, and the laws of the Great Dao are everywhere, and between these laws of the Great Dao, there are wisps of chaotic air flowing, just like the breath of creation that has appeared since the beginning of the world. Under the feedback of the prototype of the small world, more and more powerful forces poured into Lui's body. His physical body is improving exponentially, and his fairy spirit is also getting stronger and stronger, and he can even directly draw the power of the Great Way from the rudiments of the small world. This made Lui's immortal energy extremely exaggerated, a ray of breath could even suppress a planet. Similarly, Lui's primordial spirit also became stronger and heavier under the feedback of the prototype of the small world. His primordial spirit seeds have been integrated into the prototype of this newly opened small world. As long as the small world is not destroyed, Lui's primordial spirit will last forever. The thunder caused by his breakthrough was countless times stronger than when Nuke broke through, and one of them could wipe out Nuke in an instant, but these thunders with terrifying and destructive power fell on Lui, but they could not cause any harm to Lui. These sky thunders were absorbed by Lui with great power, integrated into his physical body, and then absorbed into the prototype of the small world. The embryonic form of the small world is like a majesty, the aura of the Great Way and the aura of chaos surge, and with the influx of thunder, the lines of the Dao and chaos become brighter, and his aura becomes stronger. It's like an ocean, like an abyss. Time passed, when all the thunders in the thunder disaster fell on Lui, no new sky thunder appeared, and the thunder disaster gradually disappeared. Lui slowly opened his eyes were deep, an array of chaos slowly disappeared. He breathed out slightly, this time through the tribulation. Lui is also comprehending and sorting out what he has learned in the process of enlightenment, and he has gained a lot. Whether it is the follow-up deduction of the Dao Yin-Yang immortal scripture, or the comprehension of various laws, or even the deduction and comprehension of fairy arts, there has been considerable progress. What surprised Liu the most was that after breaking through to the realm of Xianxian and opening up the prototype of a small world, he could even arouse the aura of the Dao to a limited extent and increase himself with the power of the Dao. Even a strong person at the level of an immortal can hardly do this. Although his own strength is countless times weaker than that of the immortal venerable, this whole card is enough to greatly improve Liu's strength. Coupled with the Yin-Yang Dao seal and immortal ascension art, Liu felt that he was not completely powerless to fight back against a Jinxian-level powerhouse. Thinking of this, Liu was very pleasantly surprised. Back then, in Liu's eyes, Tianfengbo was a golden fairy who was out of reach, but he didn't expect that he would almost have such strength so soon. Although Tianfengbo is the pinnacle of the golden immortal, coupled with his own strong talent and the cultivation of the immortal scriptures is also very powerful, Liu should not be his opponent. But Liu is not in a hurry, after all, he has just reached the Xianxian realm, and he is already quite good. As long as his cultivation continues to improve, there will be more and more Dao power that can be leveraged, and his strength will become stronger and stronger by then. In addition, Liu's basic disc, whether it is the physical body, the soul, or the immortal power, has been greatly improved. If you absorb 10 drops of Chaos Essence, there will be another transformation in this respect. At that time, I will have another leap in combat power, and maybe it is not a luxury to stand shoulder to shoulder with Tianfengbo. Liu thought to himself, a little flattered. He came back to his senses, looked around, and soon saw Yuxuan who was comprehending on the altar. At this moment, there is a trace of Daoist air flowing around Yuxuan's body, and the incomplete Dao pattern flickers on the surface of his body. Although the light is dim, this is already the first step to blend with Dao. Liu's eyes widened, a little pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect the ancestor of the Yu family to take a crucial step. It should be the effect of the avenue tide brought about by his breakthrough just now. At this moment, Yuxuan frowned slightly, as if she was in deep thought. It should be at a critical moment. Liu smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. He used his own immortal power combined with the Dao Qi of the prototype of the small world to leverage the Dao Qi of the big world. The hazy Dao Guang resurfaced again, although it was not as good as the previous Dao tide, but it still enveloped Yuxuan. With the emergence of Dao Guang, Yuxuan's frowning brows slightly relaxed, obviously feeling something. Liu smiled and left the vacuum contentedly. He doesn't need to protect the patriarch of the Yu family. After all, he is a big boss at the level of an immortal. This is still the Yu family. Who dares to act presumptuously here? Liu returned to Master's house and found that the whole palace was quiet, but he still vaguely felt a few breaths of rapid improvement. Obviously, Uncle Yu, Aunt Yu, and Master are all realizing it, and even their own senior sisters seem to have improved a lot. Liu didn't bother them, but sat down in the small courtyard, took out several jars of fine wine and drank freely. He had just broken through the big realm, so he planned to relax. After all, you can't be tense in practice, you need to combine work and rest and relax. These days, Liu's way of brewing wine and spiritual food have not fallen behind, and now the brewed immortal wine has reached the level of a true immortal. However, now that he has broken through to the Xianxian realm, he can almost consider brewing some Xianxian realm wine. There are also delicacies at the Xianxian level. Liu drank a little wine, but didn't use the power of the fairy to hang over, his eyes were hazy. When the drink was almost done, Liu returned to the residence and took a nap. After a few days, Lu Ningxuang and the others came to their senses. After all, their cultivation bases are weaker, and their perception is definitely not as good as that of more powerful monks in such a strong tide of the Dao. After feeling that they were awake, Liu found them and celebrated with them. A few days later, Ling Luo Peak Master also woke up. Feeling her progress, she raised the corners of her mouth, showing a surprised smile, jumped off the bed, and planned to find Liu. That brat broke through to the profound immortal realm. As a master, she had to congratulate him no matter what. However, at this moment, she heard a faint voice from the next room. Peak Master Ling Luo froze in place, and the expression on her pretty face was very exciting for a moment. She rubbed her forehead helplessly. This bastard! I wanted to congratulate him, so this is the beginning? She closed her hearing with some embarrassment, and then thought of what her mother said when she kissed her room and taught her a lesson. Her pretty face flushed slightly, she turned on her hearing again with some embarrassment, endured the embarrassment and shyness, and lay down on the bed again. But Liu Yi, who was doing something inappropriate for children in the room, stopped when he heard the voice. Jian Ruyu next to him was a little puzzled. What's wrong, perverted junior brother? The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched, with a strange expression on his face. It's okay, let's continue. The monks of the Yu family woke up from their weak cultivation bases, and after about a month, even the senior members of the Yu family who were at the level of immortals also woke up one by one. When Uxin and Yu family matriarch left the practice room, their expressions were full of surprise. The two looked at each other, and both understood that the other had made great progress. For monks of their level, a little progress is already commendable, but now, they are one step closer to the immortal. At this moment, streamers of light flew over at an extremely fast speed. All of them were high-ranking members of the Yu family at the level of Xianjun and Jingxian. Uxin and the Yu family's mistress rose into the air and greeted them. Fourth, fifth, why are you here? Yu Tai chuckled, of course I came to see Yi, thanks to him this time. I feel that I'm only one step away from the Xianjun level. As long as I retreat for a while, I should be able to break through. Ha ha ha. I also saw the way to the golden immortal level. Several high-ranking members of the Yu family who were at the peak of the golden immortal level spoke one after another. And the powerhouses of the Yu family at the Xianjun level also showed smiles. We have also made considerable progress, and the process of engraving the power of the law in the inner world has made great progress. My law is complete. Only the last step, I can break through to the immortal level. Thanks to Yi. There are hundreds of strong men from the Yu family speaking here. These are not all the powerhouses of the Yu family, there are also a large number of golden immortals, immortal kings, and even ancestors of the level of immortals guarding the dangerous Juyu passages in various Juyu battlefields to prevent Juyu demons from passing through Juyu enter the real universe. Even so, so many Yu family powerhouses have made great progress, and it is an extremely important matter to be placed in the Yu family. Xiner, Yi has made great contributions. He has broken through to the realm of Xianxian, so we should congratulate him. An old man with a white beard said while supporting his beard. He is a powerhouse of the Yu family who is a generation above Uxin and other middle-aged factions, and his name is Yulikan. Indeed, it's time to congratulate him. By the way, does he have enough training resources to break through to Xianxian? The resources in the Yu family's treasure house are up to him to choose, and you can take him there later. Another immortal level, the elder and strong, said. Ha ha ha, the little guy heard that there are only 4 Taoist couples. Given his talent, it is a bit too small. Since he has such a good relationship with our Yu family, and there are many outstanding juniors in our Yu family, let him introduce him. If he has an heir, with his talent and the blood of our Yu family, he will definitely be a fairy king in the future. Another senior strongman at the level of a fairy said with a smile. Listening to the previous words, Uxin and the mistress of the Yu family still laughed, but when they heard the old man's words, their expressions became a little stiff. This isn't it poaching their daughter's corner? Although they are all from the Yu family, their daughter must be the closest. My daughter hasn't hit home plate yet, so how can I let others in? Yuxin laughed dryly. Uncle Lianjun, Ling Luo, and Yi have a very good relationship, let young people do it themselves. Oh? Ling Luo? Yu Lianjun nodded slightly, and stopped talking. Yu Bingxuan's eyes flashed, and he glanced at Yu Ling Luo's courtyard with a half-smile. Sensing Yu Bingxuan's expression, both Yu Xin and Madame Yu's heart skipped a beat. Mistress Yu's family immediately gritted her teeth. This girl, is she trying to rob someone? Have you asked your wife? She whispered to Yu Bingxian, Bingxian, if you want to be beaten, just try your idea. The smile on Yu Bingxuan's face froze immediately, and she felt her butt go numb. She was also beaten up by the Yu family's mistress, and her psychological shadow suddenly came up. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she silently looked away. Zian Yun, go and see if Yi and Ling Luo have left the customs. Yuxin looked at the mother of Patriarch Yu. Mistress Yu's family nodded slightly, yet. She turned into a streamer and flew towards Yu Ling Luo's house. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 16052324009200 boss. Chapter 334 The second floor of Xianxian, the great development of Baiun Xian Zone. Because it was at Yu's house, Liu Yi didn't dare to be too presumptuous, and the celebration between him and Lu Ningxuang had long since ended. When Mistress Yu found Liu Yi and said she wanted to celebrate Liu Yi, he readily agreed. Mistress Yu's family notified Lu Ningxuang, the four of them, and Peak Master Ling Luo. Facing Lu Ningxuang and the other four, the Yu family's mistress looked at Ling Luo Peak Master with an extremely disgusted expression. Ling Luo Peak Master didn't care about her mother's expression, her eyes drifted away and met Liu Yi's eyes, the corners of her mouth twitched, and she silently looked away. Liu Yi also had a strange expression on his face, but he heard the movement of the master before. But after all, he was in high spirits at the time, and he didn't use the formation. If he used it, wouldn't he tell the master that he already knew it? How embarrassing! When the group came to the hall, they saw many high-level members of the Yu family were here. These high-level people are at least the late stage or even the peak of the Golden Immortal, and some of the older generations are at the level of the Immortal Monarch. They are placed in the entire Tianluo starfield. If they stomp their feet, the entire starfield will tremble 3 times. However, these big figures looked at Liu Yi with very gentle expressions at the moment, and their words were also extremely gentle and kind. Some big shots even asked the patriarch to take him to the treasure house of the Yu family to pick out treasures such as fairy artifacts, and at the same time gave Liu Yi a lot of star marrow as training resources. Liu Yi thought about it, but did not refuse. After all, he has a good relationship with the Yu family, so it would be unreasonable to refuse. Moreover, it is impossible for him to say that he got some treasures by chance every time. Although the senior sisters and the others don't pursue this kind of thing, I have to show that I still need resources more or less. The dignitaries of the Yu family took out a lot of precious immortal wine and fairy treasures from the Yu family's collection. The celebration was very enthusiastic. A large number of Yu family monks came here. In addition to the high level, there were also many talented juniors of the Yu family. These juniors were asked by their elders to have a good relationship with Liu Yi. Of course, although they are all older than Liu Yi, they all understand that Liu Yi created the tide of the avenue before, and all of them look at Liu Yi with sparkling eyes and adore him very much. This is an evil character that even the ancestors are extremely optimistic about. In particular, the eyes of some of the girls from the Yu family were shining with splendor. It has to be said that the Yu family, as the top immortal level family of the human race and the ruler of the Tianluo starfield, has really good genes, and the looks of each girl are all over the country. But Liu Yi didn't look too much, after all, he felt the heavy atmosphere of Lu Ningxuang and the others beside him. He immediately looked away silently. The celebration banquet lasted for 3 days, and Liu Yi was drunk by the high-ranking members of the Yu family. After all of them were Jingxian and Xianjun level bosses, let him be drunk. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Liu Yi was very speechless. These old seniors didn't talk about martial arts, so many people bullied him. The banquet was not over until he was almost done drinking. He rested at Yu's house for half a month, and when he woke up, he was a little shocked to find that his cultivation had reached the second level of Xian. It is conceivable how precious the fairy wine that I drank before was. Lui was moved in his heart. It was obviously such a precious celestial wine, and the big shots of the Yu family gave him to drink it as if they didn't want money. Lui was deeply moved. Because Yuxuan hadn't finished comprehending it, Lui planned to leave first. Before leaving, he once again leveraged the aura of Dao, covering Yuxuan's surroundings with a hazy Dao Guang. Afterwards, Lui and Lu Ningxuang, together with Peak Lord Ling Luo and Yu Yuanwu, left Yuxing again and returned to Tianxing through the Star Gate. It's only been more than a month since he left Tianxing. When he came back again, he found that there were already some Tianzhou coming and going on the commercial planet outside Tianming, and there were more people than before. And some shops have already started to prepare. Lui was a little stunned. He left some of the shops to the top and high-level forces in the entire Three-Eyed Star District. After all, without them, it would only be an exchange of forces between the stars, and the circulation of small-scale resources would be meaningless. Only when the entire Three-Eyed Star District joins in, can the Celestial Star have access to more resources. Lui thought about it, and felt that several teleportation arrays should be built between Tianming and the commercial planet, so that it would be convenient for monks to go back and forth. As for the formation of the formation, it is very easy with his current state of formation. Lui thought about the question, and soon returned to Ling Luo Peak. Peak Lord Ling Luo, Yu Yuanwu, Lu Ningxuang, and others returned to their caves, and Lui also went back to build the teleportation array. With his current state, it only took half a month to build 10 pairs of teleportation arrays. He came to the main peak of Biunxian Zone, which is the mountain where the head teacher Wu Qingfeng is located. Although the aura of the main peak is not as strong as that of Ling Luo Peak, but because the fairy tree was also transplanted, the entire mountain now also has the aura of fairy spirits. All the monks on the main peak were not low in cultivation level. Lui walked all the way and saw many monks in the realm of emptiness and transformation, and all of them were still very young. When these monks saw Lui, they were taken aback for a moment, and then they respectfully saluted Lui. I have seen Lu Xianzu. Lui smiled and nodded, sighing in his heart. These little monks were not even 1,000 years old, they were much younger than him, and he was almost 3,000 years old before he knew it. There is a feeling of being old. Lui complained in his heart. Although he has reached the realm of profound immortal and his lifespan has exceeded tens of millions of years, according to the age he has lived now, it is equivalent to the first day of a mortal's birth. As Lui came to the main hall, a monk came out. It was Nangang Moyu. Now Nangang Moyu is already one of the elders of Biunxian Zone. Under the cultivation of various resources given by Lui, some time ago, like Brother Zhongfan and others and other holy sons and saints in the holy land of Xian Zone, they had just ascended not long ago, and now they are already at the level of heavenly immortals. In the entire Biun immortal sect, there are more than 10 people whose cultivation level is similar to that of Nangang Moyu. And these are not counting Hong Dai and the followers that Lui rescued, and of course they are not counting the slaves of the Star Wind Pirates. Hong Dai led the geniuses of the Scarlet Clan, who have been training as slaves in the Biun immortal sect for hundreds of years. Because of better exercises and a better environment, their cultivation has improved rapidly. Hong Dai has already broken through to the realm of celestial beings, and now she has reached the middle stage of celestial beings. Besides her, there are several other geniuses of the Red family who have also broken through to the level of celestial beings one after another. In addition, Yunyu and others were originally at the level of true immortals and celestial immortals, and now there are even hundreds of immortal monks in the Biun immortal sect. Of course, apart from him and Peak Master Ling Luo, the strongest is the fourth master of the Star Wind Pirates, the existence of the Xianxian realm. Nangang Moyu was stunned when he saw Lui, and then showed a surprised smile. Junior brother Lu? Why do you have time to come to teach the hall? Lui smiled, there is something I need to discuss with the master teacher, senior brother Nangong. It seems that you, the elder, have done a good job. He looked at Nangong Moyu, and saw that he was wearing a white and flowing fairy robe, looking very energetic. The corners of Nangong Moyu's mouth twitched violently, and he vomited bitterness to Lu Yi. Pull it down. Those bastards in Zhongfan heard that they were going to deal with sect affairs, and slipped faster than a rabbit, so I was caught it. I knew I would have run away too. His face was full of pain. Junior brother, you don't know that the Baiun Immortal Sect is so big now, and there are too many things to deal with. I have a big head these days, and I have less time to practice. Lu Yi chuckled, and patted Nangong Moyu on the shoulder. Senior brother Nangong, it's hard work for those who are able, the uncle in charge must have valued your ability. Nangong Moyu rolled her eyes, speechless. At this moment, laughter and cursing came from the hall. Mou, what's the matter? Let you be the elder of our Baiun Immortal Sect, have you been wronged? Elder Xian came out. At this moment he was still the same as before, his face was still wrinkled, and he looked like an old man. However, under the cultivation of resources given by Lu Yi these days, he has also reached the realm of a celestial being. Of course, apart from Elder Xian, Elder Ming and other monks of the older generation have also reached the realm of heavenly immortals, and those who are slightly weaker have already reached the realm of transcending tribulation. Lu Yi smiled and said, Old Xian. Elder Xian nodded with a smile. Well, Year, why are you here? Lu Yi smiled, it's about the commercial planet. Hearing this, Elder Xian's eyes lit up, and he said with a light smile, Mou, and I also came here because of this incident. We just finished discussing the manpower stationed on the commercial planet. Yeer, do you want to see it? When Lu Yi heard it, his head grew dizzy, he waved his hands again, and coughed dryly, I don't need it, you know better than me, just look at it. Nuke gave the commercial planet to Lu Yi, and Lu Yi naturally didn't need it, so he handed these things over to the Zongmen for them to deal with. Running a commercial planet would kill him. Nangong Moyu on the side yelled, Junior brother, I don't care, you have to let Zhongfan and those bastards take care of this thing together, I can't take care of it alone. They will listen to you now. Even Elder Xian rubbed his forehead, there are also those old guys like Old Man Ming, I have to persuade you, this planet is too big, although its area is smaller than Tianming, but the entire planet is full of people. It's a shop. Although our Baiun Immortal Sect has developed very well these days, the number of immortals is the largest in the entire Tianming Immortal Sect Holy Land. But even so, there are not enough people with only us. Hearing this, Lu Yi grinned and said with a smile, okay, then I'll persuade them. Both Elder Xian and Nangong Moyu heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Now in the Baiun Immortal Sect, Lu Yi is undoubtedly the one who speaks the most effectively, even the second lady of the Yu family, Peak Master Ling Luo, is not as good as Lu Yi. Not to mention the head teacher, he has said several times that he wants to retire. But no one in the entire Baiun Immortal Sect wants to take over. After all, the Baiun Immortal Sect is too big now. As the head teacher, there is a lot of work to be done. The monks in the entire Baiun Immortal Sect are learning from Lu Yi, desperately wanting to be idle. So Wu Qingfeng could only continue working pitifully. Year, didn't you come here to manage the list? Why is that? Elder Xian asked curiously. Lu Yi smiled, go in and talk. Elder Xian and Nangong Moyu nodded, and followed Lu Yi into the hall. In the main hall, Wu Qingfeng was looking at a large pile of files. These files are taller than people. He was so focused that he didn't even notice anyone coming in. Elder Xian laughed and said, Headmaster, Year is here. Only then did Wu Qingfeng come back to his senses. He raised his head, looked at Lu Yi, his eyes lit up, and the first sentence he said was, Year, I beg you as an uncle, please take over the position of head teacher. Come on. The corner of Lu Yi's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly, "Master, I don't have much ability, let's forget it." Wu Qingfeng had already expected it, and he continued, "Then let Liu Jiayang take over. That kid has a lot of free time these days. He is your father, and his status is enough." The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched again and again. "My good fellow, has the headmaster been forced to this point? He wanted his father to take over the position of head teacher. You must know that my father was just a small deacon before, how could this happen?" He said, "You should discuss this matter with my father." Wu Qingfeng sighed. If he could discuss it, would he still take Liu Yi's path? Every time he went to drink with Liu Jiayang would laugh at him about it. How could he take over the position of head teacher? "Year, what are you doing here?" Wu Qingfeng came back to his senses, looked at Liu Yi and asked. He knew Liu Yi well, and he definitely wouldn't come to a place like the Master's Hall if he had nothing to do. Liu Yi smiled and took out the teleportation arrays he built before, and said with a light smile, "These are teleportation arrays, which allow monks to teleport directly from Tianming to the commercial planet. In this way, it will be easier to travel between Tianming and the commercial planet. It's convenient. Let's see how to arrange these teleportation arrays. By the way, the arrays are in pairs, half of which are left in Tianming, and the other half, you can inform Nuke to place them on the commercial planet." Wu Qingfeng. Hearing this, he immediately felt dizzy. "This is, all kinds of things?" He immediately turned his head and looked at Elder Xian and Nangang Moyu beside him. Nangang Moyu immediately said, "Teacher, don't look for me. I still have to choose the manpower to be stationed. I have to communicate with Elder Minjiu and the others. It's a big headache." Wu Qingfeng looked at Elder Xian for help. "Elder Xian, you were about to go to other immortal sects to confirm the list, look." Elder Xian's head was full of black lines. "There are 10 formations in total, how can the immortal sect have only 10? Who did you make me offend, the head teacher? You can allocate it first and then we can talk about it." Wu Qingfeng grinned, and looked at Liu Yi quietly. Liu Yi was a little embarrassed, and immediately used the air escape technique and disappeared in place. When he returned to the cave, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that being a teacher is really not that easy to do. Fortunately, he is not the teacher. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. After dealing with these things, he was finally free. Liu Yi exhaled slightly, and began to describe the strongest cover formation that he could do now. He was finally able to absorb the 10 drops of chaos essence obtained from the breakthrough mission. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 335. It took a few days for Liu Yi to refine the large covering formation, covering the entire training room. Then, he began to absorb the chaotic essence of the mission rewards. The chaos essence is worthy of being a more advanced treasure than the chaos crystal. The energy of chaos inside a drop of the chaos essence far exceeds that of the chaos crystal, and it contains incomparably mysterious chaos lines. Even if Liu Yi's current foundation is behind him, he can pry the aura of Dao, but he can't understand the truth contained in these chaotic patterns at all. However, he doesn't need to realize it now. By imprinting these chaotic patterns in every cell of his body, Liu Yi will be able to obtain a huge improvement. As drops of chaotic profundity were absorbed, his physical body was transforming into a chaotic physique. The surrounding space collapsed accordingly, that was the break of the space line. As an existence who has mastered the law of perfect space, Liu Yi certainly knows that the space line looks soft, but how tough it is, generally speaking, there is no way to break it, even if it is to tear the space, it is just to push the space line apart. But now, the dissipating chaos energy, coupled with the terrifying aura emanating from his physical body, actually broke the space line, which is simply outrageous. Liu Yi suspected that he could reach the golden immortal realm just by relying on his physical strength, and he was still at the level of an extremely powerful golden immortal. Of course, in addition to the increase in physical strength, other aspects have also made great progress. First of all, the chaotic air was integrated into Liu Yi's prototype of the small world. Huge stormy waves emerged inside the prototype of the small world, which was originally full of aura of avenues and a trace of chaotic air. The qi of the Dao and the qi of chaos surged, and a trace of the qi of chaos poured into it, resulting in more and more qi of chaos inside the prototype of the small world. Although compared with Dao qi, there is no way to compare in quantity, but the quality is not much worse. According to this efficiency, when he breaks through to the Immortal King level, I wonder if the inside of the small world can be completely transformed into chaos? If he could really breed chaos in his body, wouldn't he be able to open up a way? Open up countless big worlds? Thinking of this possibility, Liu Yi's scalp tingles. This is really a bit awesome. Of course, being so awesome is a matter of the future, and it is still far away. However, even so, his immortal power will still be compressed and purified by the air of chaos through the prototype of the small world, and the quality will be greatly improved. Not only that, Liu Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that his understanding of the Dao had also improved, and he was able to leverage more qi of the Dao. That feeling was very wonderful. Generally speaking, Liu Yi's promotion is very exaggerated. Although the cultivation base has not improved, the combat power has doubled. He compared it with Uncle Tianfeng, and was pleasantly surprised to find that if he faced Uncle Tianfeng, who had no cards, would he be able to suppress him? And if Tianfengbo used his whole cards, Liu Yi would not panic. After all, he was not without his whole cards. Whether it is the ascending immortal art or the yin-yang Dao seal, it can greatly enhance his strength. But to be honest, as his cultivation base is getting higher and higher, it is just that the secret technique of ascending to the immortal at the level of a fairy is more or less behind. It's better to seal the yin-yang Dao, as his Dao yin-yang immortal sutra continues to improve. As long as the senior sisters and the others can keep up with their cultivation, they will be able to play a big role. Even now, yin-yang Dao Yin's improvement to Liu Yi has far surpassed that of ascending immortal art. After all, these days, the four senior sisters have already broken through to the realm of true immortals one after another. The improvement of their own cultivation base, coupled with the improvement of the Dao yin-yang immortal scripture, made the increase of yin-yang Dao Yin to Liu Yi very exaggerated. Even if Liu Yi has now broken through to the profound immortal realm, the increase in each small realm is much greater than when he was in the true immortal realm. Using the yin-yang Dao seal can still directly increase his cultivation by 7 or 8 small realms. And the ascension to Immortal Ju is not working now. Liu Yi plans to go to Yuxing in a while, and find a relatively powerful augmentation secret technique to learn. He still has a few upgrades for the specified spells and skills in his hand. After all, he was rewarded a lot for doing missions on the Zhenan battlefield some time ago, and he hasn't used them up yet. Liu Yi pulled his thoughts back. After comparing, he found that he might be stronger than Tianfengbo now. Tianfengbo is already at the peak of Jingxian, only one step away from Xianjun. I just don't know how big the gap is between myself and Xianjun now. Liu Yi had never seen Xianjun make a move, so he couldn't understand how strong Xianjun was. Call. Liu Yi let out a sigh of relief, no matter what. Anyway, now Liu Yi will definitely not face the powerhouse of Xianjun level. If there is such an opponent, then it is not that there are big bosses behind him to support him, at worst he can hug Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu's thighs. If it doesn't work, go to the ancestor of the Yu family. After absorbing the essence of chaos, Liu Yi happily cancelled the cover formation. He was going to give a sermon in passing. Liu Yi came into the vacuum, and a faint voice sounded, "Preach today." The vast and majestic voice passed through the vacuum and air. Whether it was Tianming or the commercial planet not far from Tianming, they all heard Liu Yi's voice. Needless to say, the creatures on Tianming, their eyes are shining, looking forward to finding a good position, just like well-behaved children, waiting for the lecture. On the commercial planet, Nuke is busy connecting with the heads of various forces in the three-eyed star area, and the scene is very lively. They also heard the voice of the vastness. Nuke's expression changed immediately, and he quickly said, "Let's put all the work aside and listen to Master Lu's sermon first." Nuke immediately found a position close to Liu Yi and sat down cross-legged, his eyes full of anticipation. The geniuses of the top forces nearby were equally excited. They are all top figures of various forces. Why did they come to such a place where no shit is possible? Isn't it because they heard that there are big figures preaching every once in a while? After decades of waiting, it's finally here. They were naturally extremely excited, and at the same time curious whether this sermon was really as miraculous as Nuke said. Soon, as Liu Yi began to preach, Dao Guang emerged from the vacuum in the distance and spread in all directions. Dao Guang spewed out like a tidal wave, Dao patterns flickered, and endless laws fluctuated, which was extremely spectacular. All the top geniuses in the three-eyed star area were immediately swallowed up by Dao Guang. They froze in place like statues, and their hearts were extremely shocked. Is this what the great man preached? This, such a great aura, how powerful is this? Under the influence of such a great way, Nuke, it took you 500 years to break through the bottleneck. Li Yinfen, who said this, almost said that Nuke is a waste, and everyone is numb. Nuke is also in a daze now. After all, this Dao Qi is much stronger than when he realized it before. Then, Nuke thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he was very pleasantly surprised. Young Master Liu broke through. He must have broken through to the realm of Xianxian. Only in this way can it explain why the movement of young Master Lu's preaching has become so much louder. With such fluctuations in the Dao, is young Master Liu just a profound immortal? Even if Liu Shaolian can comprehend the original power of the Dao, he fully believes it. Xianxian. The geniuses of the top forces in the three-eyed star area fell silent. Because they are also Xianxian. Everyone is obviously a Xianxian, why, the feeling is completely different? They can't understand it at all. But they didn't bother to think too much about it. With such an opportunity, it would be a huge loss to miss a little time. They quickly began to realize it. After the sermon was over, Liu Yi was satisfied, and returned to the cave, continuing to practice in closed doors. Unless he reached the realm of Immortal King or even Immortal Emperor, even if the Nine Nether battlefield is broken and the Nine Nether passage is opened, he can block it, otherwise Liu Yi is still a little panicked. In case something happened, he would definitely regret not cultivating properly now. After absorbing the essence of chaos, Liu Yi's foundation was improved again. With the accumulation of foundation, the aura he needed to break through also increased sharply. Fortunately, for Liu Yi, all the 9 nether demons are treasures. As long as he kills the 9 nether demons to complete the mission, he can get enough star essence for his cultivation. The star marrow obtained from the Zhenan battlefield before is now running out. Liu Yi went to Zhenan battlefield again. This time, Liu Yi also only brought along Lu Ningxuang and the others, in order to prevent accidents. As a result, Liu Yi found that he was just too worried. Even after he entered the Zhenan battlefield, as he went deeper, there were still a large number of Suingxian-level Juyu demons besieging Liu Yi, but this time, Liu Yi didn't use the Yin-Yang Dao pattern at all, and even the Immortal Ascension art. Just relying on his own strength, he easily killed all the Juyu demons. Although they knew that Liu Yi's strength would be exaggerated after he broke through, but after seeing Liu Yi's terrifying combat power with his own eyes, Lu Ningxuang and the others were still stunned for a long time before they could react. Senior brother is really perverted. Donggong Minjiu yelled, and Jian Ruyu echoed it repeatedly. Even the cold Lu Ningxuang and the usually gentle and ethereal Yun Xi nodded in agreement. Liu Yi was speechless. He was their Taoist partner after all, how could he say that about him? And what's wrong with being a perverted man? This time, the time in Zhenan battlefield was very short, not even a full day. When the immortals in Zhenan battlefield noticed that Zhenan battlefield was empty and something seemed wrong, Liu Yi had already taken Lu Ningshuang and the others went back. After returning to Lingluo Peak, Liu Yi continued to retreat. 300 years later, Liu Yi was practicing when he suddenly felt a familiar aura approaching. He slowly opened his eyes, a flash of light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, he disappeared in place, arrived at the entrance of the cave, and opened it. Nuke, who was anxious and angry, just landed outside Liu Yi's cave, took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and was about to notify Liu Yi, when the door of the cave opened. Seeing Liu Yi, Nuke quickly smiled, "Young Master Liu." Liu Yi glanced at Nuke and felt his mental fluctuations. He could feel that Nuke was a little angry, a little sad, and a little anxious. He raised his eyebrows, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" Nuke lowered his head slightly, and after being silent for a while, he knelt down on one knee. "I also ask young Master Liu to be the master for me." Liu Yi was taken aback, and when he lifted his palm, Nuke felt an irresistible force dragging him up, and Liu Yi's gentle voice sounded, "If you have anything to say, just say it." Nuke gritted his teeth and said, "It's like this. The 3 elders of my Poros family have disappeared for some reason these days. Although our Poros family has been looking for them, they have not been found. There was turmoil internally, and we focused our attention on finding the clan elders. On the commercial planet, several other top forces said that our Boros clan was a little negligent in the management of the planet, and wanted us to give up the right to cooperate with Baiun Immortal Sect." Liu Yi was taken aback when he heard what Nuke meant. These days, although Liu Yi is often in retreat, most of the rest of the time he is with his senior sister and the others, but occasionally he will get together with some friends, and he knows more or less about the business planet. Zhang Fan, Bai Yulong, and Timan were finally arrested. They had no choice but to be lazy, and could only deal with management matters on the commercial planet. Because the commercial planet was built by the Boros family, although Nuke gave the commercial planet to Liu Yi considered that Baiun Xianzong did not have the talent to manage a commercial planet, so he allocated some management opportunities to Boros. Ross family. Because what Liu Yi preached before has spread in the Three-Eyed Star area, it can be said that a large number of geniuses and experts from the Three-Eyed Star area have come to the commercial planet. This also makes the commercial planet extremely prosperous. Whether it is trading of various things or living, this commercial planet has quite good prospects, and of course the profits are also very rich. Of course, no one dared to touch the interests of the Baiun Immortal Sect, but the Poros clan also had some interests after being assigned management rights. Now it seems that some people feel that the Poros family took too much. Liu Yi doesn't really care, after all, these things are not as good as him going out to brush a copy of Juya Battlefield. However, Nuke gifted him the planet of commerce and tried his best to be his follower. Over the past 300 years, due to the existence of the commercial planet, Tianming has a lot more resources, and there are several more immortals in the holy lands of the immortal sects. Among them, Nuke's contribution is not small. In this matter, Liu Yi will naturally support Nuke. He frowned and said, "No one can touch the part of the Poros family, so you just say I said it. If you don't want to stay here, you can leave." Hearing this, Nuke was taken aback for a moment, and then he was very pleasantly surprised. "Thank you, young Master Liu." He was moved in his heart. Sure enough, young Master Liu is not a person who does not miss old love. At this time, Liu Yi's voice sounded, "However, your family's work must be done well." Hearing this, Nuke also said bitterly, "Young Master Liu taught me that these days because of the disappearance of the clan elders, I have indeed neglected other things. We will reflect on it." Liu Yi nodded, and then asked, "Isn't your clan elder in the Golden Immortal Realm? Why did you disappear?" Liu Yi was a little puzzled. A monk in the Golden Immortal Realm was already considered a top powerhouse in the Three-Eyed Star area. How could he disappear without a sound? Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 336 One Step Away from the Immortal King. Nuke was of course very puzzled by this. He smiled wryly and shook his head. We don't know either, it's just that 200 years ago, the 3 clan elders left the clan land, and they couldn't be contacted after that. Clan elders generally don't leave the clan land too far, even if there are for important matters, the clan will be notified first, but they haven't left any news. Liu nodded slightly. Do you need help? Nuke shook his head quickly when he heard the words. Don't dare to bother young Master Liu, we will look for it ourselves, maybe they were just delayed by some things. Hearing what Nuke said, Liu didn't say anything more. After all, this is a family affair. He nodded. Okay, about the business planet, you can communicate with senior brother Zhang Fan and the others. Thank you, young Master Liu. Nuke said gratefully. After Nuke left, Liu also continued to go back to practice. In the past 300 years, Liu has made great progress. As early as more than 10 years ago, Liu broke through to the 4th level of Xianxian, and basically broke through the 1st level every 100 years. You must know that this is the realm of Xianxian, and it is unimaginable to have such a fast cultivation speed. And this is also because Liu's foundation is strong enough. After all, after he absorbed the essence of chaos, his foundation has surpassed the Dao level, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy is simply unimaginable. As long as there are enough cultivation resources, his cultivation speed is very exaggerated. As for cultivation resources, Liu did not lack at all. After all, for Liu, Star Marrow was just a matter of going to Zhenan battlefield. However, in the past 300 years of rapid absorption, most of the Star Marrow in Liu's hands has been consumed, and there is not much left. He thought about it, and with his current strength, even dealing with the 9 nether demons at the Golden Immortal level would be no problem. That being the case, why not go to other Juyu battlefields, where the strongest Juyu demon can reach the Golden Fairy realm? After all, the Zhenan battlefield is too weak, and the most powerful 9 nether demons are only in the profound immortal realm. Even if you go to brush it once, you won't get too much star essence. He still has to go to Yuxing. After all, he had thought about the explosion secret technique before, but he never went to Yuxing to check it out. Let's use up the rest of the Star Marrow before going, anyway, there is no rush. Thinking of this, Liu continued to practice. Call out. A stream of light came to Liu's cave, it was Lingluo Peak Lord. She glanced around, looking a little guilty. The main reason is that her current cultivation base has been promoted to the 3rd level of Xianxian, which has reached a small bottleneck. With her own speed of perception, it may take a while to break through. But her own disciples practiced so fast one by one, which made her, a master, very stressed. After all, not to mention Liu, even Ningxuang and Minjiu are progressing at an astonishing speed. I'm afraid they will break through to the Xianxian realm in a short time. As for why they cultivated so fast, Lingluo Peak Master naturally understood the situation. After all, Liu often gave them small troubles. Thinking of this, Peak Master Lingluo blushed a little. This time, she also wanted Liu to give her a little treat. Of course, it's not that kind of small stove, I just want Liu to give her a sermon alone. As a master, he asked his disciples to preach. After all, it would be embarrassing to say it. Peak Master Lingluo felt a little embarrassed, and dared not let others know about it. She even sneaked here. After confirming that no one was there, Lingluo Peak Master coughed dryly and said, "Stinky boy, open the door quickly." Liu, who was practicing, was stunned for a moment when he heard Master's voice, showing a puzzled look. Seeing that Ling Lufeng was the only one outside the cave, he seemed a little nervous. What's going on here? He opened the cave door and said with a smile, "Master, why do you come to me when you have time? Ling Luo Peak Master ran into the cave in a hurry, close the door first. Liu Yi closed the door with a puzzled expression on his face, and looked at Peak Master Ling Luo, wondering what she wanted to do. What's the matter? It's so mysterious. The leader of Ling Luo Peak coughed dryly, and smiled embarrassedly, with a flattering look on his face. Hey, good apprentice, I ask you something for my master. The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched. The always arrogant master would still be so humble to him? He immediately felt happy, and said with a smile, Master, what's the matter? It's like this. I have some problems in my recent cultivation. I'm stuck at the bottleneck of the third floor of Xianxian, and there is still a certain distance from the fourth floor of Xianxian. I want to hear your opinion. Liu Yi was taken aback, and looked at Peak Master Ling Luo. Master, what do you mean, you want me to preach? Peak Master Ling Luo nodded repeatedly, that's almost what it means. Of course, Liu Yi had no objection, and said with a smile, of course it's okay. It just so happens that I have just broken through to the fourth level of Xianxian, so I still have some experience. Ling Luo Peak Master? She froze for a moment, looking at Liu Yi with a dazed expression. The atmosphere was somewhat silent. Liu Yi sensed that something was wrong, looked at Ling Luo Peak Master, and asked doubtfully, what's wrong? She opened her mouth and said in disbelief, You are already on the fourth level of Xianxian. Liu Yi was taken aback, then nodded, yes, I broke through a few years ago, is there any problem with Master? What is the problem? The problem is big. Well, she broke through so much earlier than this guy, only at the third level of Xianxian. How long has this guy broken through? Surpassed her? Doesn't this mean that as a master, I was completely surpassed by my disciples? Peak Master Ling Luo was a little autistic. It's nothing, as expected of my apprentice, the promotion is really fast. Ha, ha ha ha. Ling Lufeng's leader laughed again and again. Liu Yi was very happy to see Peak Master Ling Luo's bewildered expression. Back then, this guy was relying on his own cultivation, so he kept hitting his forehead. When Liu Yi thought of this, his hands were itchy. However, as a disciple, he couldn't touch Master's forehead for no reason. He said with some regret, Come on, I will give you a lecture on Master. Peak Lord Ling Luo nodded depressedly. In other words, do you still have hope to overtake and come back? She was thinking about something and nothing. Liu Yi happily preached to Ling Luo Peak Master. After the sermon continued for a few days, Peak Master Ling Luo opened his eyes, with traces of mysterious light flashing in his eyes, and smiled in surprise, I've realized it. The next moment, she retreated directly in Liu Yi's training room and made a breakthrough. The breakthrough between small realms is not difficult, and there is no thunder disaster. In just about a month, Ling Luo Peak Master completed the breakthrough and reached the fourth level of Xianxian. She was a little happy. Anyway, she was now at the same level as Liu Yi, and maybe she still had hope of surpassing him. Peak Master Ling Luo secretly encouraged himself in his heart. At this time, Liu Yi's voice sounded, By the way, Master, I plan to go to Yuxing, do you want to go back? Peak Master Ling Luo froze for a moment, looking at Liu Yi, why go back to Yuxing? Liu Yi smiled and said, I plan to practice a golden immortal level explosive secret technique to improve my combat power. Ling Luo Peak Master. Golden immortal level secret technique. She suddenly didn't want to talk. The fairy art she is practicing now is no higher than the Xianxian realm, and she has not practiced to perfection yet. This bastard has already started to practice the golden fairy level secret technique? Is this still human? She said helplessly, Okay, I'll accompany you back. That's okay. By the way, Master, the 9 Nether Demon, the highest level in the 9 Nether battlefield, is from the Golden Immortal Realm? Liu Yi thought of the matter of cultivation resources, so he simply asked. Golden Immortal Level Juyu Battlefield? Peak Master Ling Luo was a little surprised, and then asked, "Why are you asking this?" Her complexion changed, and she said strangely, "You don't mean to go to the Golden Immortal Level 9 Nether Battlefield, do you?" "No. Although your combat power is very strong, I heard that you went to Zhenan Battlefield twice before, and the 9 Nether Demons, are they all here to besiege you?" "The 9 Nether Demons in Zhenan Battlefield are fine, but if the Golden Immortal Level 9 Nether Demons besiege and kill you in large numbers, then you will be too dangerous. How can you go to that kind of place?" Liu Yi also understood that Master cared about him. He smiled, "Don't worry, Master, I just want to try my own strength. I won't leave the station too far. If there is danger, I will go back directly, and I will also bring my senior sister and the others, and I can use secret techniques at that time." Hearing the secret technique Liu Yi said, Peak Master Ling Luo blushed slightly. Of course, she also understood what the secret technique was, and couldn't help but rolled her eyes. "Why are all the secret techniques of the fairy scriptures you deduced so perverted?" Liu Yi twitched the corners of his mouth, and was immediately unconvinced. "The dual cultivation of yin and yang is the way, why is it abnormal?" Peak Lord Ling Luo was a little embarrassed to argue with Liu Yi, and said no more, "Then I will go with you too." She has a sense of urgency now. This guy's improvement speed is getting faster and faster. If he wants to improve quickly, he must not rely on hard work alone, and he must stimulate his potential through battles. Of course, Liu Yi had no objection, and nodded, "That's fine." At that time, if he wants to go deep, he can't take his master with him. After all, the senior sisters and the others can attach to him through secret techniques, and even if there is danger, he can protect them. But the master has not practiced this kind of secret technique. If he takes her with him, if there is a huge danger, he may not be able to protect her. That one will inform the senior sister and the others. Liu Yi left the cave and went to inform Lu Ningxuang and the others. He also went to inform Yu Yuanwu, but Yu Yuanwu said that he was at a critical moment of cultivation and planned to retreat during this period, so he did not intend to go with Liu Yi. Of course, Liu Yi didn't force it, so a group of people took the Xiang boat and left Tianming. When flying out of Tianming and entering the vacuum, Liu Yi found that there was an endless stream of spaceships throughout the vacuum, and various types of spaceships entered and exited from the Star Gate, or came here from the depths of the vacuum. These sky boats finally stayed on a metal planet not far from Tianming, which was the commercial planet presented to Liu Yi by the Poros family. At this moment, this planet is very prosperous, with a large number of sky boats coming in and out, and a large number of monks inside. Liu Yi sensed a little, and he felt a lot of powerful auras, the strongest even reached the Golden Fairy realm. "I didn't expect it to be so prosperous now." Liu Yi was a little surprised. Lu Ningxuang and the others beside him were also a little surprised. Peak Lord Ling Luo crossed his arms, stood in front of the window, nodded slightly, and said with some agreement, "It seems that the Poros family is doing well. Of course, the main reason is that your preaching is too attractive to monks. I'm afraid there are quite a few monks here who are here for you." Liu Yi smiled slightly, "I don't care. It's also a kind of fate that these people can hear me preaching." For Liu Yi, as long as he doesn't fight against him, he doesn't mind letting other monks get promoted through him. The more powerful people there are on this commercial planet, the happier Liu Yi will be. Liu Yi has always been concerned about the 9 Nether passage that exists on Tianming. If there is a problem, most of these strong people will stay and help. After all, things like the 9 Nether demons are a huge threat to the entire universe. Even if they escape this time, where can they escape to? The area where the Sky Star is located is the Three-Eyed Star area, unless they are far away from the Three-Eyed Star area. Of course, if someone really escapes, then don't even think about coming here again. Liu Yi's thoughts drifted, and he controlled the Xiang boat to pass through the Star Gate. "You are now able to move the aura of the Dao. This understanding of the Dao is really enviable. In the valley where the ancestor of the Yu family lived, Yu Sun and Liu Yi sat cross-legged in front of the bamboo house. On the stone table in front of the two of them, a wine glass was automatically lifted up and filled with wine for the two of them. The rich aroma of the wine overflowed, causing the surrounding flowers to bloom continuously. After Liu Yi returned to Yuxing, Peak Master Ling Luo seemed to have thought of something suddenly. His face became a little pale, and he wanted to leave. But she was captured by Aunt Yu not long after. Liu Yi saw that Ling Luo Peak Lord seemed to be struggling, and his expression was a little desperate. Liu Yi was a little puzzled and didn't quite understand what this guy meant. But Lu Ningshuang and the others beside him were very calm and didn't react too much. Liu Yi originally planned to ask about the situation, but the ancestor of the Yu family heard that he had come to Yuxing and let him go. Liu Yi had no choice but to come to the place where the ancestors of the Yu family lived. Liu Yi smiled modestly, maybe it's because I'm born with a strong perception of Dao? How about your perception a few days ago, ancestor? Liu Yi looked at Yuxuan expectantly, and it would be best for Yuxuan to break through to the realm of the Immortal King as soon as possible. The corners of Yuxuan's mouth were raised, with a smile on his face, and he was obviously in a good mood. The progress is not bad. I have a certain understanding of the Dao, and I am only one step away from mastering the source. Hearing this, Liu Yi's eyes lit up, and he said sincerely, "Congratulations to Patriarch. With this, Patriarch may hope to break through to the Immortal King realm in a short time. Ha ha ha, if I can break through to the realm of the Fairy King, it will be thanks to you, Yi-er." Yuxi smiled and took a sip of wine. If I break through to the realm of the Fairy King, there will be no one in the entire universe dare to be against you. Hearing this, Liu Yi felt even happier. If the ancestor of the Yu family really breaks through to the realm of the Fairy King, then he will have an extra thick leg. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 337 Ningyi in Battlefield, Yuhan Guang. By the way, you boy, you never take the initiative to come and see the old man when you have nothing to do. What are you doing in Yuxing this time? Yuxuan laughed. I hope to find a golden immortal level secret art that can explode in battle. Liu Yi said his purpose. A secret technique that explodes in strength in a short period of time? Yuxi thought for a while, and said with a smile, our Yu family has a few copies of this kind of secret technique. You can go to Zhang's Huge to find Hangxiu, and he will tell you. Liu Yi smiled and said, I understand, Patriarch. Afterwards, the two chatted for a few more words before Liu Yi left and went to Zhangshi Pavilion. The administrator of Zhang's Huge is still Yu Hangxiu. After seeing Liu Yi, he smiled, Year, what kind of exercises are you looking for this time? Over the years, Liu Yi would come to Zhangshi Pavilion from time to time to bring some exercises to practice and comprehend. After all, he needs a lot of exercises as a reference if he wants to deduce the Dao Yin Yang Xian Jing. After going back and forth, Liu Yi and Yu Hangxiu are already very familiar with each other. Senior, I came this time to find a book of secret arts. After Liu Yi told Yu Hangxiu about his request, Yu Hangxiu thought about it and said, our Yu family doesn't have too many golden immortal secret techniques to improve combat power. He took out the magic weapon and transformed dozens of books of secret arts for Liu Yi to read. Heart Origin Ju, by burning the power of the source, an extremely terrifying and powerful force erupts. Blood Yin Ju, by burning blood essence, improve your own strength in all aspects. Liu Yi read the books and found that although these secret techniques are not weak, many of them have obvious side effects, and the loss to oneself after use is extremely huge. But soon, Liu Yi discovered a book of secret arts that was very suitable for him. It's called Heavenly Heart Ju. This secret technique absorbs the power of the law into the body forcibly. The stronger and more laws you master, the greater the improvement in strength. However, because the general golden immortal realm mostly only masters one kind of law, not even mastering perfection, the effect on self-improvement is obviously not as strong as other secret arts. But for Liu Yi, it is actually the most suitable secret technique for him. After all, he has mastered too many laws, and basically these laws have reached the realm of perfection. If he uses the Tianxinju, the increase for himself can reach an extremely exaggerated level. Even, it is very likely that it is more powerful than his current Yin-Yang Dao seal. I'll just choose this one. Liu Yi immediately made a choice. Tianxinju? Yu Hangxiu's eyes lit up, and he smiled. This is indeed the most suitable secret technique for you. He took out the secret technique jade slip and handed it to Liu Yi. Do you want to bring some exercises to leave? Liu Yi thought for a while, then nodded with a smile. Let's get some exercises in the Xianxian realm. Yu Hangxiu also nodded, took out some exercises in the Xianxian realm, and handed them to Liu Yi. After that, Liu Yi left Zangshu Pavilion and returned to Lingluo Peak Master's home. Because he had to go to Jiyu battlefield, Liu Yi didn't stay at Yu's house. After just memorizing the immortal scripture and Tianxinju, he took Lu Ningxuang and the other 4 and Lingluo Peak Master to the Xiang boat and left Yuxing. On the Xiang boat, Liu Yi found that Lingluo Peak Lord's walking posture was a bit strange, and asked with some doubts, "Master, what's wrong with you? Why are you walking with a limp?" The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while, and the 4 of Lu Ningxuang on the side looked at each other with weird expressions. And Peak Master Lingluo's expression froze even more, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Ha ha ha! I don't believe I hit it. Liu Yi looked puzzled. Can Xianxian pretend to be like this? He looked at Peak Master Lingluo, completely disbelieving. The corner of Lingluo Peak Master's mouth twitched, his pretty face was flushed, and he was very angry. It's not because of this bastard. Every time I go back, I have to be beaten by my mother. Thinking of her cruel and ruthless old mother, she couldn't help shivering. Or, just forget it. She felt a little embarrassed when she thought of this, and she had to wait for that bastard Liu Yi to take the initiative. I'm off to practice. Lingluo Peak Master was a little aloof. Liu Yi looked suspiciously at Peak Master Lingluo who left, and then turned to look at Lu Ningxuang and the others beside him. Senior sister, do you know? Lu Ningxuang smiled lightly and shook her head slightly. Donggong Minjiu shook her head again and again. Although she knew it, she definitely didn't dare to say it. Although Master was very afraid of Tai Shimu, it was still no problem to deal with her. After many lessons, she will consider her own situation even if she dies. Jianruyu looked at Liu Yi with a half smile, but didn't say much. She is also a little cowardly. As for Yun Xi, naturally he wouldn't say much. Liu Yi saw that they didn't say much. Although he was a little curious, he didn't continue to ask. On the Xiang boat, Liu Yi began to retreat. He intends to go to the new Jiyu battlefield. It was a Jingxian level 9 Serenity battlefield, called Ningyian Battlefield. Ningyian Battlefield is located in the northwest of Tianluo Starfield, far away from Yuxing, and of course even farther away from Tianming. If you use the Stargate, fly with all your strength, and you can get there in about a month. But Liu Yi is in no hurry. He plans to comprehend the Tianxinju to the limit level before going to the Ningyian battlefield. In this way, he will have one more whole card. Surrounded, there will not be any problems. Liu Yi still has a lot of spell comprehension times left behind, and if the rewards are used continuously, the speed of comprehension can also be accelerated. After Liu Yi stacked it several times, it only took 2 months to comprehend the Tianxinju to the limit level. And at this time, Xiangsu finally came out from the Stargate not far from the Ningyian battlefield. Like the Zhenan battlefield, the galaxy where the entrance to the Ningyian battlefield is located is surrounded by gigantic metal planets. And in the central area of these metal planets, there is an extremely huge planet, and the entrance to the battlefield is on it. Because this is a Golden Immortal level battlefield, there are many Golden Immortal level 9 nether demons inside, which are very dangerous. There are a total of 5-star realm army regiments guarding this place all the year round. Ling Luo Peak Master introduced. 5-star realm army legions? Liu Yi and the others were a little startled. You must know that each of the Star World Army Corps has extremely powerful strength, and can even suppress areas like the Three-Eyed Star area. And it's just such a small place, it actually needs a full 5-star realm army legions. It is conceivable how terrifying the Juyu battlefield is. The 9 nether demons at the Golden Immortal level are much stronger than ordinary Golden Immortal cultivators. Of course, it doesn't make any difference to you. Peak Master Ling Luo looked at Liu Yi and said speechlessly. Liu Yi is simply a freak. Come on, go in. The Xiang boat landed, and Peak Master Ling Luo led Liu Yi and his party to fly towards the entrance. Along the way, Liu Yi found that there were quite a few experts in the Xianxian realm, and even in the Golden Immortal realm. Some of these monks are human races, and of course there are other races. Liu Yi understood that these were all strong men who came to fulfill the duties of the immortals. Even a strong person at the Golden Immortal level still needs to fulfill his obligations. Liu Yi heard that most of the immortals in the entire Tianluo starfield, not only those from the Yu family, but also guarded the immortal level Juyu battlefield all the year round, and they had to take turns even if they were resting. It is conceivable how scarce are the powerhouses of the Xianjun level. And the immortal level is even rarer. There is not only one ancestor in the Yu family, but the other ancestors are all in the only immortal level Juyu battlefield, Ming Yuan battlefield, and they cannot leave at all. If there is another Juyu battlefield at the level of Immortal Venerable, it may not take long for the Tianluo starfield to completely fall. It's not just the Tianluo starfield. According to the chat between Liu Yi and the ancestor of the Yu family, the same is true for the nearby Rakshasa starfield and Crystal Spirit starfield. Although the 3 starfields sometimes have friction and collisions, most of them are relatively restrained and there will be no huge friction. The last time the Rakshas attacked the Tianluo starfield, it was already a big friction, but compared to the size of the entire starfield, it was still just a small fight. The biggest reason why the 3 starfields are so restrained is the threat of the Juyu battlefield. After all, if the fight is too big outside, then if there is an accident on the Juyu battlefield, it may be difficult to even resist. Even, the ancestor of the Yu family also said that there was an accident in the Juyu battlefield of the Raksha tribe, and the Tianluo starfield and the Jingling starfield sent them to help. When Liu Yi's thoughts were racing, they soon came to the entrance. Compared with the Zhenan battlefield, the monks guarding the entrance are also stronger, and there are several teams of starfighters guarding this area. And Liu Yi also felt the looming Golden Immortal level aura from a distance, and it should be that the figure of the Army Lord level is also in the dark. Peak Master Ling Luo took out the token of the Yu family and handed it to the Star Realm Army Commander. The captain was taken aback for a moment, and respectfully clasped his fists. I've met Second Miss. The other monks who were queuing up to enter the Zhenan battlefield looked at Liu Yi and the others in astonishment. The person who can make the star forces so respectful is called Second Miss, and her identity is obviously a direct descendant of the Yu family. Didn't expect to meet here. They were all a little surprised. Ling Luo Peak Master took the token and nodded, let's go in. Liu Yi and the others followed Peak Master Ling Luo and walked in. Entering the Ningyian battlefield, you will come to the station. Liu Yi frowned immediately. He found that the 9 nether qi in the Ningyian battlefield was much stronger than that in the Zhenan battlefield. Not only Liu Yi frowned, but Ling Luo Peak Master and others beside him also frowned, with ugly expressions on their faces. It's such a strong 9 nether qi. Ling Luo Peak Master said in astonishment, such a strong 9 nether qi, the ordinary immortals may be corroded in a short time here. This is also the first time that Ling Luo Peak Master has come to Ningyian battlefield. Not only was she only at the level of a true immortal before, but even if a monk of this level went to Juyu battlefield to practice, she must go to Zhenan battlefield. The Yu family would never allow Peak Master Ling Luo to come to the Golden Immortal level Juyu battlefield. The reason why Peak Lord Ling Luo came this time was because Liu Yi was coming. The senior members of the Yu family, including Yu Xin and the mistress of the Yu family, were very optimistic about Liu Yi's combat power, so naturally they did not stop Liu Yi from coming here. Because Lu Ningxuang and the others are only at the level of true immortals, they feel a little deeper than Ling Luo Peak Lord. They all have serious expressions. In such an environment, our strength will be greatly reduced. Jian Ruya couldn't help frowning as she used her immortal power a little. Donggong Minjiao looked around and murmured, "Fortunately, we don't need to do it ourselves, we just need to help our senior brother improve his strength." Yun Xi nodded, "Well, Liu Yi is here." Liu Yi smiled, let's go inside first." At this moment, a figure quickly approached. It was a handsome young man. Ling Luo Peak Master was stunned for a moment, and said in surprise, "Brother? You are here too?" This young man is the eldest son of the Yu family, Yu Hangong, and also the most powerful genius of the younger generation of the Yu family, who has now reached the Golden Fairy Realm. A few days ago, Yu Hangong was not in Yuxing, and Yu Xin said that he went out to practice. "I didn't expect to practice here." Yu Hangong smiled slightly, "I got a voice transmission from my father, saying that you came with Liu Yi, so I came to see you." Yu Hangong looked at Liu Yi, nodded, with a look of surprise in his eyes, "Liu Yi, I heard that Yuan Wu has made great progress following you. That kid is lucky." Liu Yi smiled, "Yuan Wu also worked hard in his cultivation." Yu Hangong shook his head, "I still understand that kid's strength and talent. Without you, he would not have progressed so quickly. I regret coming to the Ningyin battlefield. I heard that your breakthrough in Yuxing caused a lot of trouble. There was a lot of movement. If I was in Yuxing at that time, I am afraid I would have made even greater progress." Liu Yi smiled and said, "It's simple. After I leave the Ningyin battlefield, I'll preach to you, Brother Han Guang, a few times." "Ha ha ha, good brother, then I will have to rely on your star." Yu Hangong laughed. Then he thought of something, and winked at Liu Yi, "Maybe after a while, I'll have to call you brother-in-law." Peak Master Ling Luo had black lines all over his head, and looked at Yu Hongguang speechlessly. Was this guy also warned by his mother? She looked at everyone now as if she had been warned. Liu Yi glanced at Ling Luo Peak Master with a smile, and then said, "If Brother Hongguang wants to go to Tianxing, of course I welcome it." Yu Hangong nodded, and then said, "By the way, this is the first time for you to come to Ningyin battlefield, right? I'll be with you, and I will take care of you when the time comes." Although Yu Hangong got the voice transmission from Yu Xin and knew that Liu Yi was very powerful, but this is the Jiyu battlefield after all, and he has been here many times, so of course it will be safer if he is there. Liu Yi also understood Yu Hangong's kindness. He nodded without refusing, "Then thank you Brother Hangong." "Ha ha ha, you're being too polite, let's go to rest and leave the station first, and go out for a walk?" Yu Hangong asked. Without hesitation, Liu Yi smiled lightly and said, "Let's go for a stroll first." "Then go." A group of people went to register first, and then left the station. Leaving the range of the garrison, without the barrier of formations, the aura of the Nine Nethers became more intense, and even, in the wilderness far away, there was a storm of the Nine Nethers sweeping past. You know, on the battlefield of Zhenan, the Nine Nether storm is extremely rare. Lu Ningxuang and the others frowned even more, the pressure was enormous. Yu Hangong also noticed this, and he said, "Liu Yi, the brothers and sisters' cultivation level is still a bit low, it's okay to be nearby, but if it's too far away from the station, they might not be able to bear it." Liu Yi also noticed that Lu Ningxuang and the others were under a lot of pressure, so he smiled, "Senior sister, are you all right?" The four of Lu Ningxuang looked at each other, then nodded. The mysterious yin and yang patterns emerged between their brows, and the breath of the four of them connected together, forming a special aura, and their strengths were all greatly improved, even barely reaching the realm of Xianxian. Although Lui was not the main body, the use of the yin-yang dao seal by the four of them also greatly improved them. Seeing this scene, Yu Hangong and Yu Lingluo were stunned. This secret technique actually promoted four monks in the realm of true immortal to profound immortal? What kind of secret technique is this? It's so much stronger than the Star Realm army? Yu Hangong was astonished. You must know that the army formation of the Star Realm army can only raise one of them to the realm of the profound immortal at most, but the secret techniques used by these four people are similar to each other, and they have all been promoted to the realm of the profound immortal. It's outrageous. Even if Yu Hangong is the eldest son of the Yu family, he has never seen such an exaggerated secret technique. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Written request for leave. The author June just came back from the hospital. I will take a leave of absence today, and I will resume updating tomorrow. Chapter 338. What was that thing just now? Peak Master Ling Luo beside him had an extremely strange expression when he heard his elder brother's words. She naturally knew that this was a dual cultivation secret technique deduced by Lui, but it was always inconvenient to tell her elder brother about it. She twitched the corners of her mouth, didn't say much, just looked at Lu Ningxuang and the others. It has to be said that this double cultivation secret technique is indeed extremely powerful, and even she is also extremely frightened. The four of Lu Ningxuang are still a certain distance away from Xianxian, and they have made such a big improvement. If she also learns this dual cultivation secret technique, her strength will also be greatly improved. Then Peak Master Ling Luo came back to his senses. What was he thinking? She shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Lui smiled slightly. This is a secret technique I deduced, and it needs to be mastered to a relatively advanced level in the law of yin and yang before it can be practiced. Hearing this, Yu Hangong looked at Lui in astonishment. Lui, you deduced this? One must know that the formation of the Star Boundary Army has been revised for hundreds of millions of years by generations of monks of the Yu family, and it has reached this point. And Lui alone, actually deduced a secret art formation that is more powerful than the Star Realm Army formation, and Lui is only about 3,000 years old. The difference was so huge that he couldn't believe it for a while. Then Yu Hangong felt a little regretful. The law of yin and yang is needed. This requirement is too high. The law of yin and yang is a relatively rare power of law. There are very few monks who master this kind of law, and it takes several people to master it, which is too difficult. Yu Hangong himself did not grasp the law of yin and yang. The corner of Lui's mouth twitched, but he didn't mention the core point, that is, only through double cultivation, several people's minds are connected, and yin and yang are rotated to reach this point. Then Yu Hangong's eyes lit up, he looked at Lui expectantly, and said, by the way, Lui, since you can deduce this secret technique, can you improve the formation of the Star Realm Army? If you can improve it, then the strength of the Star Border Army must be greatly improved. Hearing this, Lui was taken aback for a moment, and then his whole body went numb as if struck by a bolt of lightning. That's right, he has always been thinking of ways to cultivate monks who are strong enough to deal with the 9 nether demons who may break out of the 9 nether battlefield in the future. Then why not also deduce the general formation? The entire universe is too vast, not to mention anything else, just the Tianluo starfield already has a territory of 100,000 light-years. With such a huge territory, even if Lui has mastered the laws of space and practiced the ultimate level of space system golden immortal art, he still cannot pass through the entire starry sky in a short time. It is natural to have top powerhouses, but the star army that can suppress Xing is also indispensable. If the military formation of the Star Realm Army can be improved, then the strength of the Star Realm Army will be greatly improved, which will also be very beneficial for eliminating the 9 nether demons. Lui chuckled and said, Brother Han Guang gave me a very good idea. Then I will first understand the formation of the Star Realm Army and see if I can improve it. Ha 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 ha. Wonderful. If we can really do it, then our pressure will be much less. Lui, then you are the benefactor of Tianluo Starfield. Yu Hangong laughed. As the golden immortal of the Yu family and the future ruler of the Yu family, he naturally knows how much pressure is on the entire Yu family and the entire Tianluo Starfield located inside. And if there is a huge change in any of the Juyu battlefields, the entire star field may collapse. After I go back, I will hand over the general formation to you. The military formation of the Star Realm Army is the core secret of the Yu family. After all, the Star Realm Army is one of the most important forces for the Yu family to suppress the Tianluo Starfield. The strength of the monks of the Star Realm Army is so strong, and the contribution of the military formation is extremely huge. But Liu Yi is very important to the Yu family, and he is not an outsider, so Yu Hangong naturally does not see outsiders. No problem. Liu Yi nodded. Then Yuxin continued to go deep into the Juyu battlefield. As the distance from the station got farther and farther away, the aura of the Nine Nethers became more and more intense. The barren plain stretched as far as the eye could see, with grey-black gravel everywhere, and the Nine Nether storms were surging in the distance. Along the way, Liu Yi and his party also encountered some monks, most of whom came to Ningyan battlefield to exterminate the Nine Nether demons because of their obligations. And Liu Yi and his party also encountered several Nine Nether demons. Although this place is not too far from the station, the Nine Nether demons encountered have already appeared in the Xianxian realm. It is conceivable that the Ningyan battlefield is much more dangerous than the Zhenan battlefield. As they went deeper, they encountered more and more Nine Nether demons. Every time Liu Yi encounters the Nine Nether demons, he will issue missions. Although Peak Master Ling Luo and Yu Hangong also made moves during the period, the missions are all considered completed by him. Liu Yi wondered if the task panel had accepted that they were in a team relationship by default. Anyway, if you don't have to do it yourself, you can still get rewards, isn't that flattering? Liu Yi was also very happy. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. As he got deeper and deeper, he encountered more and more Nine Nether demons, not just one. Most of them are 3 or 5 together, moving in groups. Arriving here, there are basically no 9 Serenity demons in the realm of celestial beings, and even a very small number of demons in the realm of real immortals. Basically, the realm of Xianxian is the main one. However, as a monk in the Golden Immortal realm, Yu Hangong has extraordinary strength, and he can still deal with a few Juyu demons in the Profound Immortal realm. In addition, Ling Luo Peak Lord is a monk of Xianxian, Lu Ningshuang, and the others can be regarded as Suingxian level strength after using the secret technique, which is enough to deal with several Suingxian level Juyu demons. Because Peak Master Ling Luo and Lu Ningshuang both needed training and battles, the number of times they showed their shots was relatively small. Boom! Yu Hangong slapped a Nine Nether demon at the peak of Xianxian into ashes with one palm, couldn't help frowning, and said in doubt, the situation seems to be a little bit wrong. Peak Master Ling Luo and Lu Ningshuang also just killed their opponents. However, they were far less relaxed than Yu Hangong, and Peak Master Ling Luo's complexion was slightly pale, and he was exhausted. The 4 of Lu Ningshuang were gasping for breath again and again, and their aura was a little weak. They sat down cross-legged on the spot and began to recover their spiritual energy. Peak Master Ling Luo looked at Yu Hongguang. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Yu Hongguang looked around, frowned and said, although it is far away from the station, the number of 9 nether demons encountered will be more and their strength will be stronger, but the 9 nether demons we encountered seem to be a bit too much. There are too many, and the strength is too strong. He paused, looked around, and said, I used to practice in this area, and the number of Juyu demons I encountered was not so many, and they were not so strong. Ling Luo Peak Master's face changed slightly. Could it be that there is something wrong with this 9 nether battlefield? But when Lu Ningshuang and Liu Yi heard Yu Hangong's words, they looked at each other with weird expressions. They are too familiar with this kind of thing. Every time they went to the Zhenan battlefield before, they were very popular with the local Juyu demons, and a large number of Juyu demons were willing to come and play with him. From the looks of it now, the 9 nether demons in the 9 nether battlefield may have more or less sensed the Dao Qi in his body. Lui raised his eyebrows, and said with a light smile, "Take the elixir and recover quickly, it might be aimed at me." Yu Hangong was stunned for a moment, with a confused look on his face. "You came for Lui? What the hell? After experiencing so many times in the Juyu battlefield, I have never heard that the Juyu demon will come to a monk who came to this battlefield for the first time." Ling Luo Peak Master's expression changed slightly, more or less guessed, and his expression suddenly became a bit weird. When she went to the Zhenan battlefield before, she more or less heard Lu Ningxuang and the others say such things. Lui chuckled and said, "The 9 nether demons are very sensitive to the qi of the Dao. Although I haven't released any breath, the surrounding 9 nether demons may still sense the qi of the Dao in my body. If it takes a long time, there will be more and more 9 nether demons are coming here." Hearing this, Yu Hangong's face suddenly changed. "The 9 nether demons will follow the Dao Qi to find you? Then you still come here? There are quite a few golden immortal level 9 nether demons on the Ningyian battlefield. If they all come here..." Thinking of this scene, Yu Hangong shuddered a little. He is only in the early stage of golden immortal. He can still stand up to 1 or 2 9 nether demons in the early stage of golden immortal, but if a group of them come, who can stand up to them? Lui chuckled and said, "Brother Han Guang, don't worry, I have mastered the law of space. Even if I really can't beat it, it's still no problem to run with everyone." Hearing this, Yu Hangong's complexion somewhat improved. He also heard that Lui had mastered the extremely powerful power of space. He nodded, "It's better to pay attention. The Juyu battlefield is no different than other places. If you are too careless, you will easily capsize in the gutter." Lui nodded, "I know." Meanwhile, Peak Master Ling Luo and Lu Ningxuang on the side had already taken out the elixir and started to quickly recover their spirit energy. Not long after, Yu Hangong's expression changed, and he looked in one direction. "Here we go again." But soon, his expression changed. "No, it's Jingxian." He was astonished. There are Juyu demons in the golden immortal realm in this place. Yu Hangong looked at Lui with a strange expression on his face, and now he completely believed Lui's words. If there were no special circumstances, the 9 nether demons of the golden immortal realm would definitely not appear in this area. He took a deep breath and said, "Lui, if there is any danger later, we will retreat first and come back later." Lui nodded and smiled slightly. "Well, listen to Brother Han Guang." Yu Hangong chuckled, "I've killed quite a few of the 9 nether demons in the early stage of the golden immortal." While speaking, Yu Hangong's whole body surged with aura, rushing towards the 9 serenity demon in the early stage of golden immortal. The two fought together, the roar was endless, the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuated and turned into a strong wind, and cracks appeared in the barren land, spreading in all directions. With a wave of Lui's hand, a light curtain was formed to block all the aftermath outside, so as not to affect the recovery of Lu Ningxuang and the others. He watched the battle in the sky, and found that Yu Hangong was indeed the strongest genius of the younger generation of the Yu family. Generally speaking, because the 9 nether demons contain the 9 nether qi, they will erode the will of the monks, affect the spirit of the monks, and prevent the monks from fully exerting their strength. In addition, the 9 nether qi is very violent, and has extremely powerful corrosive and aggressive abilities. Under normal circumstances, the 9 nether demons of the same level are basically much stronger than monks. But Yu Hangong's strength is much stronger than that of the Juyu demon, who was also in the early stage of Jingxian, and he suppressed the Juyu demon from the very beginning. The 9 nether evil demon roared again and again, but there was nothing he could do. The 9 nether qi on his body was splattered by the terrifying immortal energy surging from the Jade Han light. Lui smiled and nodded. He was indeed the top genius of the Yu family. According to this situation, the Juyu demon would be easily killed by Yu Hangong in a short time. At this moment, Lu Yi's eyes flashed, and he looked at the area behind the battlefield with a strange expression on his face. Didn't expect another one to come? Good guy, he wondered if he had turned into Tang monk meat, and all the monsters wanted to mess with him. According to Yu Hangong, there shouldn't be Jiu evil spirits from the Golden Immortal Realm here, but unexpectedly, two of them came directly. Yu Hongguang, who was in the middle of the battle, also sensed the aura of another 9 Serenity demon from the Golden Immortal Realm, and his expression changed suddenly. Fuck? What the hell, can 2 9 nether demons from the Golden Immortal Realm be connected to this kind of ghostly place? Then wait a few more? He looked in the direction of another 9 nether demon, and saw a black mist approaching quickly. In addition to the 9 nether demon who is the head of the Golden Immortal Realm, there are 5 or 6 9 nether demons who are in the profound Immortal Realm. The Golden Immortal 9 nether demons headed by him are also in the early stage of Golden Immortal. This is the luck of the unbelievers. His expression was extremely serious, and he knocked out the 9 nether demon in front of him with one blow, and said to Lu Yi, we are going to. At this moment, a crimson fist light, like a beam of light piercing the sky, passed by Yu Hangong's side, engulfing the black mist in an instant. With the disappearance of the crimson fist light, the black mist has disappeared, as well as the 9 nether demons in the early Golden Immortal stage and a few profound Immortal 9 nether demons nearby. It was as if they had never been there. Yu Hangong? He looked at the disappearing 9 nether demon, his eyes wide open, and he froze in place. Lu Yi's voice sounded, Brother Hongguang, what did you want to say just now? Yu Hangong was silent. He couldn't just say that he wanted to say that he was going to withdraw, could he? By the way, what was that just now? A 9 nether demon in the early stage of Golden Immortal disappeared like this? Not even a little counterattack, nothing? Was that Lu Yi's attack? This is too outrageous, right? Yu Hangong was completely dumbfounded. Just when he was a little dazed, a terrifying breath approached, and his expression changed and he quickly backed away. The Golden Immortal 9 Serenities demon who was knocked out by him before has rushed back. He knocked the 9 nether demon into the air again with his palm, and turned around with a hearty smile, it's okay, I said we're going to have a big fight. Lu Yi was taken aback, then smiled lightly and said, okay. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the Big Brother in 08A, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the Big Brother. Chapter 339 Familiar Breath. Lu Yi did not intervene in Yu Hangong's battle, but guarded Lu Ningxuang and the others to recover. In fact, Yu Hangong didn't need any help, and he completely killed the 9 nether demon in the early stage of Golden Immortal in a short time. Yu Hangong landed on the ground, looking at Lu Yi with strange eyes. Lu Yi glanced at him with some doubts, what's wrong? No, nothing. Yu Hangong shook his head numbly. He couldn't say that he was still a little confused now, and he never thought that Lu Yi's strength would be so exaggerated. Didn't this guy say that it hasn't been long since he broke through to the Xianxian realm? Because Lu Yi's status in the Yu family is very high, and there was so much movement when he broke through the Xianxian realm last time, the senior members of the Yu family basically accepted the love of Daotide brought about by Lu Yi's breakthrough, even if Yu Hangong was not in the Yu family at that time, also heard some. But Yu Hangong never expected that Lu Yi, who had only broken through in such a short period of time, would now have such exaggerated strength. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it, lest his mind collapse. Soon, Lu Ningxuang and the others completely recovered their immortal energy. A group of people continued to go deeper. Yu Hangong originally planned to go back, but seeing Lu Yi's terrifying strength, he decisively changed his mind. Lu Yi's strength is so strong, and he can also attract the 9 nether demons in the Golden Immortal realm. This time, we will kill more Golden Immortal 9 nether demons in the Ningyian battlefield, so that the monks here can relieve some pressure. Yu Han Light said so. Lu Yi smiled lightly, this is also my idea. Of course, Ling Luo Peak Master and Lu Ningxuang had no objections. Ever since I met the first 9 nether demon in the Golden Immortal Realm, it seemed that some kind of switch had been turned on. As Liu Yi and the others continued to go deeper, they encountered more and more Jiu demons, and each time they were a group. At least 10 9 nether demons together almost turned into a cloud of demons and charged towards them. The weakest ones are all in the realm of true immortals, and there are always a few in the realms of Xianxian and Jingxian. They seemed like moths to the flame, completely disregarding their own life and death, only thinking of rushing towards Liu Yi and the others. With the increasing number of 9 nether demons, the pressure on Yu Hangong is increasing, let alone Peak Master Ling Luo and Lu Ningxuang. Liu Yi also started to shoot. Although Liu Yi's cultivation base is only at the 4th level of Xianxian, his combat power, needless to say, after absorbing a lot of Dao's High Bao and Chaos's High Bao, his strength has reached a terrifying level. So far, the Golden Immortal level 9 nether demons have reached the 6th level of the Golden Immortal at their strongest, which is only one step away from the later stage of the Golden Immortal. They were still beaten into ashes by Liu Yi with the Realm King Fist, and there was almost no resistance at all. Force! Yu Hangong on the side saw this punch, his eyeballs almost popped out. That's the 9 nether demons from the 6th floor of the Golden Immortal. If he met alone, it would be enough to fall into a bitter battle. Even though Yu Hangong's talent is extraordinary and his strength is very strong, he is still no match for the 9 nether demons on the 6th level of the Golden Immortal. Beyond 3 small realms, plus there is still a bottleneck in it, there is already a huge gap up. However, relying on the strength of the 4th level of the Profound Immortal, Liu Yi unexpectedly killed a 9 nether demon at the 6th level of the Golden Immortal with one punch, crossing a large realm and more than that. This made Yu Hangong doubt his life. No wonder the ancestors are so optimistic about you, I am convinced. After a battle, Yu Hangong looked at Liu Yi with strange eyes. Liu Yi chuckled and said, maybe it's because my talent is not bad, I have a strong sense of Dao. In fact, Liu Yi has not leveraged the power of the avenue, but only achieved this step with his own strength. If he leveraged the power of the Dao, then used the Tianxinju, and added the Yin-Yang Dao seal, under the Golden Immortal, Liu Yi felt that he should be considered invincible. Liu Yi doesn't know how strong Xian Jun is, but even if he is not an opponent, if he wants to run, the strong Xian Jun in the early stage should not be able to stop him. Of course, Liu Yi would not be so stupid as to meet with the monk Xian Jun now. Is it uncomfortable to play small? As it gets deeper and deeper, the size of the 9 nether demon group is also getting bigger and bigger. 20 or 39 nether demons came over in groups. Ling Luo Peak Master could no longer bear such pressure. After the battle, his breath was weak and his immortal power was consumed enormously. Seeing this scene, Liu Yi stood in front of Peak Lord Ling Luo, and said with a light smile, Master, stand behind me. Ling Luo Peak Master was stunned for a moment, looking at Liu Yi's broad back, his eyes flickered, and he froze for a moment. At this time, Ling Luo Peak Master realized that the boy who was just a brat to her at the beginning was now so powerful that he could even protect her from wind and rain. Ling Lufeng's beautiful eyes flickered, and his eyes softened a lot unconsciously. Puff! Yu Hangong on the side collided with a Jiu demon at the 5th level of the Golden Immortal, and backed away again and again, surrounded by 3 Jiu demons at the early stage of the Golden Immortal. His face turned green when he was besieged by 4 Golden Immortal level 9 nether demons. It's not that Liu Yi didn't help him, Yu Hangong watched Liu Yi punch a group of 9 nether demons, even those in the Golden Immortal realm couldn't resist at all, and felt that he could do it for a while. He volunteered to deal with 4 by himself, but he didn't expect to be beaten to the ground. Liu Yi, help, help! As soon as he finished speaking, a few pale sword intents seemed to pass through the void, drawing a few arcs in front of Yu Hangong, and the 4 Golden Immortal level 9 secluded demons who were chasing and killing him immediately froze in place. The next moment, sword energy erupted from the bodies of those 9 secluded demons, strangling them into ashes. Ultimate Golden Immortal Technique, 9 Elements Killing Sword. Feeling the fierce sword intent, Yu Hangong felt his hair stand on end. His expression was extremely strange. Lu Yi, your swordsmanship is also so powerful? Lu Yi smiled slightly, I know a little bit. Yu Hangong. He didn't know what to say. As Lu Yi used the 9 Yuan killing sword, one after another 9 nether demons were annihilated by the sword intent, and the wilderness that was originally full of 9 nether demons became empty again. Yu Hangong looked at the dissipated Zhuyu evil spirit with some lingering fear, and said worriedly, Lu Yi, why don't we just come here? We have killed 20 or 30 Zhuyu demons in the Golden Immortal Realm so far. Is it almost enough? Lu Yi was about to reply, but at the next moment, his expression changed. He looked towards the distant direction, narrowed his eyes, and said with a light smile, we've said enough. What do you mean? Yu Hangong was taken aback, a little confused. But soon, he felt a terrifying aura coming from a distance. The breath was like an abyss, making him freeze on the spot, his whole body icy cold. Golden Immortal Peak? No, this aura is already close to the Immortal Monarch, right? How could there be such a terrifying 9 nether demons on the Ningyian battlefield? Why has it never appeared before? Yu Hangong said in disbelief. Such a terrifying aura made the Ling Luo Peak master beside him turn pale and sweat profusely all over his body, and Lu Ningxuang and the others trembled involuntarily. Lu Yi's face was extremely serious. He looked at Lu Ningxuang and the others, and said softly, Senior sister, you can use secret techniques. All 4 of Lu Ningxuang nodded. The next moment, the yin and yang air around them turned into a flash of light, merged into one, and shuttled between Lu Yi's eyebrows. Seeing this scene, Yu Hangong was a little shocked. Didn't expect such a secret technique to exist? Can a monk directly fuse with a secret method? However, facing an opponent who was close to the level of Xian Jun, he had no time to think, and quickly said, Lu Yi. Let's go. Lu Yi shook his head, and said with a serious expression, I'm afraid this guy is after me, he must be an old opponent. Lu Yi vaguely had a guess. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Yu Hongguang froze for a moment, a little puzzled. Lu Yi didn't explain much. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and the yin and yang energy surged, prying the power of the avenue, forming a Dao map condensed by the yin and yang avenue. Dao 2 surrounded Yu Hongguang and Ling Luo Peak Lord, and immediately, both Yu Hongguang and Ling Luo Peak Master felt that the terrible pressure like an abyss disappeared. This is... Yu Hangong's eyes widened. Although he has been shocked by Lu Yi several times, he is still uncontrollably stunned. That map actually gave him a strong sense of security. And it also blocked the terrifying coercion. Doesn't this mean that this yin and yang diagram may be able to withstand the attack of the unknown 9 nether demons? How can this be? Yu Hangong couldn't believe it. But Lu Yi was not inside the Dao 2, he was floating outside with a calm expression. Ling Luo Peak Master couldn't help worrying, Stinky boy, are you okay? Lu Yi was taken aback, and smiled lightly, Master, don't worry, I'm a little familiar with that aura, I guess I've been in contact with it a few times before. As soon as Lu Yi's words fell, pieces of magic clouds approached at an extremely fast speed. In the area in front of Lu Yi, the 9 nether devil chi was as thick as ink, as if the most evil things had appeared in reality. Lu Yi saw the familiar figure among the 9 ghosts. It was the Zhuyu demon that had appeared several times on the Zhenan battlefield back then. But at this moment, the difference is that the humanoid 9 nether demon with dancing tentacles has the strength close to the realm of Xian Jun. At the beginning, the 9 nether demon said that the body on the 9 nether battlefield was just an incarnation of his power. It now appears that he was not lying. I met him on the battlefield of Zhenan back then, and now I also met him on the battlefield of Ningyian. Soon, the humanoid 9 nether demon led tens of thousands of 9 nether demons to surround them. These 9 nether demons are at the level of heavenly immortals, some at the level of true immortals, some at the level of profound immortals, and there are hundreds of 9 nether demons at the level of golden immortals. Among the hundreds of golden immortal level Juyu demons, 5 have reached the late stage of golden immortal, and 1 has reached the peak of golden immortal. The most powerful one is the humanoid 9 nether demon, whose aura is even more terrifying than that of the peak Jinxian. After surrounding Liu Yi and the others, the 9 nether demons did not attack, and the humanoid 9 nether demons were staring at Liu Yi with cold and evil eyes. His voice was cold. Your strength is improving much faster than I imagined. It seems that you have more power than I imagined. Liu Yi narrowed his eyes and said with a light smile, I didn't expect to meet you here. Hee. The 9 nether demons' icy laughter sounded. I also didn't expect that you would be so stupid as to come to this battlefield. Here, my strength is not comparable to that on that battlefield. Liu Yi shook his head, isn't he? He looked at the 9 nether demon and asked, so no matter which 9 nether battlefield I go to, you will come out, right? How did you get the news? Ha 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 ha. The Juyu demon laughed, do you think you killed them all? They died here, but they will still be resurrected in Juyu. They report to me with the memory of being killed by you, how do you say I found you? Liu Yi narrowed his eyes, so it's like this. Are you the strongest among the 9 nether demons? Hearing this, the humanoid 9 nether demon just sneered and did not answer. The next moment, there was undisguised greed in his eyes, if I eat you, I will be the strongest. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Liu Yi, and the 9 nether devil chi, which was as thick as ink, rioted and turned into a huge claw, and patted Liu Yi. And the 9 nether demons who had been staying in the same place before that had also jumped up one after another, rushing towards Liu Yi. Seeing this, Liu Yi's expression was extremely cold. His aura was like a silent volcano erupting, and his cultivation base soared at an extremely fast speed. The Yin-Yang Dao seal was running at full strength, and his cultivation quickly rose to the first level of the Golden Immortal, and then he stopped. He punched the 9 nether demon claws that were pressing down in the sky. The crimson chi and blood surged like a beam of sunlight rising into the sky, and the sky became sultry in an instant. The high temperature distorted the space, and the 9 nether demons who were close to the light of the Realm King's fist were vaporized on the spot. And that fist light fell on the devil's claws, and the roar resounded through the world, and the space even vibrated violently. The terrifying aftermath raged, and the nearest 9 nether demons died on the spot. No matter what state the 9 nether demons were in, they were like foam in a strong wind, leaving no trace. Seeing this, the humanoid 9 Serenity's demon danced wildly with tentacles all over his body, a little unbelievable, what? He couldn't imagine that a monk in the real world would be so powerful. Even if he is the son of Dao, it shouldn't be like this. Does he have other secrets? The humanoid Juyu demon looked at Liu Yi with fiery eyes and endless greed. He must eat this monk. He let out a low growl, and the entire sky seemed to be shrouded by the 9 nether demons, and the area with a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers was pitch black. Juyu whispered in Liu Yi's ears, the manic voice seemed to want to drive everything into madness. However, Liu Yi's expression was extremely cold, completely unmoved. He chuckled, and Dao patterns circulated all over his body. The ultimate golden fairy secret technique, Tianxinju. Liu Yi didn't use all the laws to activate the Tianxinju, but only used 2 laws of perfection. Even so, Liu Yi's cultivation has been improved again, from the first level of the Golden Immortal to the 4th level of the Golden Immortal. Afterwards, Liu Yi's aura with a temperature higher than the flames of stars shot up into the sky, turning into a terrifying storm of flames, swallowing up the darkness of tens of thousands of kilometers around. Ultimate Golden Immortal Technique, Xianyang Storm. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Went to the hospital again. I feel a little uncomfortable these 2 days, I went to the hospital again today, I will update it tomorrow. Chapter 340 Harvest, Star Core. Boom! The waves of fire soared into the sky, the solid ground was melted, and even the devilish energy was evaporated by the Xianyang storm. Each of the 9 nether demons was swallowed by the flames almost instantly, and died silently. Only the human-shaped 9 Serenity evil demon surged with demon energy all over his body, resisting the fire tongue and exhaling. Yu Hangong and the others below were located in the Yin-Yang Dao diagram. When Liu Yi used his spells, he could avoid their position. The ground where they were located was the only area that did not turn into magma. Otherwise, even if it is the Yin-Yang Dao diagram, it may not be able to last long in the face of Liu Yi's use of Xianyang storm after continuous outbreaks. Even so, several people in Yuhanguang still felt the terrifying heat. Seeing the ground turn into magma, Yu Hangong stared dumbfounded, and stayed in place. After all, in order to prevent the Juyu demon from rushing out of the Juyu battlefield, each Juyu battlefield has been reinforced by the ancestors of the Yu family, which is enough to withstand extremely powerful damage. To cause such terrible damage, the power of this technique has already reached the realm of a fairy king, right? Is this really a movement made by a monk of Xianxian? Yu Hangong couldn't understand it at all. Not only Yu Hangong, but also the humanoid 9 nether demon is also unbelievable. He resisted the flames with all his strength, and the 9 nether devil chi had begun to dissipate quickly under such a terrifying flame. How long has he been unable to resist? Death is nothing to the humanoid 9 nether demon. It was just a clone of power. To him, death is no loss. But what he couldn't accept was that just 1,000 years ago, in another Juyu battlefield, the strength of this human race was far from being so strong. Why did such a big change happen in just 1,000 years? Such an increase in strength, even if he is the 9 nether demon, is somewhat unacceptable. If this cultivator can maintain such a rapid ascension speed, then the future will definitely pose a huge threat to Juyu. It is a greater threat than those fairy kings and emperors back then. His deep eyes flashed with a cold light, and he looked coldly at Liu Yi in the flame storm. At this moment, Liu Yi's black hair was flying, standing on the sea of fire, like a vulcan. Liu Yi also looked at the 9 nether demons calmly. When the two looked at each other, the demon energy around the 9 nether demon was completely irresistible and shattered. The next moment, the 9 nether demons were swallowed by the flames and completely disappeared. Soon, the evil and terrifying aura completely disappeared, and with a move of Liu Yi's spiritual sense, the violent flame storm dissipated slowly. When the flame storm disappeared, the demon energy also dissipated, and the wilderness with a radius of tens of thousands of miles was completely turned into a crimson lava sea. The high temperature distorted the air, and even the air seemed to have been completely burned by the flames. That is to say, Liu Yi and others are all immortals. If they were mortals, even if they were not ignited by the high temperature, they would die of suffocation. Liu Yi glanced at the direction where the humanoid 9 nether demon was before, and at this moment the 9 nether demon had completely disappeared. Liu Yi exhaled slightly, feeling very satisfied. Sure enough, it is worthy of being a golden fairy level secret technique. He only leveraged the power of the 2 perfect laws, and the Tianxin formula exploded with great power. What if he uses 10, 20 rules? It is conceivable how powerful his strength will become. Of course, if too much law power is used and the increase brought by Tianxin Ju is too large, then his body and spirit will not be able to bear it. Liu Yi stopped thinking about it, and looked behind him, where Yu Hangong and the others were. The map of Yin-Yang Dao is still circulating, and the location where Yu Hangong and the others are still in the wilderness, and has not turned into magma. At this moment, Yu Hangong looked dull, Ling Luo Peak Master also looked dull, only Lu Ningxuang and the other 4 looked quite normal. After all, they know how strong Liu Yi is, well, in every way. Liu Yi landed, dispersed the Yin-Yang Dao map, and said with a light smile, "Are you all right?" Yu Hangong came back to his senses, looked at Liu Yi with a strange expression on his face, twitched the corner of his mouth, and said, "Brother, I think you can even fight Xian Jun." Liu Yi was taken aback, and quickly shook his head and said, "Brother Han Guang is flattering me. My strength is at most similar to that of Jindan, and it is still far behind that of Xian Jun. I can't be too ambitious." Yu Hangong was silent. For a moment he didn't know whether Liu Yi was humble or proud. After all, his cultivation is only in the realm of Xianxian, and he claims to be similar to Jindan. Anyone else would think he is a lunatic, but this guy's strength is so terrifying. Even the 9 nether demons who are close to Xianjun are no match for him at all. From this point of view, Liu Yi is simply too modest. Yu Hangong shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. Then he smiled and said, "This time you killed so many 9 nether demons, I am afraid that in the next few hundred years, the entire Ningyian battlefield will be very peaceful and stable. The guards here, the Astral Militia, has a big thank you." Liu Yi smiled slightly. "The 9 nether demons are a huge threat to the entire universe, and I just do what I have to do. How can I thank you? What's more, the monks of the Star Realm army have blocked the 9 nether demons for hundreds of millions of years. Thank you very much. If so, I have to thank them." "Ha ha ha, if you really want to thank them, then you have to improve the formation of the Star Realm army." Yu Hangong laughed. "Okay, I'll understand it when I go back." Liu Yi was in a good mood. After all, after killing all those 9 nether demons this time, the task rewards in the task panel are simply row upon row. There are too many golden immortal level 9 nether demons here, plus a large number of profound immortal and true immortal level 9 nether demons. Liu Yi's rewards are almost 100 times more than those he went to Zhenan battlefield before. Soon, Liu Yi saw the mission news that he most wanted to see. Killing the humanoid 9 Serenity Demon actually rewarded 50 wisps of Dao Qi. Back then, when he killed the Suangxian level humanoid 9 nether demons in Zhenan battlefield, he was only rewarded with 5 strands. Unexpectedly, this time the reward was directly multiplied by 10 times. If a ray of Dao Qi can make an immortal master break through to the realm of the Immortal King, then the Dao Qi in his hand is enough to make 25 immortal masters break through to the realm of the Immortal King. Even if it takes a few more strands to break through to the Immortal King realm, there will be several Immortal Kings already. These great auras are probably enough to drive all the immortals and immortals in the entire universe crazy. Liu Yi took a deep breath. He planned to wait until he was stronger. Then find a way to give it to the senior sisters and the ancestors of the Yu family. After all, the ancestors of the Yu family treated him very well, so naturally Liu Yi would not be stingy with such things. "Liu Yi, what are you thinking?" Yu Hangong asked, seeing Liu Yi frozen in place. Liu Yi returned to his senses, smiled lightly and said, "It's nothing, let's go, we should be able to go back now." Liu Yi used the air escape technique to lead a group of people through the space, and quickly returned to the station. As soon as he returned to the station, Liu Yi found a large number of monks gathered together, talking a lot. Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment, and then he heard what these people were talking about. "Have you noticed what happened there just now?" "Of course I noticed." "What the hell is that?" "It seems that there is a terrifying high temperature coming from that direction, like a star." "I don't know, but I heard that the 9 nether demons were gathering on a large scale at that time. A friend of mine failed to escape from the 9 nether demons at that time, and died, alas. I've heard about this too. It seems like I've never heard of such a large-scale gathering of the 9 nether demons. Coupled with the huge movement just now, maybe something big happened?" Each of the monks looked worried. However, the leader of the Star Realm army has already passed away, so there shouldn't be a big problem. If it really doesn't work, I'm afraid I'll have to ask for help. "Oh, I hope it's all right." Liu Yi and Yu Hangong listened to this, and the more they listened, the weirder their expressions became. "Isn't this the war we were talking about just now?" Liu Yi suddenly remembered that when he was on the Zhenan battlefield before, he encountered the humanoid 9 Serenity Demon, which also made a lot of noise, which also alarmed the entire Zhenan battlefield. Now it seems that it is probably the same. But this time, they teleport back directly through space, and they didn't encounter the star forces on the way to investigate like they did in the Zhenan battlefield. Liu Yi, would you like to explain? Yu Hangong said via sound transmission with a strange expression. The corner of Liu Yi's mouth twitched. No need, just inform the person in charge of the Star Border Army when you go out. After all, the movement was so big, he didn't want to be watched. That's fine. Yu Hangong nodded without saying anything. Afterwards, the group left the station, and Yu Hangong left for a while, reporting the situation and the commander of the Star Realm Army stationed here. After Yu Hangong came back, he planned to go to Tianming with Liu Yi and his party. After all, it has been agreed before, and now that Liu Yi is so powerful, Yu Hangong is more determined that he wants to go to Tianming to listen to Liu Yi's preaching, and then practice there. I heard that Yu Yuanwu was there recently, so don't have a good time. Naturally, Liu Yi also welcomed them very much, and the group left Ningyi battlefield in Xiang boat. Xiang Zhou passed through the star gate and returned to the vacuum outside the sky. Standing by the window, Yu Hangong looked at the boats coming and going outside the window, and the commercial planets in the distance, with a bit of astonishment on his face. I didn't expect this place to be so prosperous. In Yu Hangong's impression, Tianming seems to be a very remote planet, and it was only known to the Yu family because of a monster like Liu Yi. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know where Tianming was. Unexpectedly, the Tianxing system is now so prosperous, which surprised Yu Hangong a little. Peak Master Ling Luo crossed his arms and said with a light smile, "It's all thanks to Uncle Tianfeng. He sent people here to build a star gate, plus a force in the Three-Eyed Star District deliberately made a plan to please Liu Yi. A commercial planet was built for him, and it was developed here. Of course, the most important factor is that this brat will preach once in a while, which is a big deal for ordinary immortals. An unimaginable opportunity. Indeed, with such a chance, even if it is a barren land, there will be a large number of monks willing to stay here." Yu Hangong sighed. Liu Yi also looked out the window, and said with a light smile, "It's not as exaggerated as you say. For me, preaching is just a matter of effort." Peak Master Ling Luo rolled his eyes speechlessly. Yu Hongguang was also silent. Ordinary cultivators in the Xianxian realm usually have too little time to retreat to enlightenment by themselves. It is normal to retreat for thousands of years or tens of thousands of years at a time. How can they have such kung fu to come out to preach every few decades? In this way, even their own perception will be interrupted. What's more, even if ordinary Xianxian preaches, he preaches for his own family and sect monks. How can he be so impartial and selfless, preaching for the entire planet? Even, no matter who it was, as long as Liu Yi came, he didn't care and could listen in. There are such people, but besides Liu Yi, there is really no other one with such cultivation and perception ability. A group of people chatted. The Xiang Zhou had passed through the vacuum and returned to the sky above the Baiyun Immortal Sect. A group of people got off the Xiang boat. Yu Hangong asked with a smile, "Where is that boy Yuanwu?" Peak Lord Ling Luo said, "I asked him to build one next to my residence. What's wrong?" Yu Hongguang's eyes lit up, and he smiled lightly. "Then I don't need to find a place to live. Ling Luo, take me there." Ling Luo Peak Master seemed to understand something, with a strange expression on his face. Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang didn't know much about it, and a group of them came to the top of Ling Luo Peak. The next moment, Yu Hangong stood outside Yu Yuanwu's bamboo house, and said with a light smile, "Yuanwu, I'm here." Not long after, Yu Yuanwu opened the door, and after seeing Yu Hangong, he was a little puzzled. "Brother, why are you here?" "Of course I heard that Liu Yi is preaching here, so I'll come and listen." Yu Yuanwu's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Brother, you have come to the right place. Let me tell you, brother-in-law is extremely powerful, and his understanding of the Dao may not even be comparable to our ancestors." Yu Yuanwu was still about to speak, but Yu Hangong had already interrupted him, and said with a smile, "I know, I have seen it just now. By the way, I just came here, and I have no place to live, so I can stay here with you." Yu Yuanwu? He looked confused. "Live here? I am such a small bamboo house, where will I live if you come here? You can build another one on the side." Yu Hangong smiled and pointed to the open space on the side. "Yu Yuanwu?" The others were all overwhelmed, and before they had time to resist, they were carried outside by Yu Hangong, who closed the door after Yu Hangong entered, leaving Yu Yuanwu stunned outside alone. Lu Yi and the others were silent, only Peak Master Ling Luo had some guesses, with a strange expression on his face, and he twitched his mouth. "Yuanwu, then you can build another one." "Don't!" Yu Yuanwu screamed, and those who heard it were sad, and those who heard it wept. Lu Yi and Lu Ningxuang looked at each other, turned around silently, and left Ling Luo Peak. After returning to the cave, Lu Yi began to be satisfied with this harvest. Needless to say, all kinds of star marrow. What made Lu Yi happy was that after killing the 9 nether demons at the golden immortal level, he was rewarded with a new cultivation resource called Star Core. "Thank you for the 200 points rewarded by the boss of 0AA, thank you for being faster for the 100 points rewarded by the boss, thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss Tianzhong, and thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the boss Shui Wuhen, thank you for meeting 100 points rewarded by Nian Hua Siming Yu." Chapter 341 Big Trouble for the Poros Family. The core of the star is the source of spiritual energy condensed inside the star. Compared with the star marrow, the spiritual energy is many times denser. Basically, every Jinxian level 9 nether demon mission will give Lu Yi a star core, and if the strength of the golden immortal 9 nether demon is stronger, the more star cores will be rewarded. Lu Yi went to the Ningyian battlefield in this wave, and the mission rewards were as many as 1,000 star cores. Although there is no way to compare with star marrow in terms of quantity, the quality is much higher. In addition to these cultivation resources, there are also some rewards such as various natural materials and earth treasures, skills and spells. In addition, there are rewards for improving the level of immortal skills, and there are also many rewards for improving the level of skills. What surprised Lu Yi the most was that he even rewarded a middle-grade Hushan Ling Bao, which was a long sword named Xingtao Piercing Heaven Sword. As a mid-grade acquired spirit treasure, its power is naturally needless to say. Lu Yi had used the Eternal Light Shield, which was also a middle-grade Hushan Ling Bao, and it was extremely powerful. At that time, Lu Yi's strength was not even in the Xianxian realm. If the Eternal Light Shield is used now, the power may be much stronger than that at that time. As a middle-grade acquired spiritual treasure that can be attacked and defended, the Eternal Light Shield is not particularly effective in attacking. In contrast, the Xingtao Piercing Heaven Sword is a purely offensive magic weapon. Surpassed the Eternal Light Shield. Unfortunately, no chance to test. Lu Yi sighed, and put the Xingtao Piercing Heaven Sword into the space ring. With his current strength, as long as he doesn't meet the level of an immortal, there is no need for a magic weapon of the level of Hushan Ling Bao. Even when facing the humanoid 9 nether demons who are close to the level of an immortal, Lu Yi didn't use magic weapons. Mainly because it is useless. As for opponents at the Xianjun level, Lu Yi is not stupid, so why provoke monsters of that level? Waiting for him to break through to the golden immortal realm safely, wouldn't it be better to crush him directly? Lu Yi shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Lu Yi was about to start practicing, when he suddenly thought of what Yu Hangong said before, about changing the formation of the Star Realm army. He left the cave and came to Ling Luo Peak. Yu Yuanwu is using the fairy bamboo seen from the side to build a bamboo house alone. Lu Yi felt a little pitiful looking at it. Seeing Lu Yi coming up, Yu Yuanwu looked over with a pitiful expression on his face. "Brother-in-law, can you help me?" Liu Yi coughed dryly, and said, "I have something important to do, I'm afraid I can't help you." The group of Yu Yuanwuxin is tired, and he is unloved? He sighed faintly, and then asked doubtfully, "Brother-in-law, what's your business?" Liu Yi chuckled and said, "When I was in Ningyi battlefield, I talked with Brother Han Guang to see if we could improve the formation of the Star Realm army." Hearing this, Yu Yuanwu was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly said in surprise, "Yes. Brother-in-law, your formation is also amazing, and your own understanding is so terrifying. If it is you, there is really hope to deduce a new Star Realm army array. This is a big deal. If brother-in-law, you are really successful, then the Star Border army has to be grateful." Liu Yi chuckled and said, "I have to try it first. After all, I heard from Brother Han Guang that the Star Realm army formation has been the work of your Yu family for so many years. It may not happen overnight to improve it." Yu Yuanwu was very optimistic. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay. Anyway, we have plenty of time. If it doesn't work for 10,000 years, then it's 100,000 years, and if it's not enough for 100,000 years, it's 1,000,000 years." Liu Yi nodded, and then came to the house that belonged to Yu Yuanwu, and said, "Brother Han Guang, can you come out and see me?" Yu Hangong quickly opened the door. He didn't look at Yu Yuanwu, who was looking at him with resentment, and smiled lightly at Liu Yi. "Brother Liu Yi, what's wrong?" "It's about the Star Border army." Liu Yi smiled. Yu Hangong patted his forehead immediately. "Look at me, I forgot such an important thing. Come here, come in, let's have a good chat." Yuhan just pulled Liu Yi back to the bamboo house. Yu Yuanwu was shut outside the door, fluttering in the wind. As the top genius of the younger generation of the Yu family, Yu Hangong is also one of the mainstays of the Yu family in the future. He also has research on the formation of the Star Realm army. Although he is not proficient in cultivation, he still told Liu Yi about it. It took a few days to draw out the formation of General Yuhan Guang and explain it completely to Liu Yi. The more Liu Yi looked at it, the more he frowned, with a solemn expression. Seeing Liu Yi's solemn expression, Yu Hangong asked, "What's wrong? Brother Liu Yi, is it difficult?" Liu Yi nodded, and said frankly, "It's really rare. This military formation is too exquisite. It can be imagined that the ancestors of the Yu family have spent a lot of effort on this military formation. It is too difficult to improve it." Yu Hangong nodded, and all of them smiled proudly. "This is the hard work of my Yu family for hundreds of millions of years. My Yu family can stand on the top of the Tianluo star field and have a place in the entire universe. This army formation is indispensable." Liu Yi nodded and sighed. The background accumulated over hundreds of millions of years is really extraordinary. "Brother Liu Yi, do you think it can be improved?" "I'll go back and do some research, let's try it out." Liu Yi didn't promise it, after all, it was really difficult. Yu Hangong said earnestly, "Okay, I'll trouble Brother Liu Yi, presumably with your talent, there should be hope to be able to do it." Liu Yi smiled, and then said goodbye to Yu Hangong. After leaving the bamboo house, he glanced at the direction of Yu Yuanwu's bamboo house, and found that the bamboo house was almost finished, and Yu Yuanwu was working hard inside. Liu Yi didn't bother him either, and left Lingluo Peak and returned to his cave. For the next time, Liu Yi was at ease. With plenty of resources and nothing else to do, he's doing pretty well. On weekdays, I practiced quietly, and then spent some time studying the formation of the Star Militia Army. It has to be said that the concentration of spiritual energy in the core of the stars is extremely strong, and the effect of cultivation far exceeds that of the star marrow. In just over 100 years, Liu Yi broke through to the 5th level of the profound immortal, and his cultivation speed was not slower than that of the previous true immortal realm. In addition to practicing, Liu Yi did not fail to preach every 20 or 30 years. When the cultivation felt boring, I went out for a walk, and took the 4 of my seniors and sisters out for a stroll, to see the current dawn, to see the beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers, to eat mortal delicacies, and to see the various aspects of life. It has to be said that under the baptism of Liu Yi's avenue tide every few decades, Tianming and him were completely different when they were not immortals. The concentration of aura in the entire Tianming continent has become extremely dense, and even in some areas where the aura is particularly strong, there are immortal auras born, and in time, even immortal treasures can grow. The creatures in all regions, newborns almost all have cultivation talents, almost all human races have spiritual roots, and everyone can practice. And the mountain demon clan is also far stronger than before. However, because Tianming turned into a fairy star, the human and demon immortals who ascended before all returned to Tianming, and those holy lands of the immortal sects all settled in Qingzhou. These races still live in harmony. And in the entire Tianming continent, the area with the strongest spirit energy is undoubtedly Qingzhou. According to Yu Hangong and Yu Yuanwu, in Qingzhou now, the concentration of aura can be regarded as a middle-level fairy star. And this is just that Liu Yi has passed the preaching for more than 2,000 years. Such a speed of improvement can be called a miracle. Liu Yi is also very pleased with this. All the things he has done in these years have achieved some results. But soon, Liu Yi's heart became heavy again. After all, Tianming has a 9 nether passage, and I don't know how many years later, the 9 nether passage can't be blocked, and the whole Tianming will probably be swallowed by the 9 nether passage. No matter how well he did it, it would be useless to make Tianming a superior or even the strongest fairy star. In addition to traveling, Liu Yi would also hang out with some friends in his free time. Immortal cultivators pursue longevity, but at the same time, it is quite a pleasant thing to have fellow Taoists to discuss and communicate with each other. For Liu Yi, after all, he has the memory of his previous life. If he is the only one after longevity, it would be a bit too lonely. In contrast, the fact that his relatives and friends could live forever with him made Liu Yi more acceptable. Occasionally, some friends get together with each other, which is also a beautiful thing. Of course, these are all things to do in spare time, and Liu Yi is still working hard to cultivate most of the time. Time passed, and more than 500 years passed in a blink of an eye. Liu Yi's cultivation base has been raised to the 8th level of Xianxian, which is only one step away from the 9th level of Xianxian. This speed of cultivation might scare a lot of mysterious immortals to death. After all, Liu Yi has no bottlenecks in cultivation, and with his solid foundation, he can absorb the star core very fast, so the speed of cultivation is naturally not too slow. He is very calm in his heart. After all, for him, this kind of cultivation speed is normal. On this day, Liu Yi, Zhang Fan, and others were gathering in the mansion of Tianlong Shenzi. In addition to Liu Yi, Lu Ningxuang, and Tianlong Shenzi, Zhang Fan and others, the geniuses of the generation of Baiyun Xianzong, the saints and saints of the major Xianzong holy lands, and those who followed Liu Yi, of course all received special care from Liu Yi, and was given a lot of resources by Liu Yi. Now, they are all immortals, and most of them hold high positions in their respective sects, and they all have their own majestic temperament. But because everyone is a fairy, the traces of the passage of time on them are no longer obvious, and each of them looks the same as when they were young. The Saintess of Laiyan has become the female saint of Laiyan Holy Land. She is sitting beside Liu Yi at this moment, looking at Liu Yi with a trace of resentment from time to time. Liu Yi felt a little embarrassed. Lu Ningxuang and the others on the side pretended not to see them at all. Donggong Minjiu has a good relationship because she often discusses with the Saintess of Laiyan. If it was before, she would have blown her hair, but now, she is just smiling and chatting with the Saintess of Laiyan. The relationship between the two is already very good up. In addition to her, there are also the saintesses of Yushan Palace and the saintesses of other Xianzong holy places all looking at Liu Yi with strange eyes at this moment. In this regard, a group of male monks have long been familiar with it. None of the saintesses of the same generation as Liu Yi found a Taoist partner, making these male cultivators of the same generation very speechless. When I saw Liu Yi, I missed my whole life. However, the group of male cultivators have become accustomed to this, and the atmosphere is still enthusiastic. Everyone talked and drank, and Liu Yi also prepared Xian Niang and Xian Zhan for them. Tianlong Shenzi took a sip of the fairy wine, his expression was a little blurred. The material of this wine is a fairy-level treasure of heaven and earth, and Tianlong Shenzi is only in the realm of immortality, one sip is enough to make him drunk. He sighed, "Brother Liu, you are comfortable. You only need to practice and practice every day. Now I have to deal with the affairs of Tianlong Holy Land, which is too troublesome." Liu Yi chuckled lightly, they are all holy masters, so naturally they have to bear corresponding responsibilities. Why? What can't be wronged? Well, it's mainly about the business planet. Tianlong Shenzi shook his head and sighed. The Saint Lei Yan on the side also frowned, and said, "Yes, although the commercial planet belongs to you, Brother Liu, and there are corresponding malls and stores for our holy places, but our strength is not as good as the third those powerful forces in the I-star area, the Suingxian level forces and the top Jingxian level forces still ignore us." Tianlong Shenzi smiled wryly, "If you were not there, Brother Liu, those top forces in the three-eyed star area might not necessarily look at us directly." When Liu Yi heard Tianlong Shenzi's complaint, he felt a little bit stunned. In this universe, in the final analysis, power is the most respected. Because of Liu Yi's relationship, the top forces in the three-eyed star district still keep their own place on this commercial planet, and they will not make any troubles to Tianming's various forces, but in the final analysis, the strength of both sides it's not equal at all, so it might be difficult for the top forces in the three-eyed star region to respect Tianming's forces. Liu Yi could more or less understand this, those top forces in the three-eyed star region respected him, Liu Yi himself, not all the creatures of the sky star. He chuckled and said, "Then you should practice hard. When your strength becomes stronger, they will naturally treat you well." Tianlong Shenzi rolled his eyes, "Although you have so many resources from Brother Liu, I don't know how long it took me to cultivate to the Golden Immortal." The Saintess Lei Yan smiled lightly and said, "Brother Aotian, you should be satisfied, every time we can listen to Brother Lu's preaching at a close distance, this is an opportunity that other people don't have, plus what Brother Liu prepared for us Xianzhen, we are all immortal bodies, with such good conditions. If we can't break through to the Golden Fairy Realm within 10,000 years, I'm afraid it would be a waste of money." Hearing this, the son of Heavenly Dragon smiled and said, "Fairy Lei Yan is right, I shouldn't be so decadent." Liu Yi smiled, then looked around, frowned and said, "By the way, why isn't Nuke here?" As a genius in the three-eyed star area who followed Liu Yi very enthusiastically, Nuke would always be present at every gathering in the past, but he didn't expect to be absent this time. Hearing this, son of Heavenly Dragon and Saintess Lei Yan gave a meal. The two looked at each other, Tianlong Shenzi coughed dryly, and said, "Brother Liu, Brother Nuke won't let us tell you about this." Liu Yi frowned, "What's the matter?" The Saint of Lei Yan said softly, "I heard that Brother Nuke's family is in big trouble, and one of the three elders at the peak of the Golden Immortal has disappeared. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss." Chapter 342 Confining the Line of Fate. When Liu Yi heard this, he was also stunned. He still remembered the last time he heard Nuke talk about the Poros family, saying that an elder had disappeared and was looking for it. Originally, Liu Yi didn't care. After all, he just didn't contact him. If he was too far away, it would be inconvenient to contact him. But I didn't expect that the situation seems to be getting worse now. 3 elders? Are they the top figures of the Poros family? Although Liu Yi didn't know much about the Poros family, he knew a little bit. Yes, the three elders are all at the peak of the Golden Immortal, and they have reached the extreme, and they are only half a step away from breaking through to the realm of the Immortal Monarch. The Son of Heaven nodded. Liu Yi frowned. If he really had such strength, it should be about the same strength as the humanoid 9 nether demons he encountered on the Ningyian battlefield before. This kind of strength should be regarded as the top group in the three-eyed star area. How could they disappear without a sound? What kind of trouble did the Poros family get into? Liu Yi was a little puzzled. Tianlong Shenzi, Tai Shenzi, and others looked at each other in blank dismay, and finally shook their heads. Feng Buming said, "We don't know the specific situation. Brother Nuke hasn't communicated with us in detail." Liu Yi nodded slightly, and said, "If you meet Nuke and he needs help, you can come to me." Naturally, Liu Yi would not be stingy in helping Nuke with what he did his best and what he could do. Tianlong Shenzi and others nodded. Toasting to each other, pushing cups and changing cups, time passed, and the party lasted for half a month before it came to an end. "Hey, it's better, Brother Liu. We are idle on weekdays, and we have to be busy again." Sun Tianlong shook his head and complained again. Everyone laughed and finally took their leave. Liu Yi and Lu Ningxuang also returned to Baiyun Immortal Sect, and Zhang Fan and others who were together before had already gone to the commercial planet through the teleportation array, and they were in charge of the Immortal Sect. 30 years later, Liu Yi successfully broke through to the 9th floor of Xianxian, only one step away from Jingxian. On this day, Liu Yi, who was deducing the formation of the Star Realm army, suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked out of the cave. At the moment, on the mountain path of Lingluo Peak, Zhang Fan and Nuke were walking towards Liu Yi's cave. At this moment, Nuke's expression was a little anxious, and his face looked very ugly. Seeing Nuke's appearance, Zhang Fan comforted him, "Brother Nuke, don't worry, junior brother Liu is amazingly powerful and extraordinary. As long as junior brother Liu is willing to help, your clan elders will definitely be able to find him." Nuke forced himself to smile, nodded, and said, "Well, I believe in young Master Liu. It's just that the things about my Poros family these years are really exhausting." Zhang Fan was silent, and he also understood something about the situation. Nearly 1/3 of the Golden Immortal monks of the Poros family were missing. The disappearance of so many high-end combat powers was a huge blow to the entire Poros family. Soon, the two arrived outside Liu Yi's cave, and saw Liu Yi teasing little Xing Xing. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Seeing Liu Yi at the door, Zhang Fan and Nuke were taken aback. Liu Yi chuckled and said, "Brother Zhang Fan, Brother Nuke, what do you need from me?" Nuke came back to his senses, and quickly said, "Young Master Liu, I would like to ask you to help our Poros family." Liu Yi had some guesses about this, and he nodded, "Well, what's the specific situation?" Nuke had already organized his language on the way here, and he hurriedly said, "Just 700 or 800 years ago, an elder of our Poros clan disappeared, and we couldn't get in touch through the secret techniques within the clan. I don't care. After all, there are many secret realms and strange areas in the universe, and the situation of being unable to contact would happen before. But not long after, several clan elders disappeared one after another. At this time, our Poros clan paid attention to it and started looking for the missing elders. However, we have searched almost all over the Three-Eyed Star area, but we have not been able to find the missing elders. In recent years, more monks have disappeared, not only the elders, but also those in the Xianxian realm. The inner elders are also missing from time to time. 50 years ago, one of the 3 elders who went out to look for him also could not be contacted." Hearing this, Liu Yi nodded slightly, and said, "So you want me to help your Poros family find the missing person?" Nuke nodded, "We have exhausted all kinds of methods, but we still can't find them. We can only trouble you, young Master Liu. I believe you must have a way." Liu Yi thought for a while, and found that this matter was really not difficult for him. Finding people is something that he can find as long as he has dealt with it. After all, he has practiced the fate art secreted by the Yu family. As long as people have existed, they will always leave their own destiny in time and space. As long as you look for it along the line of fate, you can always find it. Liu Yi smiled and said, "No problem, I'll help you find it." Seeing that Liu Yi agreed, Nuke suddenly showed a surprised smile. "Thank you, young Master Liu." In Nuke's heart, Liu Yi's strength is unfathomable, and even the tide of the Dao can be triggered at will. Maybe there is a way to find the missing person, and even if Liu Yi can't find it, there is Yu family in Liu Yi's house. Behind it, there is always greater hope. Liu Yi nodded and said, "Take me to your clan land." "Okay." Nuke said impatiently. Liu Yi thought for a while, but he didn't inform Lu Ningxuang and others this time. After all, they were in seclusion these days and were preparing to break through the Xianxian realm. As for him, even without the secret technique of Yin-Yang Dao Seal, his own Tianxin formula is equally powerful. And his current cultivation base is much stronger than when he went to the Ningyin battlefield. Even without the Yin-Yang Dao Seal, he can still easily display his original strength. Zhang Fan said with a smile, "I won't follow to delay my legs. I can make a strong person at the golden immortal level disappear. A little angel like me will go and let junior brother Liu take care of me. I will go back to the commercial planet." Zhang Fan bid farewell to Liu Yi and Nuke, while Liu Yi took Nuke on the Xiang boat and left Ling Luo Peak. After passing through the Star Gate, they traveled through the space again and again, and within a few days, they came to the family star of the Poros family. Feeling the strong fairy spirit of the main star of the Poros clan, Liu Yi sighed in his heart, as expected of a fairy star that can give birth to a large number of golden immortals. This kind of fairy spirit is much stronger than Tianming. Hearing this, Nuke forced a smile and said, "Using Master Lu's method to frequently induce Dao to water the stars in the sky, in a few years, Tianming will completely surpass our Poros star." Liu Yi smiled slightly, "I hope so." At this moment, Liu Yi felt a lot of auras approaching quickly, including a lot of golden fairy level auras. Liu Yi raised his eyebrows, looked over, and found that many people were flying towards Xiangsu. All of them were monks of the Three-Eyed Clan. Nuke smiled and said, "Young Master Liu, I informed the clan earlier that the clan elders have brought their elders to welcome you." Liu Yi nodded slightly, and said, "There are quite a few golden immortals in your Poros clan." It's just what he perceives, there are already more than 30, I'm afraid this is not all. Nuke said bitterly, "The elders of the Jingxian tribe in the clan have suffered huge losses over the years. I hope young Master Liu can help us find them." Liu Yi nodded. After Liu Yi and Nuke left Xiangzhou, they saw a group of elders from the Three-Eyed tribe leading many middle-aged monks from the Three-Eyed tribe to greet them. The aura of the two old men headed by them is very terrifying. Both of them are at the peak of Jingxian, only one step away from Xianjun. But it's just one step away. If you really want to break through to the level of Xianjun, it will be as difficult as reaching the sky. There are too many golden immortals trapped to death at this step. Two wrinkled old men from the Three-Eyed tribe led a crowd of Three-Eyed tribe elders to clasp their hands and said, "The Poros family, I have met young Master Liu." Liu Yi smiled slightly, "Nuke and I are friends, you are welcome." Hearing this, all the elders of the Three-Eyed clan brightened their eyes one after another, glanced at Nuke beside them, and admired secretly in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the relationship between Nuke and this young Master Liu is already so good. With such a background, even if they lose a lot of clan elders, they don't have to worry about the Poros clan being unstable in the future. In the entire Tianluo starfield, there is no force that dares not to give face to the Yu family, even if it is a force at the level of a fairy, not to mention that there is no force of this level in the Three-Eyed clan. All the clan elders breathed a sigh of relief when they thought of this. One of the three leading elders said, "Master Liu, my name is Saipan, and he is one of the elders of the Boros clan. Here, on behalf of the Boros clan, I would like to thank Master Lu for his willingness to help our Boros clan. We are very grateful. Senior Saipan, you're being polite. Lu said with a light smile, since I'm here, let's start now. Hearing Lu's words, everyone was taken aback. Master Lu, don't you need to rest? Saipan asked. Lu shook his head, no, let's start directly. Any of you have items that the missing person has used for a while? When a person uses an item, the item is tainted with the person's fate, and this relationship is called causation. Seeing Lu's insistence, the clan elders naturally didn't say much. On the contrary, they also hoped to find the missing elders as soon as possible. Saipan thought for a while and said, Master Lu, please come back with us, we have stored such items in the clan. Lu nodded. The group returned to the Poros clan. Soon, they came to the temple of the Poros family. The temple, which is usually only open to important figures of the Poros family, is naturally also open to Lu. Entering the temple, Saipan said, Master Lu, please wait a moment, I'll go get it right away. Lu nodded, and Saipan disappeared in place. Not long after, he came over with a dark blue futon. There was a strong fairy air exuding from the futon, and there was even a trace of chill escaping. Lu was a little surprised. This is a good high-grade fairy weapon. If he practiced on it, he would be able to calm down and not have any demons. Moreover, his cultivation speed would probably increase. As a senior craftsman, Lu could tell the condition of this fairy weapon with just one glance. Of course, to him, this fairy weapon can only be considered good. Give him the materials, and he can even refine the best fairy weapon, that is, it is too troublesome to refine the Hushan Ling Bao, and it needs to be infused with the original source of the Dao. Qi, otherwise he would be able to refine the Hushan Ling Bao. This is the futon used by one of my brothers for cultivation, Master Lu, is this okay? Saipan asked expectantly. There were strands of light flashing in Lu's eyes, and the world in his eyes became unusual. He started to use the technique of fate. In Lu's eyes, the threads of fate are intertwined. If ordinary people look at it, they may be completely connected, and it is impossible to distinguish which is which. But for Lu in the Xianxian realm, his mental power is strong enough, and he has also mastered a powerful enough law of fate, so that he can easily distinguish the difference between the lines of fate. He could clearly see that one of them had the most fate lines remaining on this futon. Besides that, there were 3 other fate lines, but they were all very few. And these 3 fate lines, 2 of them point to the people around him, one is Saipan, and the other is another elder of the Golden Immortal Peak clan. This futon was probably left by one of the missing 3 elders. Lu was stunned, watching the most threads of fate drifting away into the distance, merging into the void. He didn't know how far they drifted. Lu narrowed his eyes and said, it's fine. He reached out and grabbed the avenue, and the avenue was pried by Lu, and the scattered fate lines were slowly converged and became clear under the fluctuation of the power of the avenue. This is the skill Lu realized. Although Lu can't change the fate line yet, with the power of prying the avenue, he can more or less slightly affect the fate line. This change has no effect on the monk himself, but it is much more convenient for Lu, who observes fate. He could clearly see the trajectory of this monk's fate. In the sight of others, they only saw Lu reach out and grab the space slightly. As monks of the Golden Immortal level, they felt a subtle fluctuation of the Dao. This terrified the elders of the clan, including Saipan. The power of the avenue? They looked at Lu in disbelief. Young Master Lu can already use the power of the Dao? How can this be? The power of the Dao can only be used by monks who have realized the origin of the Dao, and this kind of monk, even if he is not in the realm of the Immortal King, must be an immortal who has a deep understanding of the origin of the Dao. And young Master Lu is clearly only in the realm of Xianxian, so he can use the power of the Dao. This really shocked all the elders of the Poros clan. They had heard a lot from Nuke before about how strong Lu Yi's talent was, and they had also learned more or less from the monks who had been to Tianming. Before they met Lu Yi, they had already estimated Lu Yi's strength as high as possible. But they never expected that they still underestimated. A Xianxian can use the power of the Dao, who would dare to believe that? If you say it, you might be taken as a fool, right? They watched Lu Yi's movements and held their breath. Although even a strong Jinxian like Saipan couldn't understand what Lu Yi was doing, things that could use the spirit of the Dao were obviously not simple. They suddenly had hope. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 346, Actions in the Crystal Starfield. Year, I heard that you discovered the 9 Nether Evil Demon to help the Poros family in the Three-Eyed Star area find their missing members? Yu Tianfeng asked. Lu Yi nodded. Well, those missing clansmen have been corrupted by the 9 Nether Demons. Yu Tianfeng nodded, and said slowly, can ye accompany me to the land of the Poros clan? Maybe through the trajectories of those missing clansmen, we can find the purpose of the 9 Nether Demons. Of course it's no problem. The number 1 heir of the Poros family is on the commercial planet. Let's go find him and ask him to take us there. That would be great. After that, Lu Yi took Yu Tianfeng and Yu Hangong to the commercial planet. Since returning from the ruins of the Abyss, Nuke no longer needs to search for the elders of the Poros family, and the remaining 2 elders of the Boros family have also issued a death order, with Lu Yi's commercial planet as the first. Now Nuke has been staying in the commercial planet, cooperating with Zhang Fan and others to manage the commercial planet. Although the other top forces in the Three-Eyed Star district were somewhat dissatisfied with Nuke's return to manage the commercial planet again, this was what Lu Yi meant, and the others naturally didn't dare to say anything. When Lu Yi found Nuke, he was dealing with piles of documents and looked very distressed. Seeing Lu Yi, he quickly got up to greet him. Young Master Lu, why are you here? After seeing Yu Tianfeng and Yu Hangong next to Lu Yi, Nuke had more guesses in his heart. Lu Yi chuckled, you take us to the clan land, the Yu family wants to investigate the situation. It is as expected. Nuke said to himself, of course he has no objection. In fact, the 9 Nether Demons at the level of the Immortal Monarch made the Poros family deeply disturbed. The clan elders were deeply afraid that the 9 Nether Demons would come back again and corrupt the rest of the Boros clan. Now that the Yu family is willing to investigate this matter, it is definitely a huge surprise for the Poros family. He nodded quickly, no problem, young Master Lu, shall we set off now? Just now. When Xiangsu appeared on the Poros planet, Saipan and the elders of the Poros clan were already waiting. This battle was the same as when Lu Yi was greeted, all the clan elders dispatched together, which is already the highest standard of respect. Yu Tianfeng has long been accustomed to this. After all, he is the 6th army leader of the Star Realm Army, representing the Yu family, walking in the Tianluo Starfield, and almost all forces will give him the highest respect. The group exchanged a few pleasantries, and Saipan led everyone to the temple. Afterwards, Yu Tianfeng carefully studied the information about the missing elders of the Poros clan, including name, cultivation base, age, major cultivation method and so on. The more we know about the corrupted Poros people, the more likely we will understand the purpose of the 9 Nether Demons, Yu Tianfeng said. Lu Yi was stunned. There are quite a few monks from the Poros family who are missing, and if we want to investigate them all, it will take a lot of work. However, since he doesn't need to do it anyway, Lu Yi certainly has no objection. After understanding the general situation, Yu Tianfeng rushed to inform the monks of the Star Realm Army one after another, asking them to investigate the trajectories of these missing monks. Then, after Yu Hangong came back, Yu Tianfeng looked at Lu Yi and said, Year, can I trouble you to take us to the area where the 9 Nether Demons were discovered? No problem at all. At that time, the area they were in was very barren, there were no living planets, and the Tianluo starfield had very little control over that area. If it is someone else, I am afraid that the specific space coordinates cannot be confirmed. But Liu Yi has mastered the perfect level of space law, and is also extremely sensitive to space coordinates. Under the leadership of Liu Yi, they shuttled all the way, and it didn't take long to arrive at the area where the 9 nether demons were discovered. Liu Yi looked at the barren area again, narrowing his eyes slightly. A deep Dao light appeared in his eyes, and the fate technique was fully operational. Afterwards, Liu Yi saw some faint and dim lines of fate, drifting towards the huge and deep crack in the distance, and finally went deep into that crack. Liu Yi's heart sank slightly. Sure enough, the 9 nether demon went to the ruins of the abyss. This time Liu Yi brought Yu Tianfeng and others here again. The main purpose was to see where the 9 nether demons had gone. After experiencing contact, Liu Yi has a very clear grasp of the fate of the 9 nether demons, Seiki and other elders of the Boros clan. However, Liu Yi was a little surprised that the fate line had dimmed to such an extent that it had only been 5 years. Normally speaking, it would take at least tens or even millions of years for the fate trajectory of a monk at the golden immortal level to dim, right? In such a short time, the fate line is already so dim, which is a bit outrageous. Liu Yi was thoughtful. Could the 9 nether demons' 9 nether chi be able to erase the trajectory of fate? Or is it that the 9 nether demons themselves have a certain means of controlling fate, so they erased the trajectory along the way? When Liu Yi was thinking, Yu Tianfeng and Yu Hangong beside him also looked at everything around them. Yu Tianfeng closed his eyes to perceive, and after a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. There is indeed a lingering aura of the 9 serenities, but it is already very faint. If we come later, I am afraid it will disappear gone. As he spoke, his expression became more and more dignified. This means that in reality, there are powerful Juyu monks who are still at large. This is a satire on the Astrum Militarum. Yu Hangong next to him also had a solemn expression, and he asked with some concern, "Uncle Tianfeng, where did the monk Juyu go? Can you still find it?" Yu Tianfeng's expression was cold and stern, and he said slowly, "The 12th Legion is in charge of this area, and they will try their best to track down that Juyu cultivator. Now the direction of the jingling starfield has also received news from the Patriarch. They should also make corresponding preparations. As long as he is still there, they will definitely find him. A Juyu cultivator at the level of a fairy is too dangerous. If left alone, I am afraid that it will not take long before many star regions will be directly eroded by Juyu. It's not far from their universe. The matter about Juyu, no matter what it is the most important thing. Even if the Tianluo starfield and the jingling starfield are in a war, they have to stop the war and work together to deal with this matter, not to mention that the two races are still peaceful, and at most it is just a small fight." At this moment, Liu Yi's voice sounded slowly, "Uncle Tianfeng, I'm afraid neither the 12th Legion nor the Celestial Starfield can find that 9 nether cultivator." Hearing this, Yu Tianfeng, Yu Hangong and the others were taken aback, looking at Liu Yi in surprise. If someone else said this, Yu Tianfeng would definitely be angry. After all, he knows the strength of the Star Realm army best. If he locked the range and wanted to find a Juyu cultivator, then this Juyu cultivator must have nowhere to go escape. But now some people actually think that their Star Realm army can't find that 9 Serenity cultivator. This is completely underestimating the Star Militia. But the person who said this was Liu Yi, and Yu Tianfeng was not angry, on the contrary, his expression became more dignified. Yu Tianfeng didn't think Liu Yi would say such things for no reason. He frowned and asked, "Year, what did you find?" Liu Yi nodded, "Well, the monk Juyu probably brought the eroded monk into the ruins of the abyss." Hearing this, Yu Tianfeng, Yu Hangong, Saipan and the others beside them were shocked, and their eyes widened. Yu Tianfeng said in amazement, "How is this possible? That is the ruins of the abyss. Yu Hangong also murmured, that's right, Lu Yi, the ruins of the abyss are extremely dangerous. Even if the cultivator Zhu is a strong person at the level of a fairy, he will never return if he goes deep into the ruins of the abyss. That's even for our ancestors of the Yu family. No one dares to go deep into the restricted zone. The ancestor of the Yu family is at the level of an immortal. Lu Yi sighed helplessly, I hope it's not the case, but I don't think it's wrong. Yu Tianfeng looked at Lu Yi in surprise, Year, how did you find out about this? Lu Yi smiled and said, I have practiced the fate technique, and I have practiced it to a very deep level. I saw their fate line and floated towards the ruins of the abyss. Yu Tianfeng? Yu Hangong? As important figures of the Yu family, they certainly know the fate technique, which is the secret art of the Yu family after all. As important figures of the Yu family, Yu Hangong and Yu Tianfeng also practiced the fate art. After all, this secret art can play a huge role in many places. Almost all the strong and geniuses of the Yu family will practice this secret art. When they first came here, they also tried to use fate to investigate. However, the two got nothing. Unexpectedly, Lu Yi could see the fate line. This shows that there is a huge difference between them and Lu Yi's fate skills. Yu Tianfeng took a deep breath, the corners of his mouth twitched, and then smiled helplessly, your boy is really, so talented. It is extremely difficult to practice and master the fate technique. I didn't expect you to be able to see the fate line, like this I am afraid that the ancestors may not be able to match his attainments, right? Lu Yi smiled modestly, I just have a good understanding. Both Yu Tianfeng and Yu Hangong were speechless. This is not bad? What are they called? Unqualified? Or idiot? As geniuses of the Yu family, the two of them are also of extraordinary understanding, but they are completely incomparable to Lu Yi. Yu Tianfeng shook his head, no longer entangled in this matter, his expression became more serious, and he said slowly, Year, are you sure that the fate line really drifted to the ruins of the abyss? Lu Yi nodded slightly, and then he said, looking at the current position, the direction of the fate line is indeed drifting towards the ruins of the abyss, but whether they really entered the ruins of the abyss, or left at the edge of the ruins of the abyss, then I don't know. If you want to be more sure, you have to walk in the direction of the ruins of the abyss. Hearing this, Yu Tianfeng twitched the corners of his mouth, forget it, this place is not far from the ruins of the abyss, if we get any closer, with our strength, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. After saying this, Yu Tianfeng paused, thought for a moment and said, I will go back and inform the ancestor. Since this matter involves the ruins of the abyss, it may be more complicated. Let the ancestor decide the matter. Naturally, Lu Yi had no objection and nodded, okay. After that, Yu Tianfeng smiled wryly, looked at Lu Yi and said, Year, you have worked hard this time, let's go back first. A group of people used the Xiang boat, turned into a streamer, and disappeared into the starry sky. When Lu Yi returned to Lingluo Peak, Yu Tianfeng and Lu Yi said goodbye, but Yu Hangong did not leave with him. After all, what is to be done now is not a big battle. On the one hand, it is to investigate the specific information of the missing monks, and on the other hand, it is the problem of the ruins of the abyss. Of these two matters, the former requires many people to investigate. There is no more than one Yuhan, and there is a lot less of him. It is meaningless for him to go. And the latter, involving the restricted space of the universe, is beyond the reach of Yuhan Guang. Even Lu Yi was advised by Yu Tianfeng not to be curious about the ruins of the abyss, lest there be inevitable dangers. In fact, even without Yu Tianfeng's warning, Lu Yi would not commit suicide. That's a dangerous area that even a boss at the level of an immortal can't go deep into. How could he go there to play? With his strength, if he really passed, it would definitely be dangerous. Lu Yi doesn't think that his current strength can be compared with Xianzun. To be honest, this time helping the Poros family to investigate the missing clansman. Liu Yi never thought that he would meet a boss at the level of a fairy. He originally thought it was just an ordinary thing, but he didn't expect such an accident to happen. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have gone. How good is it to practice peacefully at home? Liu Yi's current training resources are rich enough, and he can continue to practice in the cave. He will check the situation when he has enough strength. After saying goodbye to Yu Tianfeng, Liu Yi and Yu Hangong went back separately. Liu Yi continued to practice quietly. This time, Liu Yi's goal is to quickly reach the peak of Xianxian, and then break through to the realm of Jingxian. In the next few years, Liu Yi was not disturbed, and he practiced peacefully. However, Yu Hangong would tell Liu Yi about the progress of the investigation from time to time. As for the specific information about the investigation of the missing monks, of course the Star Realm army is not needed, only the Yu family army is enough. A large number of Yu family troops went to various areas of the Three-Eyed Star district to investigate the experience and things of those monks. With the Yu family's cards, there was almost no difficulty, and the investigation progressed very quickly. However, no information related to the Juyu monk was found in the investigated information. As for the ruins of the abyss, Liu Yi also heard from Yu Hangong that it seemed that because the ancestor of the Yu family was practicing in seclusion, he could not investigate in a short time. However, they notified the Jingling Starfield of the news that the Juyu monk had entered the ruins of the abyss. Now the Jingling Starfield has begun to discharge the strong and plans to enter the ruins of the abyss to see the situation. According to Yu Hangong, this time the Jingling Starfield has sent 3 strong men at the level of immortal kings, and there are more than 10 golden immortals. It can be said that the handwriting is huge. Thank you for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss, thank you for being faster and the 100 points rewarded by the boss. Chapter 347, Immortal King of Destiny. Liu Yi was actually looking forward to the actions of the experts in the Jingling Starfield. If they could really find the 9 nether demons, it would also be of great benefit to the Tianluo Starfield. Of course, Liu Yi also hoped that they could find the target. As the strong men from the Jingling Starfield entered, the ruins of the abyss became very quiet. The strong men from the Tianluo Starfield and the strong men from the Jingling Starfield all set their sights on the ruins of the abyss, waiting for those strong men to come out. During this time, Liu Yi was still practicing steadily. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years have passed. Liu Yi's cultivation has finally broken through to the peak of Xianxian, only 1 step away from Jingxian. Immediately after his breakthrough, he released the task of breaking through the Golden Immortal. As expected by Liu Yi, the rewards for breakthrough missions were as generous as ever. A total of 10 Chaos Hearts were rewarded, which seemed to be more precious than the Chaos Supreme Treasure rewarded before. Of course Liu Yi accepted the task happily, and his next goal was to break through to the Golden Immortal Realm safely and steadily. Time continued to pass, and another 30 years passed. On this day, Liu Yi was retreating, when he suddenly felt a breath approaching. He opened his eyes and walked out of the cave. A figure landed outside Liu Yi's cave, and there was a lot of movement, which startled the sleeping little Xing Xing. It is Yu Hongguang. Seeing Yu Hangong's anxious look, Liu Yi couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Brother Hongguang, what's the matter? So urgent? Yu Hangong took a deep breath and said, there is news from the Jingling clan who entered the ruins of the abyss. Liu Yi was taken aback. Seeing Yu Hangong's serious expression, he couldn't help frowning. Isn't it good news? The corner of Yu Hangong's mouth twitched, and he smiled bitterly. Of the 3 immortals and more than a dozen golden immortals who went in, only 1 escaped with a serious injury, and it is said that he died after just saying a word. When Liu Yi heard this, he was also very shocked. The 3 immortals and more than a dozen golden immortals are basically dead? You must know that these monks who entered the ruins of the abyss are aware of the horror of the ruins of the abyss. It is certainly impossible for them to go deep into the ruins, and they are just exploring in the outer area. And they must be very careful, and they also brought a lot of cards. Even so, only one of them, a strong man at the level of a fairy, escaped, and he died of serious injuries just after he escaped. One can imagine how dangerous the abyss ruins are. Liu Yi felt a little lucky. Fortunately, he was not too curious about the situation in the ruins of the abyss before, and did not follow the monk Zhiyu into the ruins of the abyss to have a look. In fact, with Liu Yi's means, he could follow up quietly without being discovered by the immortal monk Zhiyu, but he finally gave up. After all, it is too dangerous. Thinking about it now, fortunately, I was quite sensible at the time, otherwise, maybe he would have a cold too. Liu Yi was full of thoughts for a while, and then asked, by the way, what did the strong Xian Jun say? Yu Hangong's eyes flickered, and a very strange expression appeared on his face. After he was silent for a while, he slowly opened his mouth and said, that fairy only said 4 words. 4 words? Liu Yi looked stunned. What are you talking about? Brother Han Guang, stop playing charades. Yu Hangong smiled wryly and said, Fate Immortal King, he only said these 4 words. Liu Yi was stunned for a moment, a little stunned. Immortal Destiny King? What do you mean? Yu Hangong shook his head. I don't know, but you also know, Liu Yi, are you family's secret method of destiny? Liu Yi nodded slightly. Of course I know. After all, he has already cultivated to the limit. Afterwards, Liu Yi's face was slightly strange. Fate, Destiny Immortal King, then fate is not the inheritance of Destiny Immortal King, is it? Could it be that those strong men of the Jingling clan encountered the inheritance left by the Immortal King in the ruins of the abyss? Yu Hangong shook his head, then said, I don't know. He was silent for a while, and then he said, however, I heard that some strong men of the Jingling family believe that the Immortal King of Destiny is buried in the ruins of the abyss. Even those who can't go deep, I'm afraid it's because of this. Liu Yi was thoughtful, then he frowned and said, could it be that the cultivator Zhiyu who entered the ruins of the abyss was heading for the tomb of the Immortal King Destiny? Yu Hangong shook his head, I don't know, but according to what we have learned so far, this possibility is not small. Liu Yi felt a little serious in his heart. The cultivator Zhiyu is so confident that he can go deep into the ruins of the abyss. After all, the Jingling clan sent 3 immortals this time, but they died in it in the end. Even if the cultivator of Zhiyu is stronger than the 3 immortals, there should be a limit to how strong they can be, right? Liu Yi didn't believe that cultivator Zhiyu would be so confident. Perhaps, that cultivator of Zhiyu has some unknown hole cards. Liu Yi thought about it. And Yu Hangong beside him was also thinking about it. Both of them were silent, and after a long time, Liu Yi asked, then the Jingling clan will continue to send monks into the ruins of the abyss now? Yu Hangong rolled his eyes, you bastard, is it a Chinese cabbage to be an immortal? The death of 3 immortals this time is enough to make the Jingling clan suffer for a long time. In a short time, there will definitely be no more immortals. Jun went to the ruins of the abyss, unless they have the courage to directly dispatch the ancestors of the immortal level. But this is unlikely. There are also many Zhiyu battlefields within the scope of the Jingling star field, and the immortals also need to sit in the town, and they cannot leave its open. Then what about the cultivator Zhiyu? Liu Yi couldn't help asking. Now the Jingling clan and Ru clan have discussed it. The 2 clans have sent monks to guard outside the ruins of the abyss. If the monk Zhiyu rushed out of the ruins of the abyss, we can get the news as soon as possible and react as soon as possible. Hearing this, Liu Yi nodded slightly. This is indeed a solution. That's the only way to go. Yet, I really don't know what that monk Zhiyu thinks. He dares to go deep into the abyss and ruins like this. Even Yu Hangong couldn't help complaining. Yu Hangong came to Liu Yi this time just to tell Liu Yi about the powerful Jingling clan. After that, Yu Hangong left and Liu Yi returned to the cave. Although he was still a little worried about the 9 nether cultivator, after all, the 9 nether devil chi was too corrosive, and it would easily cause big trouble if he was not careful. However, Liu Yi couldn't do anything, so he didn't think too much, and went back to continue practicing. Break through the cultivation base as soon as possible. In the following time, Liu Yi returned to a stable state. Although the Poros family lost one-third of their peak combat power and their power in the entire Three-Eyed Star area has become much smaller, they have a good relationship with Liu Yi, and the top forces in the Three-Eyed Star area have to be given to Liu Yi. In order to save face, the Poros family has preserved part of the resources and wealth that originally belonged to them. However, during this period of time, the Poros family also focused on the commercial planets of the celestial star system, which could shrink the original power and give some of the benefits to other powers, which also made them live very peacefully. Saipan and other elders of the Boros clan have already issued an order to let the top geniuses of the younger generation of the Boros clan go to the commercial planet to help Nuke and try their best to show favor to Liu Yi. Liu Yi was well aware of this, but he didn't say much. Time passed, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Liu Yi finally reached the peak of Xianxian realm. For this breakthrough, Liu Yi still chose to go to Yuxing. He came to the top of Lingluo Peak, found the masters of Lingluo Peak, Yu Hangong and Yu Yuanwu, and explained the situation. What? Brother-in-law, you are going to break through the Golden Fairy realm? Yu Yuanwu was dumbfounded when he heard that Liu Yi was going to break through the Golden Fairy realm. He is still 108,000 miles away from Jingxian. Even if he can listen to Liu Yi's preaching every once in a while, plus his own talent is quite good, there are almost no bottlenecks along the way, and the cultivation environment here is also quite good. As for the cultivation resources, as a direct genius of the Yu family, of course there is no shortage. Such a condition can be said to be the dream of all monks. Even so, Yu Yuanwu feels that he still needs about 2,000 or 3,000 years to break through to the Golden Fairy realm. And what about Liu Yi? He has only broken through to the profound immortal realm for about 1,000 years, and he has soared all the way from the profound immortal realm to the golden immortal realm? Yu Yuanwu even doubted life. In fact, not only Yu Yuanwu, but Yu Hangong next to him also looked bewildered. He stayed in Tianming all these years, listening to Liu Yi's preaching every time, and gained a lot. Now his cultivation has improved a lot, breaking the bottleneck of the early and middle stages of Golden Immortal, and reaching the 4th level of Golden Immortal. Originally, Yu Hangong was very satisfied with his cultivation speed, but now that he heard that Liu Yi could break through the Golden Immortal, this made Yu Hangong feel that he was satisfied so easily, and felt a little ashamed for a while. The gap between myself and Liu Yi is so big, not to mention catching up with Liu Yi, I have to work harder. Yu Hangong murmured to himself and made up his mind that he could only practice harder. Peak Master Lingluo beside him was already numb. After all, Yu Lingluo spent the longest time with Liu Yi. Ever since Liu Yi first entered the inner sect of Baiun sect, entered Lingluo Peak, and worshipped under her sect, the two have been together all the time. For Liu Yi's talent, Yu Lingluo has long been used to it. But even so, Yu Lingluo couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She never thought that the disciple who was accepted because of boredom at that time would have such an exaggerated talent. It's only been a few thousand years, and it's so much more than her. She said, "So you want to go back to Yuxing to break through?" Peak Lord Lingluo, who knew Liu Yi very well, guessed Liu Yi's thoughts at once. Liu Yi nodded, "Well, the movement of this breakthrough should be even greater. Presumably, the ancestor should be able to gain more insight into the Dao, which will be of great help to the ancestor breaking through the realm of the Fairy King." Hearing this, the three of Yu Hangong looked at each other. Yu Yuanwu grinned and said, "This is a good thing, brother-in-law, you are worthy of it. With you, I feel that our Yu family can really produce a Fairy King." Yu Hangong also smiled slightly, "Maybe there is more than one. If Patriarch Yuxuan breaks through to Immortal King, the other patriarchs will have more time. As long as they can get Liu Yi's Dao comprehension by then, they should also have a lot of time. I hope to break through to the realm of the Immortal King. Hiss. As soon as Yuan thought about the future, his eyes began to light up. If we can really have a few more fairy kings, wouldn't our Yu family be invincible? Ling Luo Peak Master said speechlessly. Even the Immortal Emperor disappeared for some reason, let alone the Immortal King? How can you be considered invincible? Yu Hangong smiled slightly. What Ling Luo said is a bit arbitrary. Who can tell what happened in the ancient times? At least in our current universe, there are probably no monks at the level of immortal kings. If our ancestors of the Yu family can, if there are a few immortal kings, they will definitely be the top forces in the universe. Among other things, it will be much easier to resist the 9 nether demons. Peak Lord Ling Luo thought about it, and felt that it made sense. She looked at Liu Yi, and couldn't help but feel weird. Why does it feel like the ancestors took advantage of this guy's breakthrough? She shook her head helplessly. In that case, when shall we set off? Liu Yi said, I'm going to find my senior sister and the others, let's go now. We have no problem. Yu Hangong and Yu expressed their views. After that, Liu Yi went to find Lu Ningxuang and the others. The 4 of them have been working hard to cultivate and understand the law these days. Of course, Shuangziyu didn't fall behind, and the 4 of them are now in the Xianxian realm. If they use the Yin-Yang Dao seal with their current strength, Liu Yi's strength can also skyrocket. Although it is not as suitable as the secret technique suitable for him like Tianxinju, it can be regarded as an extremely powerful trump card. Hearing about Liu Yi's breakthrough, Donggong Minjiahu's eyes lit up and she smiled. I knew that senior brother would definitely make a breakthrough in the next few years. Yun Xi nodded slightly, with a smile on her ethereal pretty face. Well, in the process of double cultivation, we have the deepest perception. Yun Xi has always been outspoken, which made Lu Ningxuang beside her blushed a little. She couldn't help but glance at Yun Xi, and then said with a smile, Congratulations, junior brother. After the Golden Immortal, with your combat power, I am afraid that you can compete with the Immortal. Have you fought? That's needless to say. The perverted junior has the Hushan Ling Bao. With the Hushan Ling Bao, it shouldn't be a problem to fight the Xian Jun. Jian Ruyu put her hands on her hips, very proud, as if she could fight the Xian Jun generally. Lu Ningxuang and the others all knew about her possession of the Hushan Ling Bao, and Liu Yi didn't intend to hide it from them. What's more, when Liu Yi used the Eternal Light Shield on the Zhenan battlefield, Lu Ningxuang and the other 4 were also there. Seeing the excitement of the 4, Liu Yi smiled and said, when I break through, I should be one of the top experts in this 3-eyed star area. Liu Yi was also not sure if there would be a hidden fairy level boss in the 3-eyed star area. Thinking of this, Liu Yi suddenly paused and thought of something. I don't know if there are hidden fairy kings and fairy emperors in the universe who are not dead? Liu Yi's expression was slightly strange. However, soon Liu Yi didn't care. After all, he is still just an ordinary Xianxian. Even if he breaks through the Golden Immortal soon, he is still very weak in front of the big bosses of the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor. He cares about this. What? Let's go to Yuxing to break through. Liu Yi brought Lu Ningxuang and the others to the top of Ling Luo Peak, and then the group left Tianming on the Xiang boat and flew towards Yuxing. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 348 Is this Thunder Tribulation? Jade Star. When Liu Yi and his party came, they had already notified Yuxin, and when they arrived at Yuxing, Yuxin had already made arrangements. The difference from last time is that Yuxin hoped that Liu Yi could wait for a few days. Last time, Liu Yi's breakthrough in Yuxing brought about a great tide of avenues. The monks who were in Yuxing at that time had a huge improvement, but except for some who had to guard their posts in addition to the experts from the Yu family, there are quite a few experts who were away from home for training, but they failed to come back and missed that great opportunity. For those geniuses and powerhouses of the Yu family, it was a huge loss. For the Yu family, it was also a huge loss. After all, for the entire Yu family, the more strong ones, the better. This time, Yuxin hoped that Liu Yi could wait for a few more days. When Liu Yi and others notified him, he had already notified the Yu family's genius and expert who had experienced outside through the Yu family's secret technique. At this moment, those geniuses are rushing back crazily. It doesn't matter to Liu Yi, anyway, waiting for a few days will not affect him, the Yu family is his thigh, the stronger the Yu family, the safer he is of course. Is the ancestor still retreating? Liu Yi asked curiously. Yuxin nodded slightly, and sighed, yes, after the Dao tide last time, the ancestor has gained a lot. Over the years, he has been enlightened from time to time, and he often retreats. Even if he comes out to explain things, it will only be a few days at most. Liu Yi nodded slightly, and said with a smile, that's a good thing, the ancestor may have hope to break through to the realm of the Fairy King soon. Ha 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 ha. Yuxin laughed, and said with a red face, this time, year, you will break through the tide of the avenue, maybe there is hope for the ancestor to step over that chasm. Liu Yi also had a look of anticipation in his eyes, if this is the case, then the falling star field will be much safer that day. Yuxin nodded slightly, and then sighed, oh, all kinds of troubles have been going on all these years. Liu Yi was taken aback for a moment, and asked in astonishment, Uncle Yu, what's wrong? Apart from the 9 Serenities cultivator you discovered, the Rakshasa tribe is on the verge of moving recently, and the border friction has become more and more intense. Moreover, due to lack of manpower recently, the number of heavenly demon groups in each star area has gradually increased, and various situations continue. Uxin sighed softly. Listening to Uxin's words, Liu Yi couldn't help but frown, are the Raksha clan going to fight us again? Well, several precious ore stars have been found in the barren star area on the edge of Artian Luo star field and the Raksha star field. Coupled with the influence of the Juyu monk, we need to send another fairy and a few golden immortals guarding with the Jingling clan on the outskirts of the ruins of the abyss. There is a little shortage of manpower, so the Raksha clan dared to attack us. Uxin frowned. Hearing this, Liu Yi frowned slightly, and then said, it won't have any effect on the inside, right? That's not going to happen. Uxin shook her head, and said with a light smile, the most I can do is to give some benefits to the Rakshas. They also have the pressure of the 9 nether battlefield, so they won't fight us with all their strength. Liu Yi hesitated slightly, then smiled lightly, if Uncle Yu needs me to do something, just say, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. When he breaks through to the Golden Immortal Realm, coupled with the various immortal and secret techniques he has mastered, plus the Hushan Ling Bao, even in the face of the Immortal King, Liu Yi is completely worthwhile. As long as the top powerhouse is not dispatched by a master of the immortal level, he can completely take charge of it alone. If the Raksha clan really wanted to do something, Liu Yi could also help. The immortals of the Raksha clan also need to suppress the Juyu battlefield, and it is impossible to dispatch them. Liu Yi can definitely touch them. Not only that, maybe there are some good mission rewards. With the improvement of strength, Liu Yi is now a little eager to try. Yuxin smiled lightly, ha 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 ha, okay, with Yi's strength, if you break through to the Golden Immortal Realm, you are enough to suppress this kind of small-scale friction. If you really need to take action, I will notify you. Liu Yi nodded, yes. By the way, is there any other news about the ruins of the abyss? Yuxin shook her head slightly, there is no news yet, maybe that cultivator Juyu died in the ruins of the abyss. Yuxin said this in a joking tone, of course, he didn't think that the monk Juyu would really die so easily. The two communicated for a long time, and finally, Yuxin planned to take Yu Lingluo to the bridal chamber with Liu Yi by force, and Liu Yi ran away in fright. The Yu family made a lot of preparations for Liu Yi's breakthrough. They built a huge platform in the vacuum. The Taoist platform is connected together in pieces, forming a circle, and a large number of formations are arranged on it. These formations are beneficial to enhance the monk's comprehension and concentration, and they are quite precious formations for comprehending the Dao. And this area is the place where the strong and geniuses of the Yu family will feel the tide of the avenue when Liu Yi breaks through. Looking at the huge Taoist platform that looked like a star ring, Liu Yi couldn't help being shocked. As expected of the Yu family, they have built such a Taoist platform in just a few days. Yu Yuanwu at the side was rather proud, grinning and said, "That must be, brother-in-law, don't you look at how many years our Yu family has existed, there is still some foundation." Yu Han glanced around, and said with a light smile, "Liu Yi, several young people from the Yu family who have a good relationship with me these days want to get to know you through me, and plan to hold a party, how about it? If you don't want to forget about it." Liu Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a light smile, "Of course. Most of the young people from the Yu family who can have a good relationship with Yu Hangong are Yu family geniuses with high status and strong talent. In the future, these people must also be the top powerhouses of the Yu family, and the weakest may have to be Jingxian. Perhaps it is hoped that there will be a few immortal monarchs, and it will not hurt to get to know more." "Haha, okay, then I will arrange it then." Yu Hangong's actions were very vigorous, and just 2 days later, a party was held in a Yu Xing's house. There were quite a few monks who came to the party, and all of them walked like dragons and tigers, their eyebrows were flying like a phoenix, and their expressions were extremely confident. These monks are all dragons and phoenixes among men. However, even the dragon and phoenix among these people, when they saw Liu Yi, they still smiled and were very grateful. "Brother Liu, last time you brought the tide of the great Dao, I was outside chasing and killing the demon group. I missed that great opportunity. I really regret it for the rest of my life. This time I rushed back in a hurry." "Ha ha ha, that's true. If I miss it again this time, I'm afraid I'll be overtaken by some people." Some young geniuses who didn't catch up with Liu Yi's Dao tide last time all had uncomfortable expressions, as if they were wearing pain masks. After all, such a vision of the Dao, even a strong person at the level of a fairy, may not be able to encounter it once in such a long life, let alone them. Missing that time is simply missing a sea of stars. "Hey, I was in Yuxing last time. I was lucky and had great insights. It has been 1,000 years and I haven't fully digested it yet. I didn't expect to come again this time. Ha 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 ha, what a coincidence, I am too." As expected of Brother Liu, even the ancestors are full of praise, and can cause such a visionary person. "After this time, I will probably be able to hit the second floor of the Golden Immortal, almost 300 years sooner than I expected." And the geniuses of the Yu family who hadn't missed it at that time, all of them were red-faced and extremely excited. Looking at Liu Yi's expression at this moment, they looked forward to it even more. The last time Liu Yi only broke through to the Xianxian realm, there was such a commotion. This time, I don't know how much commotion there will be. Respect Brother Liu. Respect Brother Liu. All the young geniuses of the Yu family raised their glasses to Liu Yi, and Liu Yi raised his glass in response with a smile. During the exchange of cups and cups, the atmosphere was lively. The young men from the Yu family hooked up with Liu Yi and called each other brothers. And all the young women from the Yu family looked at Liu Yi with their beautiful eyes twinkling, full of splendor. Even though Lu Ningxuang and the others had been standing by Liu Yi's side all the time, those young women still couldn't help but stay in front of Liu Yi for a while, smiling sweetly and with very gentle expressions. Yu Lingluo, who was watching, said in her heart that these guys couldn't see it before, and they were very arrogant when facing men, but they still know how to hook up with men? This kid's Taoist companions are still there, aren't they embarrassed? Everyone is a vixen. The party lasted 2 days. The party lasted 2 days before it was over. In the next few days, Liu Yi went to Yujia's Sutra Pavilion from time to time to learn about the celestial scriptures and celestial arts. When he breaks through the Golden Immortal Realm, he will need to deduce the Golden Immortal Level Dao Yin Yang Immortal Sutra, and he needs to accumulate more profoundly. Fortunately, now that Liu Yi's understanding of Dao is getting deeper and deeper, and he has read more and more fairy scriptures, it is much easier for him to deduce it than before. As for fairy art, it is even easier. Every time Liu Yi brushes the copy of Juyu Battlefield, he has the option to reward many times to improve the level of immortality. Coupled with Liu Yi's unimaginable foundation behind him now, it doesn't even take a month to cultivate a fairy art to the limit level. Even at the Golden Immortal Technique level, it's only a year at most. Even if there is no reward for improving the level of fairy art, Liu Yi can basically learn a kind of fairy art just by looking at it, and he already knows it in his heart. After soaking in the Sutra Pavilion of the Yu family for a while, Liu Yi continued to enrich his background. It wasn't until later that the Yu family had almost prepared, and the patriarch Yuxuan also left the customs, intending to continue to understand Liu Yi's great tide this time, that Liu Yi left the Tibetan scripture pavilion. The first time Liu Yi saw Patriarch Yuxuan, he discovered that the other party was very different from last time. At the very beginning, Liu Yi didn't feel much aura of the Dao from the ancestor of the Yu family, even when he first started to feel the tide of the Dao last time, Yu Xian didn't have much aura of the Dao. But now, Liu Yi felt the vague and mysterious Dao Yun from the ancestor Yuxuan, which was hazy and dreamy, extremely mysterious. If it wasn't for Liu Yi's deep understanding of Dao, he wouldn't even be able to notice it. His eyes lit up, and he smiled. "Congratulations, Patriarch, you have taken a crucial step. Comprehending the Dao is the first step for the immortal venerable to become an immortal king, and it is also a very crucial step. As long as this step is taken, it means that Yuxuan has begun to comprehend the power of the source, no longer restricted by the law, no longer living under the Dao, but comprehending the Dao by herself and merging with the source. This is an extremely difficult process, but everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as this step is taken, there will be hope." Yuxuan, who had always been calm, was also flushed at the moment, laughed a few times, and then sighed, "Thanks to you, Yi-er." Yuxuan's eyebrows danced brightly, with unimaginable arrogance, and she smiled lightly. "I didn't expect that I, Yuxuan, would have a day to realize the origin. I thought I would be trapped in the realm of immortals for the rest of my life, but now that I have taken this step, then I, Yuxi, will definitely become the immortal king." He looked at Liu Yi and said with a smile, "Otherwise, I'm sorry Yi for your painstaking efforts every time you come to my Yuxing breakthrough." Liu Yi chuckled lightly and said, "My ancestor is serious. For me, it doesn't matter where I break through. The Yu family has treated me so well, so of course I have to report to the Yu family. The Yu family has accumulated hundreds of millions of years of foundation, and all the secrets of the fairy scriptures have been opened to Liu Yi. Even the treasure house, as long as Liu Yi needs it, he can talk to Yuxin. It can be said that the Yu family has devoted their heart and soul to him. Liu Yi is naturally not a stingy person." But Yuxuan shook her head and laughed a little. "The key to the realm of the Fairy King is not comparable to what the Yu family has paid. If there is no year, my Yu family may not have it for a long time in the future. Break through the hope of immortal king." Yuxuan didn't say much about it. He patted Liu Yi on the shoulder, and said, "Okay, let's not talk about it. Everything is ready, Yi, you can break through at any time." Hearing this, Liu Yi's eyes lit up. "Okay, then I'll go back to retreat." "Well, let's go to the old man's place of retreat. The old man will personally protect you." Naturally, Liu Yi had no objection. After going to Yuxuan's retreat, Liu Yi began to break through. With Liu Yi's foundation, even such a huge bottleneck between Xianxian and Jingxian realms does not exist at all for him. For other monks, it may take thousands of years to polish, but Liu Yi only took a few days to break through successfully. When Lui soared into the sky and Lei Ji began to condense, Yusun, who was outside the cave mansion, was in a daze. Although he knew that Lui's breakthrough would not be difficult, he never expected it to be so fast. It's ridiculously fast. Yusun didn't think much, and disappeared in place, and came to the place closest to Lui on the Dao Tai. Lui is in the center of the star ring-like Taoist platform, and he wants to break through here. At this moment, on the Taoist platform, there are genius monks from the Yu family sitting cross-legged at intervals. When they saw Lui appear, their eyes sparkled, full of anticipation. Here we go. Lui stood in the void, looking at the vacuum area. The incomparably brilliant mysterious light was condensed at an extremely fast speed. It didn't look like a thunder calamity, but it looked like a beautiful and moving spectacle. But such a spectacle made the scalps of all Yu family monks present feel numb. What the hell? Is this thunder tribulation? This fucking thing is completely condensed by countless different types of sky thunders. Can this thunder disaster be overcome? Seriously? Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 349 The Change of the Crimson Star. Under the sluggish eyes of the monks of the Yu family, the brilliant thunder surged and turned into strange balls of thunder, rushing towards Lui. Even the monks of the Yu family who were in the realm of Xianjun couldn't help frowning at the terrible thunder calamity. What a powerful sky thunder! Yuxin looked solemnly at the strange thunder light in the distance. At this moment, Lui was completely submerged by the thunder light, and there was no one in sight. It's really scary. This thunder disaster even made me feel a little dangerous. Another fairy from the Yu family said. It was through Lui's Dao tide last time that this fairy realized the Dao that he could break through. Now that he has just reached the realm of Xianjun, the realm is not too stable, and his strength is not strong among Xianjun. But even so, he is still a strong man at the level of a fairy. Even he can feel the threat of thunder. One can imagine how terrifying the thunder is. As expected of Lui. Many immortals nodded in agreement with this statement. Okay, get ready, there should be an avenue tide soon. Many monks of the Yu family sat cross-legged, waiting for the tide of the avenue to come. At this moment, in the midst of the thunder calamity, Lui still felt a slight sting in the treasure body made of the Dao Supreme Treasure and the Chaos Supreme Treasure. Of course, there was only a little bit of pain, and with his current physical strength, even such a thunder calamity could no longer pose any threat to him. Lui was bathed in the thunder calamity and began to realize the Dao. Soon, the surging Dao Guang emerged from the void, and various phantoms such as the roar of the real dragon, the flying phoenix, and the blooming green lotus emerged. This is the embodiment of the avenue. The tide of the avenue appeared and passed through all the platforms very quickly. The monks of the Yu family noticed this at the first time. Coming! All the monks of the Yu family flickered, and began to understand the Dao Guang and the Dao. This also includes Yuxuan, the patriarch of the Yu family. The entire vacuum was quiet. Only the flickering light of the sky thunder emerged, and the gorgeous aura spread in all directions, like a star exploding. In this way, time passed. When the thunder disaster dissipated, the tide of the avenue has not stopped. Lui was the first to recover. He looked around, and the platform was full of monks who were comprehending the Dao. Lui saw the patriarch of the Yu family, Yu Xing, and other strong men in the closest area. This area is full of monks at the level of immortal kings or even stronger. This area is too close to the area where Lui crossed the robbery, and his strength is not enough, and he may even be injured. Further back, Lui saw Yu Hangong, Yu Yuanwu, Ling Luo Peak Master and Lu Ningxuang, as well as various geniuses from the Yu family. Lui looked at Lu Ningxuang and the others who were feeling comprehension, and smiled slightly. He didn't disturb the others, and turned into a streamer, and went back to Yuxing's room first, checking his own changes. In the realm of profound immortal, the seeds of the small world in his body had already turned into the embryonic form of the small world, and when Liu Yi broke through to the realm of Golden Immortal, the embryonic form of the small world also continued to expand and turned into an inner world. Because when Liu Yi was cultivating and breaking through, he had been adding the qi of the Dao into the small world, and even had the qi of chaos later. At this moment, the inner world in Liu Yi's body is filled with a lot of Dao qi, and even wisps of chaos qi are circulating. The collision of the qi of the Dao and the qi of chaos is like the beginning of the universe, and a new universe is about to be born in the chaos. Feeling his own inner world, Liu Yi felt a little excited. Now that the small world in the body has completely turned into the inner world, maybe one day, a universe can really be born in the body? I don't know if creatures can be born in the inner world? Liu Yi was a little curious, but now the inner world is full of Dao Qi and Chaos Qi, and the Chaos Qi is so violent that even the Golden Immortal may not be able to survive inside. As for Xianjun, Liu Yi would not be so stupid as to let Xianjun enter his inner world and let Xianjun see his aura of chaos and aura of Dao. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. In addition to the changes in the body, the qi of Dao and qi of chaos in the inner world began to feed back Liu Yi's body and spirit little by little. He could feel that his immortal body, which was already extremely powerful, was still getting stronger little by little, as if there was no end to it. And his spirit is even more active, his consciousness may cover a star system. This kind of mental power is far from what a monk at the Golden Immortal level can match. Not only that, after passing through the inner world, Liu Yi's fairy aura was condensed again, and even, as long as Liu Yi was willing, he could mix the Dao aura and the fairy aura to exert even more terrifying power. When he was in the realm of Xianxian, Liu Yi could already leverage the power of the Dao. Now, his control over the power of the Dao is more profound, and he can leverage more power. If he fully mobilizes the power of the Dao, the strength he can erupt will be greatly improved. For Liu Yi, this is a powerful hole card that is not inferior to Tianxinju and Yunyang Dayan. After sensing the changes in himself, Liu Yi was very satisfied. The task of breaking through has been completed, and the heart of chaos has been credited to the account. Liu Yi is not in a hurry to use it, but intends to use it after returning to Tianming. After that, Liu Yi continued to go to the Tibetan scripture pavilion to comprehend the fairy scriptures and fairy arts, and waited for the other people's comprehension to end. It wasn't until a few years later that the monks of the Yu family on the Dao Tai gradually withdrew from the state of enlightenment. These monks all looked ecstatic, obviously gaining a huge amount. And Ling Luo Peak Master and the others also quickly woke up one after another, and the group returned home. The four of Lu Ningxuang and Peak Master Ling Luo flew into the courtyard with surprised expressions. "Senior sister, how are you doing? Can you gain something?" Seeing Lu Ningxuang and the others, Liu Yi asked with a light smile. Lu Ningxuang said with a light smile, "The harvest is huge. Hey, after all, it's such a large Dao tide, how could there be no harvest?" Donggong Minjia was very proud, "But I haven't fully digested the harvest, and I'm afraid I'll have to retreat for a long time after I go back." Jian Ruyu and Yun Xi also nodded slightly. Peak Master Ling Luo looked at Liu Yi and said, "Have you been waiting for us for a long time?" "Not long, just a few years. For the existence that is already a fairy, a few years is indeed just a flick of a finger. However, in the past few years, Liu Yi has mastered a few golden immortal techniques and comprehended some immortal scriptures, which can be said to be very fulfilling." "Then plan to go back?" Peak Master Ling Luo asked. Liu Yi smiled and said, "Well, it's really time to go back. I'll go and see Big Brother and Yuan Wu and call them." Yu Ling Luo nodded slightly and walked out of the yard. Not long after, Ling Luo Peak Master flew over with Yu Hangong and Yu Yuan Wu. Flying over with them were Yu Xian and Mistress Yu. "Year, I heard you're going back?" Yu Xian smiled lightly. Liu Yi nodded, "Well, I've been away from Tianming for a while, and I'm a little worried." Yuxin nodded slightly, "If that's the case, let's go. The ancestor is still in retreat now, I'm afraid there is no way to send you off. Uncle Yu is too polite, maybe after the ancestor is out of customs, he can attack the immortal king. Liu Yi grinned. In fact, judging from the situation that Liu Yi met Yuxuan a few days ago, after this retreat, the probability of Yuxuan breaking through is really not small. Liu Yi also had some expectations in his heart. Afterwards, under the watchful eyes of Uxin and the Yu family's mistress, Liu Yi and the others boarded the Xiang boat and left Yuxing. After returning to Tianming, Liu Yi announced that he would retreat for a period of time. After he deduced the big formation and arranged the formation, he began to absorb the heart of chaos. It was a group of crystals completely composed of chaos qi, which was stronger than any chaos treasure Liu Yi had obtained before. With Liu Yi's absorption, the heart of chaos turned into strands of chaos qi and merged into Liu Yi's body. These chaotic qi tempered Liu Yi's immortal body, causing his immortal body to erupt and improve again, and chaotic patterns merged into every area of Liu Yi's body. Most of the primal chaos qi was integrated into Liu Yi's immortal body, and some wisps of chaos qi were controlled by Liu Yi and entered the inner world, constantly shaping the inner world. One chaotic heart was absorbed by Liu Yi, and Liu Yi's aura became more and more deep and concentrated. When the 10 chaotic hearts were completely absorbed, Liu Yi slowly opened his eyes, and there were wisps of chaotic air flowing in his eyes, as if can see through everything in the world. He exhaled slightly and smiled slightly. It is indeed a treasure of chaos, and it has made great progress. With his current strength, he can calmly deal with Xianjun. If he uses his whole cards, the strong in the realm of Xianjun should be able to fight, right? Liu Yi was very happy. He left the cave, teased little Xing Xing, and then planned to go to the senior sister and the others to celebrate and try to see the strength of the current physical body. At this moment, a fire appeared from a distance, came outside the cave, and turned into a figure. It was the princess of the Scarlet Clan that Liu Yi had rescued before, Hongdi. At the beginning, Hongdi was only in the Mahayana realm, but because she has been practicing in Baiun Xianzong these years, she has excellent cultivation talent, plus she can often hear Liu Yi preaching, and also learn the powerful fairy scriptures. His cultivation base has become much stronger than before, and has reached the realm of true immortals. Even Zhang Fan and the others couldn't compare to such a speed of cultivation. My lord! Seeing Liu Yi outside the cave, Hongdi greeted him respectfully. Liu Yi glanced at Hongdi, smiled lightly and said, "What's the matter? You're in such a hurry, what's the matter?" "Yes, my lord, news came from my father that there is an abnormality in the ancestor star," Hongdi said. Liu Yi was taken aback and raised his eyebrows. Liu Yi was very impressed with Red Butterfly's ancestral star, Red Star. After all, the entire Crimson Clan is a genius of the fire department, and the weakest is the innate fire spirit body, and the Red Butterfly back then was even more talented in the immortal body. If it weren't for the fact that their race's cultivation techniques were too weak, with their talents, they would be able to give birth to many immortals in a short period of time, and even powerful golden immortals or even stronger ones. Not only that, when Liu Yi went to the ancestral star hall of the Crimson Clan, he always felt that the hall seemed a little abnormal, but he couldn't explain why, and he couldn't find anything. After so many years, Liu Yi didn't care about it anymore, but Hongdi actually said that there was something abnormal in the Crimson Clan's land. These years, although Hongdi has been cultivating and developing in Tianming, because the Crimson Clan followed Liu Yi, they would often send Crimson Clan geniuses to Tianming to practice, and at the same time, there would be educated Crimson Clan geniuses returning to the ancestral star. There has always been a communication between the two planets. It's just because the area where Crimson Star is located is a barren area, and it's not very convenient to come and go, so the communication is not too frequent. Liu Yi frowned and looked at Hongdi, and asked, "Did you say what it is?" "Well, my father said that there seems to be a space in the ancestral hall that is distorting. There seems to be a small world there, and that small world seems to be slowly opening. Hengdi nodded and described the situation. The area of your ancestral hall? Liu Yi was startled. According to Liu Yi's previous understanding of the Crimson Clan, the ancestors of the Crimson Clan were born in the area where the ancestral hall was located, and the subsequent civilizations have not left that area. The Crimson Clan should have never discovered that there are other spaces in that area. Unexpectedly, it appeared a little bit at this time. Liu Yi fell into deep thought. Could it be that the abnormality he noticed from the ancestral hall of the Scarlet Clan had something to do with that small space? Liu Yi had no idea. Yes, my lord, my father was a little worried and didn't know what that space was, so he notified me and wanted me to go back and deal with it. Hengdi nodded. She looked at Liu Yi anxiously. Master, can you let me go back? Liu Yi came back to his senses, smiled lightly and said, of course it's no problem. Hengdi breathed a sigh of relief, and then smiled, thank you, Lord. Hengdi respected Liu Yi very much. After all, it was Liu Yi who rescued her and her clansmen who were captured in the first place, and later brought them back to the ancestral star to protect their ancestral star. The current red butterfly also often goes to commercial planets, and already knows the darkness between the universes, and there are too many interstellar pirates in the starry sky. With their original strength, if they are encountered by other interstellar pirates, they will also be enslaved. And Liu Yi changed the fate of their family. If Liu Yi doesn't want her to go back, Hengdi really doesn't know what to do. Fortunately, the Lord is as considerate as ever. Hengdi was extremely grateful. At this moment, Liu Yi's voice sounded, I'm also a little curious about what's going on in that small world. I'll go with you. Hengdi was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Liu Yi before she could react. My lord wants to go with me? Hengdi asked in shock. Liu Yi nodded and said with a light smile, what? Don't you want to? Hengdi quickly shook her head, of course not, if the lord is willing to go with me, I'm too happy. After all, Hengdi knows the strength of the master, if there is a big problem and she can't handle it, the master can definitely handle it. Hengdi's perception of Liu Yi's strength is completely blind. No problem, as long as we leave? Liu Yi asked. Hengdi said nervously, it's better as soon as possible, I'm a little worried. Liu Yi nodded, expressing his understanding, okay, I'll call my senior sister and the others, and we'll set off. Thanks for the 100 points rewarded by the 08A boss. Chapter 350 The Origin of Fire. Liu Yi called Lu Ningxuang and the others, and after explaining the situation, the four of them were very surprised. There is a problem in Hengdi's ancestral land, there is a space anomaly. Is there really a small world? Jianruya was surprised. Liu Yi nodded, well, when I was in the Crimson Clan's land, I felt that the situation was a bit abnormal, maybe these things really might exist. Then let's go and have a look. The Crimson Clan's talents are so powerful. If there is a secret in the place where they were born, there should be something unusual. Lu Ningxuang said after thinking. I thought so too, let's go. Liu Yi took Lu Ningxuang and the others, and together with Hengdi, boarded the Xiang boat. The Xiang boat turned into a streamer, passed through the star gate in the vacuum, and flew in the direction of the red star. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. All the way went smoothly. Xiang Zhou came to the barren area at an extremely fast speed, traveled a certain distance, and finally came to the red star. When they came to the sky above Crimson Star, the lava sea full of magma, the Crimson King and the elders of the Crimson Clan were already waiting for Liu Yi. After seeing the Xiang boat, they rushed forward one after another. At this moment, the Scarlet King is already in the realm of immortals. Besides him, there are two other immortals. Since the Chihong clan established contact with Tianming, Liu Yi gave the fire element immortal scripture to the Chihong clan, and their clan's talent is extremely astonishing. After having powerful exercises, their cultivation base naturally improved rapidly. In addition, Liu Yi himself was cultivating them, and even transplanted a few fire attribute fairy treasures on the red star. As these fairy treasures grew up little by little, they began to release fairy spirit and rich spiritual energy. The concentration of aura has also increased a lot compared to before. In this way, the strong men of the Scarlet Clan naturally made breakthroughs again and again. "My lord, please come over here," the Scarlet King said respectfully. Liu Yi smiled slightly, "Since you follow me, if there are problems you can't solve, I will naturally go out to deal with them." The Scarlet King said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord." "Okay, tell me about the situation in detail." "Yes, my lord, let's talk as we walk, I'll take you to the clan site to have a look." The Crimson King led Liu Yi to walk down the separated magma sea. "It's like this. A few years ago, the concentration of spiritual energy in the clan suddenly increased. At first, we thought it was the growth rate of the fairy treasure you gave us, but later, the concentration of spiritual energy increased faster and faster, even faster. It was a little abnormal, and we found out that something was wrong. Later, we found a sign of space distortion in the clan, but the power of the space distortion was extremely violent, so I couldn't detect the situation inside, so I could only inform Hungdi, hoping that Hungdi would butterfly can take a look." Scarlet King said the question. A group of people passed through the channel separated by the magma sea, and came to a palace complex composed of crimson crystals. Suddenly, Liu Yi's pupils shrank slightly, and a look of shock appeared in his heart. When he came to the Crimson Star last time, Liu Yi felt the aura of the origin of fire, but this time, when he first came to the Crimson Clan, he found that the aura of the origin of fire here is more. It was too strong when I came last time. How can it be? Such a rich source of fire doesn't seem to be formed normally, does it? Liu Yi was a little unbelievable. Generally speaking, even a strong person at the level of an immortal might not be able to gather such a strong source of power. His expression was stiff, looking at the palaces in the distance. Dao lines appeared in his eyes, and when the Dao lights flickered, he saw the essence of the entire palace group in his eyes. Soon, Liu Yi sensed the source of the fire. Just in a corner of the palace group, the original power of that area escaped a little bit, and gradually spread in the palace group. Liu Yi was even more astonished. Last time, Liu Yi also used the eyes of heaven to see this palace complex, but last time he could not confirm the source of fire in this palace. Didn't expect to be able to determine the source this time? Liu Yi understood that this was not because his cultivation level had improved, but because there was a problem in the area where the source of fire was originally located. Liu Yi narrowed his eyes and flew towards the source of the fire. Seeing that Liu Yi flew directly over, the Scarlet King and all the powerful members of the Scarlet Clan were taken aback for a moment, a little confused. They hurriedly followed, and the Scarlet King couldn't help being surprised and said, "My lord, how do you know that the place where the space is distorted is here?" Hungdi said quite proudly, "Father, the master has mastered the space law of the perfect state. If there is something abnormal in the space, how can it escape the master's eyes?" Hiss. Hearing this, both the Scarlet King and the other strong members of the Scarlet Clan took a deep breath. They are no longer the indigenous peoples on the Scarlet Star. During the communication with the universe, they naturally understood how powerful the power of mastering the law of perfection is. Not to mention, this law is still the law of space. The Crimson King and all the powerful members of the Crimson Clan were overjoyed and excited. Since the master has mastered such a powerful law of space, then this space anomaly should be easy for the master, right? As a spatial anomaly that suddenly appeared inside the clan, they couldn't even perceive it at the beginning. Whether it was the Scarlet King or the strong members of the Scarlet Clan, they were a little worried. However, soon, they found that Liu Yi's expression was very solemn, which made the strong men of the Scarlet Clan thump in their hearts. The Crimson King and the strong men of the Crimson Clan looked at each other without speaking. It didn't take long for them to come to a very ordinary-looking palace on the edge of the palace complex. The Scarlet King said, this was originally the palace of an elder Yunyu. When he discovered the distortion of this space, that elder Yunyu moved away. As he spoke, the Scarlet Red King pointed to a middle-aged man who was crossing the realm of tribulation. That middle-aged man is called Yunyu. Yunyu nodded respectfully to Liu Yi, and explained, the space distortion area is located in a wing room on the first floor. I usually don't use it, and basically don't go in. It's just that I found out that the concentration of aura in this area is particularly strong, so I was curious. I went in and took a look, and then I found that abnormal space distortion, my lord, it's here. Saying that, Yunyu took Liu Yi to a room in the corner. Liu Yi followed, and soon, Yunyu opened the door, revealing a very ordinary-looking room. But in the central area of the room, there is a space that is slightly distorted. This kind of distortion can also be seen with the naked eye, but it looks completely harmless. In Liu Yi's eyes, the space line in this area exists in an extremely distorted form. To distort to this extent requires extremely powerful and terrifying power. At this moment, the distorted space is expanding, and it seems that another world is constantly connecting with this place. In addition, the source of the fire floated out from this distorted space. After coming to this room, the source of fire that Liu Yi felt reached a very strong level. If he comprehends it here, even he will have a big improvement, and maybe he can grasp the original power faster. If this is the case, his strength will also increase again. However, Liu Yi's heart was a little heavy. After all, the power of the source is the power that can only be mastered by the immortal kings and emperors. The power of the source escapes from this distorted space, which is very unusual no matter how you look at it. Last time, in order to help the Poros family find their missing members, Liu Yi met the monk Zhuyu who was a fairy-level monk, and he became more cautious. If he accidentally recognized the immortal king or even the immortal emperor-level boss this time, then he will be finished. However, this space distortion means that the small world on the opposite side is getting closer to reality, and a passage will definitely appear in the end. If you leave it alone, then there will really be immortal king or even immortal emperor-level bosses coming out of it, and the situation will be equally bad. After all, it is hard to say whether there is a living immortal king or immortal emperor in the entire universe. If there is a malicious immortal king or immortal emperor, then the entire Tianluo starfield will be in danger. Couldn't even hold back. Leaving it alone is definitely not enough. Because of this, Liu Yi hesitated in his heart, with a gloomy expression. Seeing Liu Yi's serious expression, Lu Ningxuang, who knew Liu Yi best, couldn't believe it. They and Liu Yi have known each other for so many years. It's been so many years since they got acquainted and finally got together. This is the first time for them to see Liu Yi with such a dignified expression. Lu Ningxuang couldn't help asking, "Junior brother, what's wrong? Is there any problem?" Scarlet Red King, Hong Dai and others even raised their hearts. Liu Yi exhaled slightly, nodded and said, "The situation is indeed troublesome." The strong men of the Scarlet Clan were shocked, and the Scarlet King worried, "Master, this space is distorted, can't you handle it?" Liu Yi thought for a while, and said, "It's just a distorted space, I can calm it down, but behind this space, there may be something very unusual." Jian Ruyu asked curiously, "What makes you so dignified? Immortal King, or Immortal Emperor?" Liu Yi said calmly. The atmosphere became quiet for a while, and everyone froze in place, as if they had turned into statues. Not to mention Jian Ruyu and others, even the Scarlet Clan who just communicated with the universe know that the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor no longer exist, and the strongest in the entire universe is only at the level of Immortal Venerable. As a result, there is an Immortal King or Immortal Emperor in such an inconspicuous space distortion. Who can think of this? For a moment of silence, Lu Ningxuang and the others came back to their senses. Yun Xi's expression was shocked, and he said in surprise, Immortal King and Immortal Emperor. Didn't it mean that there are no immortal kings and immortal emperors in the universe? Liu Yi chuckled and said, it's just a possibility, I'm not sure. Thinking about it carefully, Liu Yi realized that he might be thinking too seriously. Although the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor have mastered the power of the source of fire, the power of the source may not only be mastered by monks. Since there are even the supreme treasure of the Dao and the supreme treasure of chaos, it is naturally possible for the treasure of heaven, materials, and earth to contain the original power of fire. Maybe there is such a treasure in that space, and of course it may be the tomb of the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor. Even the monks who have not yet become immortals will arrange a large formation, distort the space, and make a burial place hidden in the world, not to mention the powerhouses such as the Immortal King and Immortal Emperor, directly open up a small world as their own burial place. That's perfectly normal operation. Immortal emperors and immortal kings have not appeared in the universe for countless years, and the possibility of living immortal kings and immortal emperors is far less than that of dead immortal kings and immortal emperors. Regardless of whether this is a small world where the treasures of heaven and earth containing the origin of fire are located, or the tomb of the fire-type fairy king or fairy emperor, it is a great opportunity for Liu Yi. After all, even ordinary monks would bury some of their own treasures with themselves, an immortal king and immortal emperor would probably be no exception. If there are really magic weapons used by the immortal king and immortal emperor, or magic skills mastered by them, it will be very useful to Liu Yi. Thinking of this, Liu Yi felt a little excited. However, for the sake of safety, Liu Yi will not recklessly directly interfere with the opening of this space channel in advance. In the same way, the members of the Scarlet Clan must be evacuated first, even if it is the tomb of the Immortal King or the Immortal Emperor. With the strength of the Scarlet Clan, if there is any movement after opening the passage, I am afraid that no one except Hungdi can survive. To be on the safe side, Liu Yi also planned to use the fate technique to deduce it, to make sure that it was really safe enough. When Liu Yi was thinking, whether it was the Scarlet Clan or Lu Ningxuang, they all had weird faces at the moment, both shocked and worried. Donggong Minjiahu didn't dare to yell, she looked at the distorted area nervously, and said, "Senior brother. Don't scare your lovely junior sister, how could there really be immortal kings and immortal emperors? Are you lying to us?" Liu Yi glanced at Donggong Minjiahu, and said with some amusement, "It's just a little bit possible. There is a high probability that there are no immortal kings and immortal emperors." Hearing this, Lu Ningxuang and the others were slightly relieved. The originally pale faces of Scarlet King and the others gradually returned to blood. You know, this is their clan land. They have existed here for so many years. If there really are immortal kings and immortal emperors, what about their clan land? Not the best. At this moment, Liu Yi's voice sounded again. However, just in case, I hope you will evacuate the clan first. The hearts that the Scarlet Red King and the others had just let go lifted up again, and their faces were suddenly pale as snow, extremely bitter. Even Lu Ningxuang and the others had stiff expressions. You still say that there are no immortal emperors and immortal kings? Donggong Minjiahu said in disbelief. If there is no immortal king and immortal emperor, why is senior brother so cautious? Seeing their strange expressions, Liu Yi smiled lightly and said, just in case, if nothing happens, you can still come back to live. Liu Yi has already made a plan, and then he will use the fate technique to deduce it with all his strength. If there is no danger, it is best. If there is a great danger, then he has to notify the Yu family to deal with the matter. But, to be honest, if it involves the power of the source, if there is really a big danger, whether the Yu family can handle it is a big problem. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.